Hi. Sorry. I was in the restroom. Oops. Also, I didn't have my microphone. Perfect. I'm back. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. So, we have some semifinals happening. This should be fun, right? Yeah? Hey, Koopa. Hey, Eric. Oh, God. It's another one of these days. It has become very cold again. And I am freezing. Well, so I guess we're going to watch the Zim. That's the match today. I knew that they were always going to make it. I assume everyone also knew they were going to make it. But tough rounds yesterday. Zimmerman, big comeback against Street, winning the final set 33-6. That's impressive. Fleischer over Shorey. Bit of a comeback in the final set, but still not quite enough against the strong Fleischer team. We watched Wolfson against Rosenthal, and that match turned out to be a little bit less exciting than we had anticipated going in. And then Dinkin, it was close for about a half, but then Dinkin went out and they ended up completely dominating against Goldberg. So, which table? Zimmerman table or non-Zimmerman table? I've realized that it's probably okay to just be like silly and nonsensical if we're watching a sponsor table, because the bridge is going to basically be that way. But that's probably not the most helpful to spectators. So I think we'll try and avoid the sponsor table. Fleischer will be out for the first segment, so we can just go to the non-Zimmerman table. I think Kalita Klukovsky play the first set, usually. Is Klukovsky playing? I don't know. But I think yesterday I saw them playing the first segment. And then Brink and Driver will be in for the second. I got smoothie. I didn't get my Dunkin' Donuts this morning. I got tropical smoothie, which was fine. Got like a little fruit bowl. Nothing can stop us, Matthew says, as a proud member of the Swiss bridge team. Oh yeah, there's this like Poland Trials U21. We have about 20 minutes. Let's take a look. Get a bit of a warm-up in. Spade to the ace, spade to the king. Diamond, club, club. Okay. You had to go drinking like every good Irishman. Yeah. I know the feel. You don't kibitz bridge while drinking. I'm sure it was an epic bridge. Still hungover, I see. Still hungover or re-drunk. Yeah, sigh. Okay, apparently that's the last hand in this match. Way to go, home team. So who are we going to see? Zimmerman against Dinkin in the final? Dude, that was just... I could not possibly imagine that. Zimmerman against Dinkin in the final. Oh boy. Tomorrow is going to be an insane day. I mean, I guess if Wolfson moves on, it won't be that crazy. But seeing Dinkin in the final of anything... Imagine seeing Zimmerman and Dinkin at the same table. Could I imagine that? Let me take a look. I think those guys would get along great. Yeah, I actually think they probably would sit at the same table. Oh boy. If that happens, we have to watch the sponsored table. It's gonna be way too silly. It's gonna be way too silly. After Zimmerman's 3-no trump bid over 3 diamonds, I'm starting to question if maybe there's another reason he's team captain other than his bridge ability. Other than his bridge ability, yeah. Yeah, that's what really has him as ranked #1 in the world, isn't it? His bridge ability. Quite a 3-no bid vulnerable. I don't remember this hand. 3-no over 3 diamonds. Oh, it was the 10 count, right? It was the 10 count with 10/4 of diamonds? Yeah. That was amazing. See, and chat wonders why I don't want to watch sponsored tables, because it's really hard to keep it together, like in front of the BBO audience. Like, I can break down completely when I'm just on my streams, but man, on BBO, you gotta pretend like things are going well. It's all an act. Who's winning the fantasy bracket? My bracket is dead. We have Tuva Nilsmark is winning. Wolfson against Fleischer. Holy crap. What a bracket pick. Wow. Wow. Husband is on Wolfson? I don't know who this is. Why do I have to pretend things are going well? Well, I can point out mistakes, but you can't just like take a dump all over every player in the match. Like, on my stream, I wouldn't have any issue being like, oh, well, the sponsor's doing this because they don't understand this basic principle of the game. But, like, in front of the BBO audience, I can't be like, this guy that everyone idolizes is, like, one of the greatest players in the world because they don't understand what a sponsor is, doesn't understand just a basic, simple principle. I have to phrase it like, well, so here's the idea, and this is what... You know, South should have been thinking on this hand, but they obviously had a different plan, and let's see if their plan works out better. There are almost 1,000 kibitzers on Bob yesterday. Who's Bob? Bob. Oh, BBO. Yeah, exactly. There are like 1,000 kibitzers on BBO. Why are we doing this real bridge nonsense? Where is that screenshot? Hold on, I still have the screenshot. Real bridge screenshot. We had like 40 kibitzers. Here, can I show this somehow? Maybe this is the simplest way to show it. Hold on, do I have any sensitive information on screen? I'm looking. Minimize tab here. This is probably fine. Where's my desktop? I don't have my desktop anymore. Oh, this? Like this. Hold on, can we see this? There. Look how many kibitzers there were. At 6 tables on Real Bridge, we had 1,000 yesterday. 1,000. Did BBO ask me to do commentary on there? Where? On Real Bridge? No. BBO asked me to do commentary on BBO. Yeah, we had like several thousand on BBO, and that's just normal. I mean, it's very normal to have, you know, thousands at every table, or, you know, thousands in total. No, I've been contracting with BBO for a while to do commentary on all the big events, since this is like my... Let's see, I started in summer of 2023 on BBO doing the voice commentary. And basically every national I've done. And then Bermuda Bowl, I did World Championships last year. Maybe some like European trials, although that might have just been on my own channels. Bab says, surprised that there are not more tables with commentators. Oh, I'm sorry, chat, you're not even on screen again. I think it's hard to find people who are actually willing to do voice commentary or interested in doing voice commentary. I'm not really sure. I mean, Michael Camel and his wife, Gabby, were doing commentary at one of the tables. I still think it's really terrible to not pay attention to the voice commentary if you're doing text commentary. I think this is like a huge problem that I don't know if there's a solution to it. Yeah, Warren Spector was there. Warren is good, and Warren, at least in the past, was listening when we were doing voice commentary. I don't think he was yesterday, but maybe he was, I'm not sure. Either way, Warren's actually pretty good as a commentator. Warren should do voice. I would do voice with Warren. I mean, I don't know him at all, but he played with Gavin for a while. Tell us why he stopped sponsoring. He had completed all of his goals. He played in the Bermuda Bowl. That was his basic goal. I think that's a public interview, right? I don't think this is some sort of secret. Nice colon parentheses, Zapsniff. Hoping to see Larry Cohen. Yeah, I mean, Larry and I had talked after we did a couple of sets of commentary like a year ago together. Larry was very interested in like continuing to do more commentary with me, but I think there's some behind the scenes stuff going on with the ACBL, because the ACBL hates me. I don't know why. I mean, I can make some guesses, but the ACBL does not want me to do commentary. They don't want me to have my bridge channel. They don't want me to advertise. They don't want me to promote bridge to an audience. They see me as like a giant threat. And I think Larry is kind of getting direction from them to where he should like show up to do commentary, if at all. So, you know, he's an old guy. He doesn't really do this technology thing. He turns up. I mean, he told me, he was just like, I turn up where they tell me to turn up, and if it's my turn to talk, I will talk. That's basically what he said. I mean, he was great. I liked doing commentary with him. He was awesome. But I think he's kind of under the direction of like the ACBL for where to show up to talk about bridge. We need to eliminate the ACBL? Yeah. We've needed to do that for a long time. Okay, we got like 7 minutes. I'm tired. Yesterday was a long day. I think I was live for like 11 and a half hours or something. That was a lot. Hopefully we don't have any more glitches in the stream. At least fortunately it happened during the downtime. But I will try to restart stream if people have like the issue of no audio or no video pretty quickly. So just be aware, if it goes down while I'm like on BBO, I'll keep doing the commentary over there, but I'll just restart stream. Should be back up in like a couple minutes afterwards. Zimmerman has this wrapped up. The front four is too good. Fleischer is maybe a threat. Well, I got bad news for you. I mean, this matchup happens like every single Spin Gold Vanderbilt Soloway. I feel like I have seen this matchup every single time. Thanks, Zapsmith. Appreciate you for hanging out and watching. I'm so tired. We got 2 more days. It's not just the players who are getting exhausted from playing bridge all week. Commentators are also getting exhausted. I'm ready for my nap. Much more boring without stream, that's true. I do love it. I do, but it's still tiring. Yeah, the players do get to sit out a segment, at least for the 6-handed teams, like these guys. I have no idea who I'm commentating with today. I told Craig and Kai to duke it out on Discord, and neither one of them have, well, they haven't duked it out, I guess is the better way to put it. When drink are cowboys. Is that supposed to be brink? I don't understand how you typo everything. Are keyboards in Ireland just like set up differently from keyboards everywhere else in the... Oh, you were trying to combine the two as the... That's their partnership name? I don't... Back to the drawing board, Matt. Back to the drawing board. We got 4 minutes. Briver? Yeah, I can see that. Maybe you could have it drink, but with the J in the middle. D-R-I-J-N-K. Drink. You bid 7 clubs yesterday with the other room in 3-0 and decided to 9-ever the trump queen. Did it work out? Or was it correct to play the opening leader who didn't lead trumps for the trump queen? Okay, tables are getting up. I'm going to... I think I'm going to go use the restroom. Yeah, that's a good plan. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry. We're doing great. Okay. Well, we have one match up. Other match should be up shortly. I'm sure no one wants to watch this match anyway, so it's probably better that we'll be doing commentary on the Zimmerman, who is it? Zimmerman-Fleischer match. The Zim versus Marty Fly. I wonder who's joining me today. I guess we'll find out. Should get my earbuds ready. Oh, and before I forget, I need to get rid of you, chat. You're no longer welcome on the screen. There should be good bridge in the Zimmer Fly. I think so. I think there might be good bridge in both of the matchups. Okay, Zimmerman, Fleischer. Non-Zimmerman table. No more Cedric? Well, we don't have a choice. It just depends where the where Zimmerman goes. So who is it in Fleischer? It's Versace Cementa. Yeah, Zimmerman's gonna sit against Versace Cementa. I'm pretty sure. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get Kalita Klukovsky against Basis Lorenzini. That's my guess, at least. That's going to be slow. Yeah, it probably will be. But that's what you all voted for. All Zimmerman slow. I didn't actually realize how slow Zimmerman was until we kibitzed him yesterday. He is unbelievably slow. Hey, Adam. Welcome. He could challenge Cedric. I don't think quite so much. It's just like he would think in positions where he has non-decisions, which is really weird. But this is one of the things we were talking about yesterday on like the Bridge Winners thread, where depending on your level of play, certain decisions might, we might consider something a decision for a club level player, but it wouldn't be for an expert. He also does that thing where he picks a card to play and then holds it where nobody can see it for a while just to waste time. That's a terrible reason. Do we have cards yet? No. Do we have cards in either match? No. That thread from Son of Sam has doubled in size. Whoa, that's a lot to unpack. I don't think we have any serial killers writing threads on Bridge Winners. That would not be a productive use of their time in prison. Ah! We get the non-Basis Lorenzini table. Look at this! Boom. Okay, here's the match. I guess I will start. I guess I'll just join. Goodbye, Twitch chat. Hey, Johan. Alright, time to go. Really excited to find out who my co-caster is. Welcome, everyone. We're about to get underway with the opening quarter of the semifinal match between Fleischer and Zimmerman. We have Kalita and Klukovsky representing the Zimmerman team, East-West here. They're going to be playing a Polish club. And Zatorsky and Pacman sitting north-south. This is a pair I'm a lot less familiar with, so I'm going to need a little bit of help with their conventions. Let me see if I can pull up a convention card for these guys before we get underway. But I should be joined momentarily by a co-caster. I actually have no idea who, so I'm excited to find out. Pacman sitting north passes the 11 count, 4-4 in the majors. So we get it. That is not the right result on this board. I think we'll get this one adjusted. You know, now that I'm looking at the nameplates, and thank you for pointing this out, spectators, Pacman and Zatorsky are not on Team Fleischer. So I think this is Cementa and Versace, the Italian partnership, sitting north-south for Fleischer. I guess we have some names left over from yesterday's set. Alright, 3 passes go around to West, who opens a strong no trump. And this passes out. Now North on opening lead, selects 4th best from his longest and strongest, a heart. So how's Declare going to do in this contract? There are 3 heart tricks, 3 spade tricks, and the ace of clubs if Declare can get all of them. Looks pretty natural after winning the opening heart lead in dummy to just run the jack of spades. So North can win the queen. Couple of misclicks, some jittery fingers from our VuGraph operator early in the day. And with that 10 of hearts holding trick 1, it's pretty natural for North to find a switch to one of the minor suits. So the king of club switch will set up a club trick. A second club trick can be set up with that 10 of clubs in South's hand. The defense has 4 diamond tricks available to them, just by running the jack of diamonds. I wonder what South's signal here was. Presumably, South might want to discourage. Yeah, now Declare can actually set up the club suit. And maybe more importantly, because South has the club 10, North won't be able to get in to switch to diamonds anymore. This defense might have been rather challenging to find the right plan of attack. With that jack 10 third of diamonds and East holding queen 9, unless South has both the ace and king, switching to diamonds could easily blow a trick. But it does look like at this point Declare is actually in control and manages to make an overtrick, 120. I think a good start for Team Zimmerman on that board. So this time Kalita will pass in first seat. We do have the nameplates fixed. Versace sitting south, Cementa sitting north. South has a strong no trump. And I know that this North-South partnership does play weak no-trumps, or mini no-trumps, I think they're called, 10 to 12 in certain seats. But I don't think they do that vulnerable against not. So this should just be a typical strong no-trump auction. Will Cementa decide that with a decent 5-card suit, despite having only 7 high-card points, his hand's worth an invite? I think the answer is no. It's a bit too thin. Maybe if his club suit was really ace queen jack 5th, he would judge it was acceptable to try and invite. Maybe even ace queen 10 5th with that jack of spades, but 7 opposite the 15 to 17 range, not really game values, even if your partner has a maximum. So I think we might see another one no trump contract. Cementa is thinking it over, but does ultimately decide to pass it out. Klukowski will get off to a club lead, which I think is both good and bad news for Declare. It probably means that the club suit is not coming home for a bunch of tricks, but that might be good news, because then if the other table gets overboard, reaching 2 no trump or 3 no trump, you might end up picking up a few under trick imps against them. So, how many tricks does Declare have? We've got 2 hearts, 2 spades, a club, and a diamond is at least 6. Declare can force out a second diamond trick, just giving up tricks to the king and queen. The club finesse, of course, will work on this lie of the cards. So you could just stick in the club queen at trick 1, which I think is pretty reasonable. King Queen Doubleton of Diamonds, pretty unlikely to get picked up if Declare does win the club queen at trick 1. Then Declare would have 2 entries to take 2 diamond finesses, both of which will fail. I suppose it's possible Declare could just win the club ace and play a diamond to the jack immediately, since all he needs is 7 tricks to make a no trump. If he can just knock out both the king and queen of diamonds, that would be enough. He has 2 heart stoppers, and he's a little bit worried that if the queen of clubs loses, East will have a very easy heart switch. Looking at this dummy, the defense could get hearts going, and then he might be out of time to set up his diamonds. But just kind of counting the stoppers that he has, if he has to knock out both the king and queen of diamonds and the spade ace, the defense can get in 3 times, and they'll be able to knock out both of his heart stoppers and then run the heart suit. So it's somewhat tempting to just stick in the club queen. Assuming West is leading from strength, then when that wins, you just have 7 tricks once you knock out the spade ace, and you're playing for over tricks. But we'll see what Versace does. He's given this quite a bit of thought at trick 1. I think the benefit to winning the club ace and taking a diamond finesse into West is that it might not be obvious for West to switch to hearts depending on what West's heart holding is. Like here with queen third, West might prefer a spade switch, for example, hoping partner has something like king fifth of spades. But lots of options. Lots and lots of options. Okay, Declare does decide to just duck the opening club lead, so East wins the jack. And does switch to the jack of hearts. The jack of hearts is kind of a welcome card from Declare's perspective, because now the 9 of hearts can potentially come into play. If East had switched to a low heart, kind of finessing Declare out of the 9 immediately, that would be a bit less comfortable. He plays the spade to the jack. This is a clever way to get an extra entry to the dummy. If he had started leading the king and queen of spades out of hand, West might have ducked. But leading low towards the jack, there's no real chance West is going to hop up with the ace. That would be a pretty unnatural play to find, so he steals an extra spade entry. Now he can start taking diamond finesses. And now it's going to be even more effective taking these diamond hooks, because with West being on lead, that 9 of hearts really will be protected. Like, even if West had queen 8, third of hearts remaining, diamond to the jack, West plays a heart to East 10, you win the king, cross back to the club ace, play another diamond to the 10, even if West wins, your 9 of hearts is still a stopper. So it looks like Declare is now relatively comfortable and just playing for over tricks. I assume Klukowski will continue a club here. Just to cut communication immediately between Declare's hand and the dummy. He's seen partner switch to the Jack of Hearts, which of course does promise the 10. But given that he knows his partner's hand is completely stranded, continuing hearts is pretty unlikely to be fruitful. But he does continue the Heart Queen. No real harm in doing so. Versace pitches a club from dummy. Ducks in hand. Hoping to get that heart lead into his King 9, picking up the suit. And he does. Oh, look at that. So the 9 of Hearts wins. We can just knock out the Spade Ace now. Lots of routes to collecting quite a few tricks from here. Obviously, if he does just lay down the Diamond Ace, the King will fall. And he might end up doing that in the at the end of play. Alright, club to the Queen. This looks a little bit dangerous, because now we can't really cash the club ace. It kind of squeezes our hand. So he plays a diamond to the 10. Klukowski in here can just exit the King of Clubs, eventually get back in with that Ace of Spades and cash some clubs. So ultimately, Declare has kind of tangled himself up, the communication between the hands, and he's only going to make 7 tricks. Well, apparently he made 8. Maybe the play record is a little bit corrupted. We have had a bit of a jittery operator at the start of the day, so 120, I'll believe the score as opposed to the actual play result. But he does go plus. So South here, 12 count, can open a no trump systemically. This will be 10 to 12 for them. Klukowski with 14 might make a penalty double, depending on their agreements about how light these penalty doubles can be of a very weak no trump. And then I guess we'll see North-South get into a scrambling auction to try and escape. They do have a diamond fit. Oh! Oh, wow! Okay, no, we're getting this backed up to a no trump double. Great, 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 great. Cementa decides not to rescue. That's very interesting. I'm not that familiar with these mini no trumps, but so Cementa knows the opponents have a game. I guess his theory here is that if partner can escape for down 3, that would still be a pretty good result. They might win 3 imps, for example, against 3 no trump making in the other room. And as it turns out, if North-South get clubs going against a heart contract, 4 hearts is going to fail. East-West have 3 spade losers off the top and a slow club loser that just can't go away anywhere. So this could just be a big disaster for the Fleischer team if their teammates in the other room end up going down in a 4-heart game. But let's see how 1 no trump will do. So heart opening lead, East sticks in the queen, good play. Try and get a bit more insight as to what's going on in that suit. So now East knows that their partner has the king of hearts, and they can run the heart suit. It seems likely that Kalita's just going to cash 4 hearts immediately. It could be right to switch to ace and a diamond, looking at 4 small diamonds. Leading a spade away from the jack into that queen 10-9 might give up a guess in the spade suit if your partner has ace third or king third. And leading clubs into that jack fourth and dummy does not look that appealing. So it's probably best for the defense to just run 4 heart tricks here and then decide what to do next based on declares discards. But Kalita's thinking the hand through. So he's counting out. He started with 11 high card points. Dummy has 3. That's 14. His partner has, well, Declarer has 10 to 12. So that's going to be 24 to 26. His partner has 14 to 16 over there. And given the deuce of hearts lead, which they play second and fourth, his partner has a 4-card heart suit. So his partner's pretty unlikely to have a 5-card suit anywhere. Could be 4-4-3-2, or could be 4-3-3 as he is here. So heart comes back. Klukowski can win the jack or 8, whichever one he chooses. He wins the 8. He'll probably return the jack here as like a suit preference for not spades. I think this is a good play, and I expect Kalita to duck this trick because he wants to be the one to win the 4th round of hearts. He doesn't want his partner to get end played with his partner holding all of the defensive assets at this point. So he'll want to be the one to win the 4th round of the suit so that he can decide what to switch to. Versace has to make a couple pitches, and these pitches are often somewhat revealing. I think he'll just throw 2 diamonds from dummy. Hold on to all the black suit cards to make those suits a lot scarier for the defense to switch to. Because from Versace's perspective, he knows that the opponent switching to spades is bad for him. That would potentially set up a long spade trick before he's able to get the clubs and diamonds going. He does have to make a discard from his own hand as well. On the 4th round hearts. And so that could be quite telling. Like if he pitches 2 diamonds from dummy and a diamond from hand, it's a little bit safer for the defense to switch to diamonds. This feels like an unnecessarily long pause from South. I'm worried that we might have a little bit of a disconnect. But there we go. Diamond pitch from dummy. East. Oh, East wins the ace. Whoa. That is shocking to me. I was certain East would want to see a couple more discards from Declarer and dummy before making a decision. He's gotten the information that his partner doesn't want spades. So that at least is helpful to him. But between diamonds and clubs, I think it's going to be hard for the defense to do anything other than just cash their trick. So it looks like they're going to get 4 hearts, 2 clubs, and 2 diamonds in total. Declare I'll take 5 tricks eventually. And so down to 300. Probably a good result for East-West, I think. Although I could definitely imagine 3 no-trump making East-West. I could definitely imagine 4 hearts making East-West if the defense is not careful about setting up their club trick. So we'll have to see. It's very likely there's going to be a swing of some kind on this board. That is what the mini no-trump does. It generates positions that won't be happening in the other room, so you do get swings. After the first board, which was a part score swing in both rooms, Zimmerman picks up 5. We've had a push on the second board of the set. Klukowski trying to decide why his partner has left him on lead. I think he probably will switch to spades. That has to be the only reason why his partner would have left him on lead. He's also counted out high card points, of course, that his partner started with 5 to 7 over there. Well, sorry, 5 to 7 more high card points over there, beyond just the ace-queen of hearts that he's already turned up with. I could see him also trying to cash a club. If Kalita had started with Queen 10, 4th of clubs, maybe that would be a reason for him to put West on lead. On the 4th round of hearts, that is. This defense is beyond my pay grade. West switched to a diamond to his partner's hand. Maybe East was able to signal for diamonds and I just missed it. I guess that's possible. But this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier. So there's the 5 tricks set up. East-West can cash the ace-king of clubs at any point, and this will be 300 for Team Zimmerman. We should just see a claim now. Ace-king of clubs concede. But it's understandable the players want to play some of these hands out if there's any chance the defense could make an error from here. The difference between 300 and 100 might be quite a few imps. Maybe on day 1 of the event, we would already see Declare just conceding 2 clubs, facing his hand and saying, I have these 5 tricks. But in the semifinals, make your opponents work for it. Make them cash out that ace-king of clubs. Alright, king of clubs, ace of clubs. Okay, East has given a count signal, so King of Clubs, Ace of Clubs. And now we have the claim. So not the most ideal defense, but it was going to be pretty challenging to prevent Declare from taking 5 tricks, I think, in general. Always had the ability to play on diamonds himself, if necessary, with that Queen of Spades as an entry. On to board 4. So West has a nice 1 heart opener, 13 count, 6 card heart suit. North will pass, and East has a game-forcing hand. Some heart support, but spades on the side. I expect him to bid a spade, although I guess I'm not that familiar with the East-West system. They might have a 2-club bid available or a 1 no-trump bid available to start showing strong hands. If East does bid a spade, I don't think South is going to come in, despite having spade shortness. So it looks to me like East-West are going to have a pretty quick auction up to 4 hearts, I have to imagine. A heart, a spade, 2 hearts, 4 hearts, something like that, given that West is limited. Yeah, yep, we gotta... We'll get this corrected and backed up soon enough. I think we have a bit of a first-time operator with us, which is totally okay. But that means we're gonna have a couple of errors here and there. So there we go. A heart, a spade, 2 hearts, 4 hearts. North on lead, decides to try a diamond, not leading the standard honor, decides instead to go for a count card. And how's this going to end up? If South switches to the singleton spade, North will be able to get in with the club ace and give him a spade rop, so this should be down 1. Is what it looks like. Yeah, that 4-0 heart split, really dooming both major suit game contracts. 3 no trump also doesn't have play with the diamond suit running against you. So tricky hand for East-West to, I guess, find the right fit. It's not so clear to me whether 4 spades or 4 hearts is better on these East-West cards. The spade suit is at least solid, so you can pull trumps and avoid any sort of roughs if they don't take them at trick 1. But diamond to the ace, so South presumably will switch to the singleton spade. Declare can run this around to the ace, and whether Declare plays a heart to the jack or heart to the ace, he's going to go down a trick. Ooh. Well, I had mentioned that I could have seen 4 hearts making on that 3rd board, and look at this, it did. I'm going to take a quick peek through the play. Wow. The defense really was just not quite fast enough to get the club suit going. So Declare was able to pull trump, set up the spade suit, and that was good enough. 620. So 8 imps to Fleischer instead of a potential 9 imps going the way of Zimmerman if 4 hearts had gone down. Okay, considering Klukowski's problem, He's probably aware that the spade switch is a singleton. I mean, why would South switch to a doubleton spade here? That doesn't make any sense looking at the ace, king, queen, fifth, and dummy. So he's aware that if North can get in with, say, the club ace, which North might be likely to hold that card, given that he led a diamond instead of a club, North can give his partner spade rough. So I think it's very possible that he just plays a heart to the ace. Versace might even split his honors. It doesn't really matter on this lie of the cards, but if Versace does play a low heart, Declarer, I think, is just going to play the ace here and find out the really bad news. He was just hoping that hearts were 2-2 with this play. So now there's really going to be nothing to the defense. In fact, they should get it 2 tricks when South gets rough with the 8 of hearts and still has 2 trump tricks. So good defense by South. He thought ahead of time about what he was going to do when Declarer played a trump off dummy, followed low in tempo, and Declarer misguesses to put up the ace. This play doesn't make sense. We're gonna get some undos on this trick, I'm sure. North absolutely won the ace of clubs and has given his partner spade rough here. There we go. So 8 tricks, down 2. Well done, guys. It feels like a pretty normal result, but a little bit better for Fleischer. They're going to be happy with plus 200. So 4 boards in, both sides on the scoreboard. And we'll be moving on to board 5 shortly. These are 15 board segments. We'll be playing 4 of them throughout the day. Okay, so Cementa unfavorable. This would have fallen into his weak no trump range, but not at these colors. Diamond, a hard overcall by Kalita. Double by Versace, I assume showing 4 or 5 spades. West has a pretty good hand, 13 count, 4 card heart support. If he has 2 no trump available to show, you know, like a limit raise with 4 hearts, and he does, he'll make that bid. So North probably bids 3 spades. This can be a little bit challenging, given that North doesn't know if South has 4 or 5, but he does commit to the 3 level. This shouldn't really show extras, it should basically just confirm a fit. Because if you don't bid, oh my, that is a lot of bidding by South on a 7 count. Is he going to get rewarded for it, though? He might. Wow. The ace of hearts is on side. There are 2 club losers. The queen of diamonds drops, and the king of spades is on side doubleton. I think this contract's going to make. Wow. Wow. This sort of 2 no trump preempt does make things a little bit difficult. Oh, you know what? This contract is not going to make. I just realized that 3 rounds of clubs is going to present a problem. Amazing. Amazing. Well, I mean, the contract on the surface looks like it has some play. So, it's not a great game, but you can tell that Versace, even opposite a minimum opener, felt like there was going to be some chances for a vulnerable game, and it almost worked. It almost worked. But yeah, 3 rounds of clubs is going to promote that jack of spades, and not much declare can do about it. He'll ruff with the 7 or 8. East will over ruff. Just cash the ace of hearts. Good opening lead from East. The Doubleton club. He could have led the ace of hearts, of course, and then switched to the Doubleton club, which would have been equally effective. But yeah, getting to the, what was this, a 19-point game that had a chance to make. Really puts pressure on your opponents, these vulnerable games at imps. It might be a small pickup for Zimmerman, though, with Fleischer getting overboard here. Doesn't feel like the North-South hands really have, or really should be bidding game opposite each other, a weak no trump and a 7 count. They did have a big spade fit, though. So 4 spades down 1. We actually see on board 4 it was a push. I would even dare to say we might have gotten the exact same defense. Diamond opening lead to the ace, singleton spade switch, heart to the ace. And then North got in with the ace of clubs for a spade ruff for down 2. Alright, board 6. So this time East-West are the ones with a big spade fit. East gets to open a spade in first seat. I mean, it's only a 10 count, but this has to be a good enough hand to open at the 1 level, I would imagine. So if East opens a spade, West will be able to bid 2 no trump or make a forcing spade raise of some kind. Okay, Kalita decides to open 2 spades and a minor. I was wondering if he might choose this action. And Klukowski just bids 4 spades opposite that sort of hand. So Versace is sitting on 4 trumps. I think it's pretty natural to lead the singleton diamond, but he might expect that Kalita's minor is diamonds, and that this might just give up tempo on the hand. He's probably thinking, I have a heart trick, I have 2 spade tricks. Given that the spade bid is on my right, he would expect the spade honors to be flipped between the 2 hands, which they aren't. And so I do wonder if he's actually going to get off to a club lead. Or this, the ace of hearts. Kind of hoping to tap declare. Like if East-West were in a 5-3 fit, then forcing declare so that South has trump control might be a very effective defense. So he does get off to the ace of hearts lead. He sees the dummy. Cementa plays the 4. I wonder if that's going to be read as a suit preference signal. A suit preference for clubs, that is. So how is Declarer going to play the hand after this ace of hearts lead? The ace of hearts does look like a bit of an unusual lead to Declarer. So I wonder if he's going to think that something's up with the trump suit. But on the surface, if he can just lose at most 2 trumps, he's going to be pretty happy. I think he might cash the spade ace here. Okay, he roughs a club. Spade to the queen. Well, North shows out. I guess we can play a spade to the 10 now. South will win. Probably back a heart, but then we can rough another club high. take the spade finesse, pull trumps, and then run the diamond suit for 11 tricks. It seems relatively safe to do this. So well played. Good auction to just get to the spade contract. Looking at the hand from a double dummy perspective, I guess you would be able to make 12 tricks if you ran the 10 of spades on the first round. Kind of hard to take that line of play unless you're doubled. Board 7. Samantha has a big hand over there. 22 highs. Klukowski in front of him, though, should be able to open a multi-2 diamonds to at least get a bit of preemption in. And then what's Samantha going to do over the multi-bid? I guess a couple of options. I mean, he could just bid 3-no directly over 2 diamonds. He has both majors well stopped. He could start with a double. Sure. I guess those are the two most appealing choices. You can't really pass the multi-2 diamonds bid because while it's... East should be bidding a major, East might just pass it if he has long diamonds, and then you end up defending 2 diamonds undoubled. So North doubles, East bids 2 hearts, pass or correct. South has given this a little bit of look. He has a passed hand. If he could bid, say, 2-no trump as just a weak hand with some clubs or something like that, he might have thought about it. So 2 spades. Is North just going to bid 3-no? I think that's generally the practical choice, but he decides to double once again. So now what does Versace do? I guess he's going to bid 3 clubs here. It feels like a Lebensal situation where you'll have one way to show a little bit of values and one way to show just a complete sign-off hand, which could include a bunch of 0 counts. And South wants to show a little bit of something. He has a 7 count. His partner doesn't necessarily have a complete monster over there. He has some values, and he's now made to take out double spades. Whoa! Okay. Looks like I'm way off about their agreements over multi. We don't play a lot of multi in the US, so it's hard to know what the most advanced methods are to defend against this kind of an auction. But yeah, I guess North actually was showing quite substantial extras for the sequence. So Versace decides to show some stuff. He has a little bit of protection here because he's a passed hand and because he passed over 2 hearts. So his partner's not going to play him for, 14 count or something over there. But I'm a little surprised by this 3 spade bid, and I mean, Samantha probably is too. Once again, he's sitting on a 22 count in the North seat. He might be tempted to go look for slam, and that is not going to work out very well for his side. Actually, it might. I guess 6 diamonds can make. Maybe I spoke too soon. The king of spades is on side. You probably expect that. You do have a club loser, but you just take the diamond finesse through the non-preemptor. he has decided to look for slam. So 5-no will fetch 6 clubs from south. Have to imagine. This is just going to be pick a slam, and north is going to bid 6 diamonds to offer a choice between diamonds and something else. Whether it's diamonds and hearts or diamonds and no trump, south doesn't know. Okay. Here we've landed. So does Declare have any problems on this hand? I think the answer is probably not. The clubs being 3-3 is a huge help, because with diamonds 4-1, Declare can't just pull trumps. He'll have too many club losers. So a simple plan is to rough the third round of clubs before pulling trumps. I mean, you can pull a couple of rounds, but once you find out that the trumps don't split, you're going to need to rough the club early. You don't need the clubs to set up, you just need to be able to rough the third round in hand. You have enough hearts to pitch all your club losers. Is there an alternative option? The spade opening lead breaks up any potential communication for a squeeze against West and the black suits. West has spade length and the king-queen of clubs, so there was the danger of that happening if Declare had just ducked a club and then pulled trumps and run all of his tricks. Yeah, let's look for other options. Okay, ace of diamonds. I think this makes a lot of sense to start the hand this way. Diamonds 3-2 and the queen on side, you can just claim. So, a diamond to the 10, West shows out, pitching a spade, and now Declare is going to have to spend some time thinking. He's happy that he guessed the queen of diamonds correctly, but now there are some other issues. So what can we do if East has a doubleton club? Obviously, this is what Declare is thinking. He, of course, sees, well, let's just rough the club. So club to the ace. Ducks the club. Looks like he's got it. He didn't come up with a different plan. Maybe there wasn't one available, or he just couldn't find it. But he's gonna be able to make his contract here. Especially when West doesn't return a club. Like, West absolutely, with 4 clubs, seeing his partner be out of the suit, would have returned one here, if he could. So, now Declare is going to be very confident in crossing to the heart queen to take a club rough. We might see a heart come back. We might see the king of spades come back. It just doesn't matter. Club rough, diamond hook. Wouldn't make a difference if East had 4 clubs, because the hearts will run to pitch all the club losers. It's a really nice result for North-South. Again, they might have been a little bit aggressive on board 5, getting slightly overboard in 4 spades. But the aggression pays off here. They get to a bit of a tricky slam that requires some good luck once the trump suit didn't behave, and they got the luck they needed. Speaking of board 5, we do have a result from the other room. 4 hearts was bid and made over there, or not bid and made. 4 hearts was bid and ended up going down 2. East-West might have thought they were sacrificing against a potential part scorer or just trying to keep the opponents out of a spade game, and they were effective at doing so, but with the spade suit positioned so favorably for the defense, they were able to collect 5 tricks. We're on to board 8. So about halfway through the first segment of play. North has a 17 count. I don't think this is a mini no-trump situation for them. So yeah, North gets to open a strong no-trump here. South with 7, passes it out. And now Kalita on lead. We had a very similar opening lead problem the other day in a match that I was watching, which was, I don't think it was these teams. Might have been a different match, but the question is, do you lead from strength against a no-trump all pass, or do you lead from weakness? At the player who held this type of decision, I think over there it was like King 10-9 fourth spades and 4 small diamonds, elected to lead a diamond, leading passively. Here, Kalita decides to lead aggressively with the Jack of Spades. It doesn't end up costing much here, given that the Queen of Spades was on side for Declare if he wanted to take a finesse. And in fact, this is going to allow the defense to set up some spade tricks eventually. But in terms of tricks, Declare is now going after the club suit. He's got 2 spades, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, if we just force out the ace and queen, and 2 diamonds would bring him up to 8. Hearts also offers a possibility of an extra trick if you want to take a finesse or play for the 3-3 split. So King of Diamonds holds. Declare now plays heart to the jack. We're playing every suit. Club to the jack, King of Diamonds, heart to the jack, 3 tricks in a row. So Klukowski gets in. We'll play back a spade. Declare wins the ace of spades. I assume is just going to cross in hearts and run the 10 of clubs. The club finesse won already. I mean, East could be tricky, holding up the ace queen of clubs. That would be pretty disappointing to waste your heart entry. To take a losing club finesse at this point in the play, but Samenta decides to just exit a diamond, setting up his queen. This means that the defense can play a diamond back, setting up Kalita's long diamond if they want, and Declare will be in a position where he's just going to have to cash out. Fortunately for him, the hearts split, so he'll be getting back the trick that he otherwise might have lost. So this will be 8 tricks. Kalita's going to remain with a couple winners at the end, the ace of clubs, 10 of spades in hand. And a solid result for Fleischer here, going plus in a no-trump. Didn't get overboard once again. Speaking of a solid result for Fleischer, board 7, 6 diamonds in the north, worth 12 imps. Basis opened 2 spades, not the multi-2 diamonds we saw at this table in the other room. Nozatsky made a takeout double. His partner bid 3 clubs, probably Lebensal showing a little bit of values, and he tried 4 no-trump to convey the strength of his hand, but Zimmerman, with just a 7 count, no aces, and a relatively flat hand, opposite what's, I guess, maybe 22 to 24 range or something like that, decided the hand was not worth investigating slam. stayed at 4-0. So Fleischer in the lead by 10 at the halfway point of the first quarter. Pass by North, East opens a spade, 15 count over there. A little bit off shape for a no trump. South overcalls 2 hearts. Versace, kind of a well-known, fairly aggressive bidder, regardless of vulnerability. But here he has the goods for the most part. So spade, 2 hearts, 4 spades from Klukowski. Pretty reasonable bid in any context, but playing a strong club system as this East-West partnership is, this bid is kind of standout with 10 trumps between the hands. I wonder if Cementa is going to take a shot at 5 hearts. He does have spade shortness, the vulnerability's right for it. He has some questionable defensive assets in the king-jacks in both minors. I could see him trying it out as what might be a cheap save, and maybe on a good day they end up making it. He doubles. Which is definitely an interesting choice. He's a passed hand, so I guess it makes sense in that regard that he can't really have more than this as a passed hand, because again, they play this 10 to 12 no trump. And Versace sits it. He trusts that his partner has some tricks on defense, and he's right. But what is South going to lead, I think, is an important question. Because if South gets off to, say, a heart lead, this contract is going to make. I think he'll probably get off to the ace of diamonds lead. That's got to be the simplest route to a set. If his partner has the king of diamonds, he can just get a diamond ruff, and that feels like a pretty good start to the defense. Again, his partner's kind of indicated some stuff over there, so playing him for the king of diamonds doesn't seem to be too much of a stretch. A trump lead would make things a little bit dicey because the defense, I think, would need to be quite careful to beat 4 spades after a trump lead. But it's still doable. But as mentioned, I mean, if Versace gets off to a heart lead, then this is not going to be a good result for them. A club is a third option, maybe a fourth option. I think I've talked about all the suits. Clubs, you need a little bit more. I think club is a bit more of a passive lead than anything else. He does get off to a trump lead, so this is going to be a bit of a slog defensively. So Declare can play the king of spades and then another spade to the jack and lead a diamond up. And one way to beat the contract would be if Cementa pops up with the diamond king on this trick. I think that's a pretty hard play to find, but if he does, he could win and lead a heart through. I think it is possible to still beat the contract if North plays low on the diamond. South will get in. South, of course, can't play back a heart, so he'll have to switch to, say, clubs. North should be able to get in on the second round of clubs and still play hearts in time. But this gets very scary for the defense very quickly. So king of diamonds and a heart is the simplest route to a set. But it might be the case that playing low here is still okay. Because Declare is running low on entries to the west hand. I know that there, and Cementa does pop up with the Diamond King, and he's absolutely going to switch to a heart. Wow, great defense from North. Really justifying his double on the auction. So I guess we don't need to think about what happens if North plays low. Versace, we've been sitting there for quite a while. There's the heart. So heart goes to the 9 and ace. I imagine Declare's probably just going to... Okay, I was going to say I thought he might just exit a heart. That king of diamonds came relatively quickly from North. This is a really dangerous trick for Declare. If he misguesses the diamonds, he can go down 2. I would have figured he would just play a heart to the queen, throw south in, and then you would get a bit more information about the deal. Like, could North have ace-king, fourth of diamonds, for example? Probably. Ace-king, fourth of diamonds, and the queen of clubs. That would be a 9 count. That would leave south with the jack of diamonds, king, jack of clubs, king, jack of hearts, queen, and a spade. I mentioned at the start of the deal, and these guys know that Versace is relatively aggressive with his overcalls. I think Kalita played this trick a little bit too quickly. Heart exit seemed a little bit more prudent. Get some more information about the hand before you make a choice. Well... This could be a big second under trick if he misguesses the diamonds here. I mean, Cementa's great play of the king of diamonds, which, as I said, happened relatively fast, is what's causing Kalita to think here. Wow, what a tough spot. But he does stick in the 10, so well guessed. Definitely well guessed. And now the club switch, and North-South are going to score a club trick. Down 1. So minus 200, not a disaster for East-West. Now, I guess a question is, were North-South making anything? They have a spade loser, they have a heart loser, they have a club loser. They could suffer a club ruff, but that's only if the defense gets clubs going. 4 hearts might end up going down. Alright, on to board 10. Is the East hand worth a multi-2 diamond opener, showing spades? We saw back on board 7 that Klukowski did so with a better spade suit and also a 9 count with a little bit more shape. This hand is significantly worse. So East does pass. Versace with 10, second seat vulnerable, looks like a 3 club opener. So I think that's going to be the choice. I could see him opening a club instead, but this is kind of the perfect seat and colors to be able to stick in a bit of a heavier preempt. So there's 3 clubs. Take out double from Klukowski. Now, how does Kalita feel? He does have 6 spades. He's pretty excited that they have a spade fit, but not enough values to really go after exploring a spade game. So 3 spades is where they land. We should see the singleton heart lead. And so Declare has a club loser, a diamond loser, at least 1 spade loser, and a heart loser, or a heart ruff. So as long as he guesses the spade suit, he'll be okay. But, for example, if he wins the ace of hearts and leads a spade, Cementa might play low. He knows that his partner is going to be roughing the second round of hearts, but he also kind of knows that a lot of the time that's going to cost him a heart trick. Declare can, of course, play a diamond to the 10 to pick off the diamond suit for 2 tricks to ditch the heart loser later. But the defense's best shot probably seems to be Cementa ducking the spade lead from dummy, Declare misguessing, and then Declare also not picking off the jack of diamonds. So let's see what Kalita does at trick 2. I mean, certainly he'll lead a spade. But then the question is just going to be, what does Cementa do? And, okay. Cementa pops up with the ace, and I assume is going to give partner a heart ruff. That has to be the reason for this play. Actually, this makes a lot of sense. So wait, now that I'm running back the auction in my mind, Cementa probably thinks his partner has at least 3 spades, so he's hoping for a diamond to the ace for another heart ruff. I take it all back. This defense we could have seen from a mile away. Yeah, no one expects Kalita to have 6 trumps. So the Queen of Hearts comes back ruffed. Versace's like, thanks for the suit preference signal, partner, but that's not really useful. So this is just going to make easily from here. Yeah, diamond to the king and ace. Heart's going to come back. And Declare could, and probably will, make an overtrick from that position. So you can win the king of hearts, pull the last trump with the 7 of spades, play a heart pitching a club, run all your spades, and South gets caught in a show-up squeeze. So the jack of diamonds will eventually show up in front of the queen 10 when Declare leads up. Oh, Cementa realizes the error of his ways. I'm a little bit confused about this defense. I mean, this line of defense obviously can't beat the contract, so I'm not really sure what North was doing. I mean, he obviously had this plan when he popped up with the spade ace to give partner 2 heart ruffs, and getting in with the ace of diamonds and then not following through on the plan seems kind of crazy. But okay, we're through board 10. We still have that board 9 that we're waiting for a result. Feels like a pretty good result for the Fleischer team here, but you never know. So South passed, West opens a club. This is the Polish club style, so often going to be a weak no trump, which is what West has here, but could be a variety of other hand types, including some strong hands. 2 diamonds is a Michaels bid, showing 5-5 in the majors. East has a pretty nice hand. 3 clubs presumably would be natural and forcing, although I guess maybe it wouldn't be. I'm not familiar with the Polish club style. If East can't bid 3 clubs, East has a serious problem. I guess you could start with a double. A double would presumably just be negative. I do see a question about unusual over unusual. And I think that's relatively uncommon nowadays among expert partnerships, but some people still play it. So yeah, if that's the case, then East could bid 2 of a major to show a limit raise in clubs, limit or better. So that's probably what we have here, that that East has bid 2 spades to show a good hand with clubs. No explanation on the alert, but I think we know that that's what's going on. And South has 4 hearts. He does also have the fitting Queen of Spades. I mean, his hand is terrible, but he would probably like to stick in a preempt if he feels comfortable doing so. Warren says 2 spades, looks like game forcing with clubs. That would be a great agreement to have on this hand. Versace does bid 3 hearts. Happy to just take up some room. West has some problems. He doesn't have a heart stopper. The auction's been jammed a bit. He could probably bid 3 spades, but it might be a little bit unclear what the message is, because West could be off either stopper. Maybe they would use something like double to show a heart stopper and 3 spades to show a spade stopper. That could be a way to untangle whether or not you have stoppers in both majors. And how does 3 no trump do? It looks like there are just 9 top tricks with the ace of hearts on side. But Klukowski does have this problem, because even if his partner has a heart stopper, he does try 3 spades, so he is fishing for 3 no trump. Kalita's going to have no trouble making that bid with king and a heart. And I think we will get a heart lead. So that's going to set up Declare's 9th trick pretty quickly. Shouldn't be much more to the play after that. Board 9, we do see 3 imps coming through. East-West got to 4 spades in the other room as well, but they weren't doubled. North-South didn't really have the confidence to go after a penalty, so that was only 100. Still the same down 1. Alright, I guess conditional on the meanings of the 2-spade and 3-spade bids, which I'm not confident about my guesses, but my guesses align with what Warren is saying in the text chat. South might actually get off to the Queen of Spades lead, but he doesn't. He leads a heart, and so this hand is going to be over relatively quickly. So Samantha can play the ace or the queen at trick 1. Probably the queen, looking at this dummy. Or apparently the 8, also good. Club over to the queen, Declare can run the club suit. I guess the defense doesn't have to be all that careful, given that North ducked trick 1 in the heart suit. But a few rounds of clubs, North can pitch a few spades. South just needs to hold on to at least 1 heart and that Queen-Jack third of diamonds. I see a question about leading a spade from Doubleton rather than 4 small hearts. Absolutely not. I don't think there's any chance that we're leading from our shorter major. That is way too much to ask. Alright, North feeling a bit of a pinch on this trick, but 9 tricks plus 400. Good result for East-West. I mean, it's 2 opening hands, and they have stoppers in both majors. You expect them to reach 3 no trump. But they do avoid the pitfall of getting to 5 clubs, which does not look like it would have been a success. So plus 400. Board 10, we do see both rooms actually duplicating the auction, getting to 3 spades. Same opening lead, same defense, and we don't get to see what happened over there, but 9 tricks as well. So 4 more boards to play, at least in this first segment. Fleischer up to a 13 imp lead over Zimmerman. Maybe the players are on a bit of a break. I think Kleda and Klukovsky might be smokers, so we could be here for a few minutes before board 12 gets on the table, but we are a little bit ahead of the other room. Zimmerman and Lorenzini tend to be relatively slow players. So not really a surprise that they're taking their time over there on some of these decisions. We've had quite a few interesting boards, but many pushes so far. Really, that board 7, I think, has been one of the most pivotal in the match. The weak no trump earned Fleischer 8 imps on board 3. A couple of part score decisions or game decisions versus saving. But yeah, board 7 has been kind of the turning point. Still a lot of bridge to play over the course of the day, obviously. Nothing's going to be set in stone until we get to that last board. And from yesterday's matchup, Zimmerman had quite the close call up against Street facing off in the final segment of play. They had a storming the fences comeback to just barely make it into the semifinal match. All those teams that were in the quarterfinals, and I mean, honestly, all of the teams that have been playing in this entire event have been showing off some very stellar bridge throughout the week. And it's really awesome that we get to watch on ViewGraph here. But we should be underway with the last 4 boards of the set shortly. And this feels like it's going to be quite a match over the course of the day. I mean, I think a lot of people will see this matchup as potentially that of the finals even, in terms of prestige. We see Fleischer and Zimmerman competing against each other all the time at these high-level tournaments. I almost think I've seen them playing up against each other in the Soloways, the Spin Gold last summer, maybe even the Vanderbilt the year before. It feels like we see these two juggernauts of the bridge scene duking it out all the time. I think historically Zimmerman has gotten the better of Fleischer, but I would be curious to know the statistics about how often they've played and who's won how many times. I did promise everyone that I was going to have a co-caster. I apologize. I have failed to deliver on my promise, but hopefully I'm still doing an okay job bringing the match a little bit of excitement on my own. I'm hoping that I will have some co-casters throughout the rest of the day. So we're on board 12. We got 4 more boards here. Klukowski gonna pass in first seat. Cementa gets to open a spade. Nice 14 count. Looks like we got a little bit of a operator jitters once again. So we've missed a pass from West, but Kalita overcalls 4 clubs. Preemptive. Opposite a passed hand partner. This certainly has to be the right decision. 8-card club suit, you're favorable. I like a lot of these 4 of a minor preempts when the opponents open a major, because what it does is it basically gives partner the option to save in 5 of a minor over the opponent's 4 of a major bid. If you just unilaterally bid 5 clubs on a hand like this, which I think some players might do that, then you're not really asking partner's opinion. And it could be right. Sometimes just bidding 5 clubs allows you to preempt the auction and the opponents make an error. They bid onto 5 spades, or they double you and they should have bid onto 5 spades. But a lot of the time, given that there's such distribution lurking around the table when you make one of these preempts, playing defense is sometimes okay, and East does have the ace of clubs, so East is letting his partner make the final choice over a 4 of a major bid. I think Klukowski would end up passing here. He doesn't really have a big club fit. His hand's balanced. He doesn't really expect to take a ton of tricks on offense. And it looks like North-South are going to do quite all right in a spade contract. Maybe making 12 tricks. 5 hearts, 5 spades, a club, and a diamond. Well, first off, Versace has to do something over 4 clubs. He's got a 15 count. His partner opened the bidding. He makes a negative double. Yes, I'm aware. A diamond lead could defeat a slam. I don't think East is leading the queen of diamonds. But you are absolutely right. You have hit the nail on the head that there is a way to defeat the slam north-south, and it is not that complicated. Cementa bids 4 diamonds over the double. And Versace bids 4 spades. So this is actually an interesting bid. Because North has to ask himself, why didn't partner just bid 4 spades over 4 clubs? Versace is hoping that this auction shows a bit of a slam try. He doesn't have a great slam hand, but he does have extras. He didn't want to just bid 4 spades, which might look like, 4 trumps and like a 10 count in an auction like this. He has a little bit more, and he's hoping his partner will interpret this as slamish. Oh, you know what? Someone pointed out that a diamond lead doesn't beat 6 spades. Looks like Declare can actually just pull trumps, run the hearts, pitch a club. So 6 spades is just making against any lead. It's not that difficult either. But you would probably prefer not to be there. On an auction like this, hearts could easily be 4-1, and then you have significant problems. They cash the ace of clubs, and you're hoping to run the heart suit, and it just doesn't come home. I think 6 spades is probably anti-percentage, I guess is what I'm getting at, given the 4 club preempt. But thank you. Thank you for keeping me on my toes. Well, Versace's bid worked. He got a club Q bid from North. So I imagine if he wants to be scientific, he'll try 5 hearts here. And that'll fetch 5 spades from Cementa. And that might end the auction. If he decides he doesn't want to be scientific, he could just try bidding the slam. The 5 clubs feels like a pretty strong hand from South's perspective. He knows the king, queen of clubs are not good cards, but 5 clubs should still show some slam interest from North, which Cementa does have. He has great controls. He has the singleton in the opponent's suit, which is excellent. Lacking a little bit in high cards and texture. Yeah, spectators are asking if this sort of delicate sequence where North-South start Q-bidding might make a diamond lead a bit more attractive. It could. It definitely could. Given that North is promising a singleton club, or a club void on an auction like this, the ace of clubs definitely goes down in value in terms of the opening lead. Normally, East might have just led it, hoping to try and give partner a club ruff. Ace of clubs club, maybe partner hits with a singleton and the opponents have misjudged. but that's pretty unlikely to be the case here with North Q bidding clubs. So how high are North-South going to get? They did really well on that board 7. They were fairly aggressive and ended up reaching 6 diamonds, which was missed in the other room, and then it was played carefully to make it. But Versace just blasts 6 spades. Okay. I think we're going to see a heart lead. How's Declare going to play this on the 10 of hearts lead? I think that's an interesting question. We haven't gotten the heart lead yet, but that seems like a pretty attractive option. I mean, Kalita might lead the ace of clubs still, but yeah, the 10 of hearts I think is standout. And now, Declare does have a decision. If you want to trust that 10 of hearts, you probably go up with the ace of hearts and pull 3 rounds of trumps, and then play a heart to the 9. Oh, you don't have entries to do that. Oh my. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, I'm getting a slew of information thrown at me. Supposedly, the other table overcalled 5 clubs on the ace hand. Which I'm not sure I like, but I think the bid's fine. You know, I gave the argument for 4 clubs and why I would kind of prefer that bid. It clues partner in on the auction, and they get to make a final decision, but it's totally okay to just blast 5 clubs and take up more space, hope that it works out. So 10 of hearts to the ace. Yeah, unfortunately, I was thinking that we would really prefer to play a heart to the 9 at some point, because that 10 of hearts is pretty likely to be a true card. And if hearts are 4-1, we can pick up the heart suit that way, but we don't have any entries to the south hand. We can't actually do it. Ace of spades. The south spade spots are just not quite good enough. Jack of spades. So I guess Declare is just going to play the Queen of Hearts now. Or a club. East wins the ace. And if hearts were 4-1, Declare would just be down on a diamond switch. On a club continuation, Declare would get the extra entry that he needed. The heart comes back, and Declare is going to be thrilled at that continuation, so this will be 12 tricks. The other table got to 5 spades. Taking a look at the auction over there, a spade, 5 club preempt by Lorenzini, 5 spades by South. I mean, what could South do at that point in the auction? He didn't really have the opportunity to make the same sort of double as Versace did here. Doubling 5 clubs would tend to just show cards as opposed to be negative, like the double of 4 clubs. So once again, the Italians being a little bit more aggressive in their slam bidding, earns them 2 sizable swings, and Fleischer is out to a 23-imp lead through 12 boards of the match. We got 3 more to play in this segment, and then we'll be back for the second quarter of action after the players have a little bit of time to compare. Cementa has a big hand, 18 count, he'll open a diamond. Kalita probably makes a takeout double. Given the shortened diamonds, I could understand a 2-club overcall. You have such strong clubs and you really want a club lead, but double seems to be the more popular choice on a hand like this. Klukowski, 4-4 in the majors, 10 high card points, 2 diamonds is pretty common with this type of hand. He does have diamonds well stopped, but this really feels like a major suit hand, not a no-trump hand. So I expect 2 diamonds. Main purpose of 2 diamonds is to sort out when partners 3-4 in the majors, like he is here, which fit you have. Cementa does well to pass. He heard his partner pass over the takeout double. He heard the strong double. He heard the 2 diamond bid from West. It sounds like it's not his hand anymore, even though he expects to still have the best hand at the table. So 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 3 hearts by Klukowski. We'll see a 4-heart bid from Kalita. He has a singleton diamond, source of tricks and clubs, despite kind of minimum values. And Cementa decides to just sit 4 hearts. Whoa. Okay, there's the double. Sometimes I feel like a psychic predicting what the VuGraph operator has missed. Yeah, this... I mean, he's sitting on 5 quick tricks. Well, 4 quick tricks, but the Queen of Spades might also score. He just has to go after this. I don't know what Versace should lead against 4 hearts doubled. He does have 4 trumps. I guess a spade is somewhat attractive, even though it's not his partner's suit. Like, I think the minor suits are kind of out. So he does lead a spade. And this is going to be a slaughter. Okay, the spade did not go to the 9. Spade went to the queen. I guess I'm a little bit surprised that North played the Queen of Spades. Maybe he didn't. Maybe North played the ace. But North could be giving suit preference in the spade suit by cashing his spades high to low, which it sounds like might have been happening. So maybe North played ace of spades, king of spade. South didn't ruff. We're having some trouble here. That was the 2 of diamonds pitch. South is giving his partner diamond count. Or club count, apparently. Both of which seem equally effective. Ooh, ace of hearts from North. Ace of diamonds. This is a great play. So I wish we actually got a proper record of the defense here, because I think what happened is Cementa probably played ace of spades, king of spades, queen of spades to show a diamond card. South gave count in one of the minors, and with North having count in spade suit, and a presumed count in the heart suit, given that East made a takeout double as opposed to overcalling a heart, South was able to work out that the diamond ace was cashing, and now he could play a 4th round of spades. He hasn't squandered the heart ace. South will once again find a discard on this trick, and Declare is going to be in dire straits to try and pick up the trumps. He might run the 7 of hearts, but that's kind of a big play. Oh, and an excellent point by spectators, which is that assuming South did pitch a diamond instead of a club on the third and fourth spades here, South is now out of diamonds. So when North gets in with the heart ace, North is just going to play another diamond, and they're going to score a ruff just naturally. South can over-ruff East's hand. So yeah, I think this is going to be down 3. Hopefully we get the proper score put in. The 3 of hearts is led. Is Declare going to stick in the 5? It obviously doesn't matter, because I think South has properly pitched diamonds on 4 rounds of spades. This is a really lovely defense by the Italian pair. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see it play out properly. But Declare in the tank. Might have some idea about the distribution and what's going on. I mean, I'm sure he knows about Cementa holding the heart ace. Given the double. I think a big problem for Declare is that Cementa probably would have doubled with just ace, king, queen of spades, ace of diamonds, ace of hearts. He wouldn't have needed hearts to be 4-1 for him to go after a penalty here. He might have thought, well, I have 4 tricks in my own hand with ace, king, ace, ace, and maybe the queen of spades takes a trick. It doesn't matter that I'm short in trumps or long in trumps. The other table got to 3 hearts on the East-West cards, undoubled. So this is going to be, once again, another relatively large swing going the way of the Fleischer team. Assuming they get 800 here, that's going to be 12 more imps. Like, the auction looked very reasonable for East-West at this table as we were walking through it. I'm going to take a quick look in the other room to see how they were able to stop in 3 hearts. Aha! So Nozadsky kept them out of it, basically. He bid a second time on the north hand. He opened a diamond. Over the takeout double, he heard the same 2 diamond bid that we saw in this room, and Cementa just did amazing to stay out of the auction at this table. I think he rightly concluded that this just wasn't his hand. Partner would have bid over the takeout double with some values. And okay, we do get the claim, so the play record, unfortunately, is corrupted. What we saw at the table was not exactly what happened, but it was 3 rounds of spades, cashed the ace of diamonds, 4th round of spades, South pitched 2 diamonds, and then South was able to over-ruff the 2nd round of diamonds. So 12 imps, we got 2 boards to go, but Fleischer's up by 35 in this first set. We'll see a bit of change of players for the next segment. Chip and Marty are going to be coming in for Team Fleischer. And Zimmerman will probably have Kalita and Klukowski taking a break. Brink and Driver will substitute in for them, as Zimmerman and Nozadsky will continue playing for the second segment. Kalita has a nice hand, 16 count. Gets to open a Polish club, so a variety of hand types, one of which could be strong, which I think he has here. Diamond overcall, 2 diamond raise, and East able to make a takeout double. So I think we'll see 2 hearts from West. West does have a 5th heart. Okay, so West does decide to actually bid 3 hearts. That feels like probably a good decision. opposite what's known to be a strong hand. The only reservation I'd have is that West has 4 diamonds, and that's not great for him. But he does find a nice heart fit. The heart suit actually splits here. The ace of spades is on side. Declare appears to be making at least 10 tricks. The play might be a little bit challenging. We'll get the king of diamonds lead, and then Declare is going to have a bit... Oh, sorry, North is on lead. So we'll get a low diamond lead, and then Declare is going to have a little bit of work to do. Very few entries to the West hand. So taking heart finesses is probably out of the question. Declare might just go ace of hearts and a heart at some point in play. I guess maybe after the diamond lead, Declare might try crossing in clubs to lead a spade up immediately. Cemento leads the 6 of diamonds. A count signal is no longer necessary in the suit he judges, considering he raised his partner's diamond suit. I do think, for those who are wondering about the 3-heart bid, as I kind of am, because I'm a bit unfamiliar with the Polish club system, I do believe the takeout double from East promises one of the strong hand types, which tend to be around minimum values for a precision 1-club opener. So what implications that has on West's auction, I'm not exactly clear, but I do believe East has showed effectively a strong club. When he doubles 2 diamonds like this. I think with the weak hand types, you just have to pass in the Polish club style. I think I've seen these guys play it that way. All right, 6 diamonds lead. Declare just ducks a spade. Fascinating. Okay, Versace was all over the club switch. He looks at that ace-9 of clubs and says, I am making the surrounding play. 10 of clubs. If you flip the club honors between North and South, then this would be quite a strong play to set up a couple tricks in the club suit. Now a spade gets led back up to the king. This is actually perfectly fine for Declare. He didn't need to lose just 1 spade trick. He was ultimately only able to ruff a couple of diamonds anyway. So he can now use the king of spades to pitch a diamond. Well, we're down to the end of the hand a little bit. If trumps are 2-2, Declare can play ace of hearts and a heart. If trumps aren't 2-2, like if a heart honor had popped up on this trick, then maybe he could have played for a cross ruff, but since it didn't, ace of hearts and a heart. 4 hearts making. Feels like a pretty good result for East-West. East has 16 count. West only had 4. They get to the game. They get a decent amount of good luck. Ace of spades on side, trump splitting. Sometimes these thin games come home. If it's missed in the other room, it'll be worth 6 imps. So not as large of swings as a couple of these slam deals or the penalty collected on board 13. But still a nice chunk of change in Zimmerman's pocket to close out the segment. Last board here, And then short break. Versace, first seat, unfavorable, not his favorite vulnerability. He's going to pass. North will open in third seat. So I guess a heart would be the popular choice for North. I could see other bids. With partner being a passed hand, you could try something preempting, for example, but he decides to open a heart. South has what appears to be a Drury type hand. Now, I don't know if South is going to start with a spade and then plan to bid 3 hearts later, or if South is just going to show this hand as Drury immediately. I think oftentimes with a good spade suit on the side, players will choose to introduce it with their 3-card limit raised to effectively say, hey partner, if you have fitting values in this suit, then that could be helpful to playing game. But Versace decides to bypass the spades, 2 clubs, North happy to accept the game try, and we get a diamond lead. It doesn't look like there's much to the play here. After a diamond lead, at least. Declare can duck 2 rounds of clubs, ruff the 3rd round, use the ace of diamonds to pitch the 4th round of clubs, and eventually pull trumps. So this should be a fast 10 tricks on this one. Knock out the ace of spades eventually. A trump lead would have presented Declare with a few more problems, but that's almost impossible to find from the singleton side. If East was looking at 3 small hearts, then a trump lead might be a little bit more attractive. So there's the club duck. Defense might think for a little bit on whether or not they realistically have any chances to beat this thing. But Cementis should be claiming relatively soon. So a really good start for the Fleischer team, although Zimmerman has been notorious for these 4th quarter comebacks over the years. Maybe they're setting up for one once again. Kalita allows his partner to win the club. West doesn't really have anything good to do from his side. I mean, I guess he will switch to trumps. Maybe his partner has the stiff king, for example. But this will be 10 tricks. So the other table still has some action going on. You're, of course, welcome to head over there whenever you feel like it to, I guess, see the rest of the first quarter play out. Feels like as we come down the stretch, I mean, maybe board 14 will be a small swing going the way of Zimmerman. This board feels relatively flat and down the middle. We'll be getting back into the second quarter of action shortly. I'm going to quickly give a little bit of spoiler to the result in the other match. Dinkin is up by 21 over Wolfson after the first segment of play. All right, 2 rounds of spades. Makes life pretty simple. Now Declare probably just cashes the ace of hearts, or the jack of hearts, or whatever. Once trumps split, dummy's just high, basically. Ace of diamonds, queen of spades. 10 tricks. Well done. And with that, we wrap up the first quarter of play. I will be back. Hopefully I will have a co-caster. I guess we'll figure that out. But stay tuned for the second quarter of action from the semifinal match of the 2025 Vanderbilt. Okay. What was up with that operator, by the way? Does anyone know? So Craig's apparently gone for the first couple of sets. I think you said that maybe you would be back at midway through the third or something. We're having a discussion about why the best team nickel is not in the final. That's a great question, Matthew. They ended up losing to Goldberg. Start of Q3. Sounds good. I don't think I've heard anything from Kai. I mean, maybe I have. I just don't check my phone while I'm streaming. But I haven't seen him in the chat. I guess we could hop into this table and see what happens over here. Let's... Dude, really? Okay, hold on. Is this... Are both tables complete in this match? They are. Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, man, there are no kibitzers watching this match. Alright, but this one... We have one board to play. 3 hearts, making 4. Bid in the other room. And now a heart, 2 clubs, 4 hearts. Similar auction. Probably a very similar line of defense. I'm almost awake. I'm hungry again. I have a bag of chips that I saved from last night. No, 2 nights ago. Tough day at the office for world's #1 ranked player. It really has been. Yeah. That guy has been a real goofball. Fortunately, we didn't have to see him play. So I guess we'll go to the Brink driver table. Let me think. Depending on who has seating rights, Zimmerman probably took seating rights in 2nd and 4th, because apparently this is the way they do it now. You can choose even or odd. So Brink and Driver probably want to play against Martel and Fleischer, so I think we'll see that table. Brink, Driver, Martel, and Fleischer. Fleischer do have the 2 pro pairs in. That's true. Yep. Hey, SHG. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. It has been a long week. It has been a long week. I got 2 more days, though. I'm excited to get through. I do want to see the matches. But I'm fading. I'm fading fast. I think I'm getting too old for this shit. Wait, what happened at Trick 2? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. What just happened? We just led the King of Spades out of hand? Can he not count to 10? Bro, this guy is terrible. How is he on the team? I guess Zimmerman likes him. But, like, this is not the first time that I've seen Noah Zotsky just, like, completely botch the play on a hand. You just rough a club. This is not a complicated hand to play. You literally just rough a club in the dummy. I mean, Basis knows that, like, there's no hope because Declare led the King of Spades, so sure, he wasn't, like, trying to prevent the club rough, but wow! What an awful line of play. See, this is the stuff I can't say when I'm on, like, regular BBO commentary. Anyway, what a bonehead. Okay, yeah, bridge winners. Here are... Wait. Hold. There. These are the current results. Dinkin is up by 21. Fleischer up by 29. I guess we'll stick with this match. Yeah, we'll stick with this match at least through the first half. I could post a poll, but we'll stay here. Yeah. That sounds reasonable. Wolfson's best pair is not in yet. Does Wolfson have a best pair? You know who's winning the fantasy bracket thing? Harrison Luba. Eckenberg Rang is Wolfson's best pair. Is it? I don't know too much about these guys. I thought Eckenberg and Rang are Swedish, right? You're just saying after 2 diamonds...
Food money or not.
Hey! Thanks so much, Sir Robin. Appreciate the donation. Thanks for supporting the stream. Why is the donation popping up like I have turned all this crap off? This is... I need to figure out how to do this. I obviously don't understand something about streaming if I can't figure out how to mute announcements and stuff. This is so confusing to me. You waited until it was stream only? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. But I feel like I am missing something huge.
Zim.
Yeah, the Zim. That's his rapper name. The Zim. Alright, I'm gonna look at my phone. Do I have any messages? BBO finally got back to me about sharing recordings with them, which is great. Unfortunately, I have like gigabytes upon gigabytes of recordings that I'm supposed to share. And and they're just like, how about Google Drive? I'm like, well, maybe. Like, there's not enough space, but I appreciate the offer. Oh, I'm hungry. This is not good. Dude, the second quarter is going to be a real struggle. I'm just letting you know ahead of time that the commentary is going to go, like, way downhill. The third quarter will be better after I get something to eat. Another problem is I've run out of water. And I can't go to the store because it's not open when I finish streaming. I don't know how to go... I could get water delivered. You know, we're living in 2025 now. Maybe I should get water delivered with my lunch today. Is that a good idea? I've never tried that. How can I not have an energy bar laying around? You don't want to know what goes on in this house. This house is uninhabitable. The tap? Dude, if there were glasses... Like, if there was any sort of, like, utensils or glasses or something, then, yeah, I could probably use tap water. I don't mind tap water. Like, in America, it's not so bad. It's not as bad as in other countries. But I physically cannot get tap water because there are no glasses. I mean, I have some, like, glassware that's, lying around. Hey, MathLab Jordan, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. This alert didn't pop up. Is it the Prime subs are not popping up, but everything else is? Maybe that's what's going on. Anyway, welcome to the lounge. Glad to have you here. Just drink from the tap, go like, ah, like, yeah. Yeah, I could do that. It's pretty inefficient when, like, I want a glass of water or something, like, sitting over here by me. It just doesn't exist. I've had to go to the store. This is the first time in my life that I have just, like, bought bottled water from the store. Normally I have tap water with just, like, glasses lying around. But this is the first time that I've just bought bottled water because there's no other way to get water in this house. They pretend as if they have, like, glasses and stuff, and they're like, oh, would you like a glass of water if I'm, like, having dinner with them? And I'm just like, yeah, sure. And they're like, they go and check their, like, cabinets, and they're like, oh, sorry, we don't have any. And I'm just like, well, I guess I know what to do next time. So I've learned. I have to have bottled water on my own. Otherwise, I don't get water to drink. You know, I'm going to try it. We'll see if I can get a, like, giant case of water delivered with my lunch today. I don't know how this is going to go, but DoorDash is amazing. Can I get a DoorDash sponsorship? I really need a DoorDash sponsorship because I get a lot of DoorDash during these events. All right, why have we not restarted? Let's get the tables moving, people. Come on. Any minute now. I'm ready. My email must look like DJ Academics. My email? What's wrong with my email? I hope I didn't do something wrong with my email. Maybe we'll check out the Dinkin match in the third quarter. Maybe? No, we should just stick with this match all day. This is going to be the better bridge. Oh, there was a guy who leaked his incoming mail and it was just DoorDash orders? Dude, that's the entire week for me. I mean, I delete them. I try and keep my email a little bit, like, cleaned up. So if it's not relevant anymore, I'll delete it. I have some old stuff in there, too, that just, like, I haven't gotten around to deleting, but I try and be, like, relatively clean about it. So, like, I get a DoorDash order, I just, like, delete that thing. But yeah, that's basically what's been. If you check my trash folder, hold on, I'm gonna take a look. Let's see the horror face that I have when I look at my trash folder. Oh, it's not so bad. No, it's totally, like, fine. I mean, there's a lot of DoorDash, but it's like, you know, maybe like 25%. There's a bunch of Twitch stuff that's deleted. LinkedIn. Mensa. Yep. Mark asked, does it have to be a glass? Are there other containers? Like jugs? There are some flowers and stuff, like, lying around. I could just, like, dump the vases out, get rid of the flowers, and use that to drink out of. That sounds really unhealthy, but that would be a way to do it. Let me just take a quick gander through DoorDash and see if I can order water. We'll see. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad to miss out on water for, like, 2 more days. Today and tomorrow, then I can go pick it up on Sunday. Mensa? Yeah, Mensa. I'm one of those smart people. I'm trying to find ways to get kicked out of the house. That might be a blessing in disguise, honestly. water. Search. Alright, I'm taking a look. How many bottles is this? I think I like Deer Park. Oh, I have to buy more stuff to get $0 delivery fee? No, this is bullshit. Alright, we're just going waterless. Yeah, DoorDash has groceries. I've never used it for groceries. I've used it for like meals during streams. That's basically all. Also, we still don't have VooGraph tables up. What's going on? This has been an extended break. Someone suggest $5 of groceries that I need to purchase along with my water. There's just a section called bacon. there's an entire section on the groceries list called bacon. I should drink Fuji, Lawrence says. Fewer nanoparticles and less plastic. I think I've had Fuji before. I'm not that particular. Like, honestly, I would prefer to just have tap water and not, like, purchase bottled water. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the recycling bottles thing. But get a $5 glass. You know, I could probably buy an egg for like $7.50. Not 12 eggs, not a dozen, just like $7.50. SHG still trying to dox me on stream. I mean, I am living in the DC outskirts right now. McLean is just like where I grew up, and that's like what the ACBL thinks I have for an address, but like I haven't been in McLean for a long time. This is so American, any European would just slurp right out of the tap? Really? I could get bread. Multigrain bread. One of your mates constantly buys bottled water just because he likes carbonated water. Yeah, McLean High School was around where I grew up. SHG. I'm familiar with the area. I could get some cereal. That's not a bad decision. I mean, I wouldn't have a bowl or anything, but I could just eat it out of the box. That's probably not too bad. Where are the VooGraph tables? Hello? Dude. This is the longest break ever. Did the players just decide to take their lunch break early? You have a farm near Poolsville. Ooh, okay. There are some farms in the, you know, like central western Virginia, like that area of the country. Eating cereal out of the box brings back memories of when you were 12. Hey, I feel like I'm a child living with a bunch of other children, so I think that adds up. I could get some Cheetos. Fuck it, let's get some cold cuts. Yeah. Alright, I'm in. Boom. Wait, what is this crap? I added enough stuff, so now I have a $0 delivery fee, but then there's a zero. I would have to buy $18 more to get a $0 service fee? No. Okay, we're not doing this. This is bullshit. We're just not getting water. That's the plan now. We're done. Once I add $18 more, they're gonna be like, now add more so that there's no tax fee. Like, yeah, this isn't happening. Good try, DoorDash. You almost had me. We're just going waterless for a couple of days. Maybe I should check when they open tomorrow. Grocery store, when do you open? You open... What?! 6 a.m.? That's so early! Start a new channel that's me just yelling at DoorDash? Yeah, I could do that. That does sound entertaining. Okay, so apparently I could go before stream, but I haven't been waking up in time to, like, do errands before stream. I've been waking up with just enough time to, like, get breakfast, shower, and, like, set things up and then start stream. In theory, I could, like, go get water tomorrow morning. 6 a.m., dude? Who opens at 6 a.m.? I didn't even know there was a 6 a.m. Also, why do we not have tables? I feel like we've been here for 15 minutes. Yeah, 6 a.m. is like when I'm done streaming for a lot of Europeans. You all stay up really late to watch bridge stuff. Oh man, home team is in a tight match against away team in the Poland Trials U21. Does anyone know these players? PJF says there are generations of New Zealanders who have enough food to survive a nuclear winter. Wow. Yeah, but you guys can drink water from the tap. See, I mean, some of us don't have that luxury. I could do, like, the lean thing. Maybe I should just, like, install a water fountain in the house for the people that live here. Do you think that would work? Matt says it's 2 a.m. when stream finishes. Yeah, I don't really tend to go until like midnight. And especially because all the US events are now shifted earlier, the bridge tends to end around like 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. East Coast time. What's a vegetable? I'm American. Good question. I also apparently don't know what vegetables are, or the difference between fruits and vegetables, because I was asked to make a rhyme in improv with a vegetable, and I picked tomato. No, I was asked to make a rhyme with a fruit, and I picked tomato. And that was unsuccessful. With daylight savings, Eastern time is only 4 hours separate. Yeah, I know. Daylight savings happened recently. I didn't realize. I think most people don't realize anymore about daylight savings because, wait, tomatoes are a fruit? Pog? I didn't realize. No one said anything. Everyone just laughed. Maybe I was actually being funny. I didn't realize. No, I thought I was terrible. I was like, well, now I feel embarrassed, but I never said anything about it. What do you mean tomatoes are a fruit? Don't fruits have like seeds on the outside or some shit? What's the definition of this? Fruit versus vegetable. We still don't have tables, so I guess we're doing this now. Botanically, okay, that's the AI overview. What's the difference between fruits and vegetables? Botanically, fruits and vegetables are classified depending on which part of the plant they come from. A fruit develops from the flower of a plant, while the other parts of the plant are categorized as vegetables. Fruits contain seeds, while vegetables can consist of roots, stems, and leaves. From a culinary perspective, fruits and vegetables are classified based on taste. What? Fruits generally have a sweet or tart flavor and can be used in desserts. Vegetables have a more mild or savory taste and are usually eaten as part of a side dish. Whoa. Okay. On that note, looks like we're getting back into the action. Legally in the US, tomatoes are a vegetable. See? See? Okay, so I wasn't wrong to be embarrassed about calling tomatoes a fruit. I was correct, but Americans frequently believe and insist on things that are incorrect. So as an American, I should be ashamed of being right about this. That's where I've landed now. Great, great. I think I understand. Schmabel says tomatoes are a fruit in the way that bananas are berries. I don't want to hear any more about this. I really don't. I'm sorry I brought this up. Where are we going? We're going to the non-Zimmerman table. Oh. Hello? Something changed. We have the U25 women trials, home versus away. Also a Polish thing, I think. Where are cards? I don't know, man. We're doing the best we can. Americans are not allowed to include nuance in their ideas. Strawberries are not fruits. Get out. No way! There's no chance that strawberries aren't a fruit. Oh. Hello? Kalita, Klukovsky, Lorenzini, Basis? All sponsored table? I guess we're going here. Alright, chat, here we go. Turn off my camera. See you at the break. Welcome everyone to the second quarter of action. A bit of a longer break than I was expecting, but here we go. Kalita gets to open 2 clubs in second seat. Polish club style, so it's akin to a precision 2 club opener. Could be 5 clubs in a 4-card major, as we see here. That has bought the auction, and Lorenzini has to choose between his 2 king-queens. He decides to go after diamonds. So how are we going to get up to 8 tricks as declare? We got 3 major suit aces, quite a few heart roughs can come, and then we still have the trump suit to fall back on. I expect declare not to take the heart finesse. Ace of diamonds, heart to the ace, heart rough, diamond rough, heart rough. At least we get 2 heart roughs in. If we take a heart hook and it loses, and then they play back a trump, all we've accomplished is losing out on an extra heart rough. It kind of comes back a little bit in that they're giving us the club finesse, but then we're going to have to rough a trick with the jack of clubs anyway, so I think we'll see ace of hearts, heart rough, diamond rough, heart rough to start off the proceedings. And it is pretty important for Lorenzini to dump the diamond queen when a diamond gets roughed. Ah! We are not going to see the heart finesse now, but declare is happy that that card popped up. Cashes the heart queen. Now can rough a heart. I think we'll see the ace of spades cash now. Normally, if you're playing on a cross rough, you want to cash all of your side suit winners before cross roughing. But 4th round of hearts roughed. Now the ace of spades, certainly. Apparently not. So diamond rough. Lorenzini, having not dumped the diamond queen on the 2nd round of the suit, made declare pretty confident in roughing this 3rd diamond. Now the ace of spades. Definitely. I mean, declare has taken an awful lot of tricks on this hand. Lorenzini once again not unblocking. So he might get thrown in on the 2nd round of spades here. And he'll have to lead a club away from his king. So this looks like 10 tricks for declare. Not necessarily expected after the opening lead, but everything splits. The heart finesse was working. And then the defense can't really get out of their own way here in the spade suit. Even if Lorenzini had unblocked, there's no way that they could have avoided giving declare 2 club tricks in the end. Declare's club spots are a little bit too strong. So nice result for Kalita and Klukovsky to start off the set, but of course they do come in trailing by 29 after a bit of a rough start. The slam deals really playing a part in Fleischer's first quarter victory. All right, we'll see the claim, 10 tricks. Now sometimes with everything splitting like this, you often want to ask, could 3 no trump have made? And it looks like there's just not quite enough stuff for north-south. Clubs 3-3, diamonds 3-3, king of hearts on side, but it looks like only 8 tricks. Okay, on to board 17. Kalita has a 13 count, so he'll open a diamond. We'll get a 1 heart overcall by Lorenzini. Klukowski gets to make a negative double. Basis could make a call here. He has short in hearts and long in the opponent's spade suit. I expect him to just pass, and he does. So probably 2 diamonds by Kalita here. He has the 6-card diamond suit, doesn't have a spade fit. This probably ends the auction. We'll get a high club lead from Lorenzini. And then what? He probably switches to a low heart. This is going to give Declare a little bit of joy at seeing the heart lead away from the king, but it's also going to set up a heart ruff for West if West didn't have a natural trump trick. I mean, Lorenzini's probably just hoping that his partner has queen doubleton of hearts, so heart to the queen, heart back, he gets in with the diamond king and gives his partner a ruff. That seems like the indicated defense. He would have to know that continuing clubs is wrong, and North could be false carding. I mean, maybe North has queen jack third of clubs, and the right defense is to go king of clubs and a club, but we know our partner's short in hearts. Partner has some values, given that dummy has 6, and so partner would have bid 2 hearts or done something with heart support over there. But he does decide to just switch to spades. Spade goes to the ace, and Basis will switch to the jack of hearts here. Which once again is going to make Declare relatively happy. But this effectively does set up the heart ruff. So ace of diamonds and a diamond, I suppose? You don't really have an efficient entry to the south hand to take the diamond finesse. If you overtake the jack of spades, then you cost yourself a spade discard for the long heart in north's hand. So ace and a diamond. East will get in, give his partner a hard ruff. But that'll be the end of the tricks for the defense. So it looks like 110. There's no way for them to knock out the ace of hearts entry to the long spade, so Declare can just unblock the jack of spades here. Cross to the heart ace, pitches heart loser on the queen of spades. Once again, another fairly nice result for Kalita Klukowski. I don't expect them to pick up too many imps, if any at all. But at least they don't get overboard, and they got all their tricks, as did the defense. On to board 18. We have picked up the pace of play ever since the start of the match. I wonder if there were some slow play warnings. The first segment was relatively slow, and then we had quite a long break. Lorenzini has a 14 count here. He could open a no-trump with this hand. I don't think it's necessarily their style to do so, but you kind of have to ask yourself, I open a club, partner bids a heart, what am I going to do then? If you're going to rebid 2 clubs, that's fine. If you're then going to rebid a no-trump, maybe it's better to just treat the hand as balanced from the start. But a club, a diamond, 2 clubs. West has 13. He'll game force. Pretty popular to just play the cheapest new suit is game forcing, so 2 hearts might be an artificial game force from West. Alternatively, given that he's looking at ace queen third of spades, queen third of hearts, no club fit, he might just try 3 no trump himself. His partner's limited. That's got to be the spot that they're going to end up in anyway. At least he might think so. And how does 3 no trump do? There are 2 heart stoppers. But I mean, the defense is going to get in a couple times in the club suit. Defense might even get in 3 times in the club suit. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I should just count tricks. I hear you. The spectators are asking about what about Declare's 9 top tricks. That's a great question. What happens if Declare just takes the first 9 tricks? I think they'll also make 3 no trump. Good point. So yeah, there's 5 diamonds, 3 spades, and the ace of hearts immediately. So I think this should be a relatively flat board. 14 opposite 13, there was some chance of East-West getting to a diamond contract and possibly even investigating a slam. Club hook would have been necessary in a diamond slam, and it happens to be offside, so that contract would fail. Okay, is Declare again taking over tricks, I guess is now the question. He'll definitely cash out 3 spades before before doing anything else. So the defense is just going to need to be careful to try and keep as many winners as they can. So Kalita needs to find a pitch on this trick. And I think if he pitches a heart, he'll probably come out okay. Oh, maybe he won't. You know what? Maybe Declare will get the end position right. He pitches a spade, which is perfectly fine, so Klukowski has to find a discard. He also pitches a spade, which seems pretty reasonable from South's perspective. But now 3 rounds of spades. So Kalita is going to pitch a heart, but if he pitches another heart, Declare might exit the queen of hearts at the end, essentially throwing South in. South could lead away from the club ace, or South could play a heart back, and the 8 will actually be set up. Kalida's hand's getting squeezed here on the run of spades. Declare was always going to be able to make 10 tricks against any defense if he read the position correctly, but this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier. Now that Kalida has held on to his hearts, now just a club exit, and the Queen of Hearts will be Declare's 10th trick from here. So running long suits often has a beneficial effect, even if the defenders I guess have ways to protect their holdings, as North and South did here. It's not as if it directly gave access to an extra trick, but it kind of conveyed information to Declare about how to exit in the end position as long as he was paying attention. So I think 10 tricks were practically always guaranteed because North was coming under too much pressure. That 8 of hearts was a little bit too big of a card in Declare's hand. If he was watching and saw North pitch the 9 of hearts at some point, or the 10 of hearts, he would probably know what's going on. On to board 19, though. We don't have any results from the other room. They might be under some time pressure. North opens a Polish club, which is often going to be a weak no-trump, but sometimes it's strong, like North has here. A diamond is kind of your typical 0 to 7-ish response. Opposite the strong variety, 1 spade shows a good hand now, so this is like precision style. North has showed a positive, strong hand with spades. South finds a spade raise. And I think North is just going to bid the spade game. Good distribution, 6-4. Even if partner's entire hand is queen third of spades, he'll need a bit more than that, because otherwise he'll have a diamond, 2 clubs, and a heart to lose. But maybe partner has queen third of spades and a doubleton club or something. Oh, I'm being told that 1 spades could be a weak no trump. I'm not that familiar with the Polish club system, so thank you for correcting me on that. Apologies to anyone I've offended. But they do get to 4 spades. Lorenzini on lead. Maybe he tries a trump? Potentially cutting down on any roughs in the south hand. There aren't any this time. I know some players are fans of doubleton leads. This does not really look like the auction to do so. South is going to be devoid of entries, and North has most of the high cards. A club lead is going to pick off partner's club holding a lot more likely than it would help. It doesn't look all that appealing to lead from one of the red suits, so I guess Lorenzini is choosing between the black suits. He does decide to lead a club. Not going to be the most productive on the sly of the cards, but it wasn't going to matter either way. Declare would always have been able to get to dummy with either the 3rd round of spades or the ace of diamonds to lead clubs over towards the ace-10 picking off partner's queen, king, queen in the suit. So this will be 11 tricks. Club to the queen and ace. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions about the auction, and unfortunately I apologize. I'm not that familiar with the Polish club style. I assume one spade is forcing. Otherwise, it would be a little bit dangerous to make a bid like that. But maybe it's not. If it's non-forcing, I think it's fine. If it could be either a weak no trump or a hand that's like a minimum strong club, then South might be able to pass with no fit and very few values, and you do okay, just staying at the one level. But I do apologize that I'm not familiar with the nuances of this system from North-South. And looking at a convention card really would not be effective to interpret this information. You just kind of need to play the system yourself or have someone who understands the system notes better than you. West gets to open a no trump here. 14 count. 3 clubs, looks like a transfer to diamonds, probably. I think often you're going to be a little bit nervous with these hands that are like king, queen, sixth, or like ace, queen, sixth, or even ace, jack, 10, sixth. Your partner opens a strong no trump, and if you have 6 tricks, or if the finesse works, right, you're sitting on ace, jack, 10, sixth, and partner has queen doubleton, and the king third is on side, you might end up making 3 no trump. But Lorenzini, with just 5 high card points opposite a strong no trump, decides that he's relatively happy to just play at the 3 level in diamonds. So King of Hearts lead. Declarer has 3 spades to lose, a heart, and a diamond. Looks like he's going to be down 1 unless the defense doesn't take their spades. That queen, jack, third of clubs will rough out. Basis kind of taking the natural play of just ducking the first round of hearts. Cut communication between the opponent's hands. So this 10 of hearts presumably is just discouraging. I mean, obviously denying the jack. Kalita holding on to that card. I wonder what he's going to do at trick 2. Continuing a high heart is obviously safe. And he might just kind of pause and wait for his partner to give him a signal as to how to defend. South is going to be the one getting in with the diamond ace. So jack of diamonds. Kalita follows with the deuce. He does switch to a low spade. So Basis makes a good play of the queen of spades. Now if North was sitting on, say, ace jack third, it would be a little bit more challenging for him to win the ace and return a spade. Here, I think he's going to be able to read into the 2 of spades switch. That his partner has a strong spade holding. Yeah, I do see text chat at the table saying the Queen of Hearts was probably suit preference for spades. Some of these subtle signals are a little bit difficult to interpret sometimes. But Kalita does play back the 10 of spades, so South can overtake, cash the king. And they've beaten the contract. Switch to clubs, but Declare can pull trumps. So good defense. 3 diamonds down 1. but also probably just a very good decision east-west to stay out of a no-trump game. So I think we'll see the board be relatively flat. Speaking of flat boards, board 16, we had a completely different auction in the other room, and they ended up reaching 2 spades north-south in the 4-3 fit. That contract was also successful. They ended up making 3 for a push, match point win. But we are 4 boards ahead of the other table. I wonder if they're being told to slow down. So pass by North. East has a 17 count this time. East opens a no-trump. I was a little surprised on the previous board that Basis opened a no-trump. I don't know, maybe he miscounted his high cards because it's only a 14 count for 333. I thought they played 15 to 17, and it looks like they do because Lorenzini opens a no-trump here. So 1 no, 3 no by West, decides not to go looking for a 5-3 spade fit. He has a lot of jacks, slow tricks that you want to set up in no trump. Klukowski on lead. 4th best spade. The tried and true practice, 4th best from your longest and strongest, appears to work out fairly well for the defense here. They're going to be able to set up 3 spade tricks immediately. But with that queen doubleton of diamonds coming down, Declare should have no trouble whatsoever making this contract. He'll end up taking 5 diamonds, 2 hearts, a spade, and a club at the very least. And it looks like Declare should be able to take the club finesse at the end of play as well. So spade to the queen, North can return the 9 of spades, possibly ducked around to the king. 2 of spades confirms that spades are 4-3 for Declare, so Declare will not be worried that spades could possibly be 5-2 later in the play. Kalita is taking some time to consider the problem, which of course he's entitled to do. His partner is known to have the spade ace, but maybe if his partner's other card was the king of hearts instead of the king of clubs, then our hit switch could be effective. Or if his partner has the king of diamonds, then what should he do in that scenario? He might switch to a low heart. That would cause Declare some serious problems. Because if Declare... I don't think Declare would take a heart finesse. Probably hop up with the ace. But then ace-king of diamonds, if the queen doesn't fall, Declare has to knock out the diamond, then they knock out your other heart stopper. You still haven't taken a spade trick. If you take a club finesse then and it loses, you might go down quite a few tricks. Anyway, Kalita is still thinking. I do believe that he's considering this heart switch. A big danger of the heart switch is that if Declare does decide to just play low, it goes horribly wrong for you. In this case, when Declare does have the ace-king. Well, we are seeing some results come in from the other room now. So board 17 was a push at 2 diamonds, making 3, both tables. Huh. Very interesting defense happened in the other room. But it ended up coming out to be the same number of tricks. And Kalita's still in the tank. Spade to the queen. So he can count the tricks. If he plays back a spade, they'll score 3 spade tricks. He knows his queen of diamonds is not helping. So he really needs his partner's extra trick, whatever that king is that his partner holds, to produce 2 more defensive tricks somehow. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's really strongly considering a heart switch, is that on a heart switch, he can actually set up 3 heart tricks. Like, imagine if Klukowski had ace-10 fourth of spades, king fourth of hearts, and the diamonds and clubs weren't running for enough tricks. So Klukowski could have 10-9 fourth of diamonds, for example. Then the heart switch would set up 3 more tricks. They have 2 spades in. That would be enough to beat the contract. Playing back a spade is just kind of playing into Declare's hands. You haven't really established your side's tricks. You're helping to set up Declare's tricks. Sure, you'll get partner's long spade going, but that in and of itself is not enough to defeat the contract here. Even king third of hearts in the south hand would be enough. You play 2 rounds of hearts and then switch back to spades. But after a long thought, Kalita does return the 9 of spades. Klukowski will probably duck this trick. I think he'll duck it to try and keep communication in the spade suit, because he can see his king of clubs is not an entry, and otherwise he has no entries to his hand. One of the dangers is that that might lead to a match point disaster, but we're playing imps. It doesn't matter if you get thrown in later after Declare runs the hardened diamond suits to lead away from your club king. But that's probably what he's thinking about, is just, we duck the spade, Declare wins, Declare cashes all of these diamonds, I have to find discards, I'm going to pitch hearts from my hand, and then Declare strips my hearts and exits a spade to me. It could end up giving up some over tricks. But yeah, he does decide to duck. I think this is the practical chance. You just gotta hope that your partner's getting in at some point and can play another spade. I think it's time, ace king of diamonds. Gotta set up that 5-card suit if you have a loser, and then just hope that things work out from there. And Declare is going to be relatively happy once the queen of diamonds drops. Just plays a club to the jack. Yeah, so now I think Declare will collect quite a few tricks in the end position. He's going to run the diamonds to pitch 2 hearts. The club finesse working means he can be confident that that king of clubs is onside. North definitely would have won it. And then he'll cash the ace king of hearts. He'll be in a 3-card end position. South can't hold on to both the ace doubleton of spades and the king doubleton of clubs with only 3 cards in hand, he'll have to weaken one of his holdings in those suits, probably the spade suit, and then he'll get thrown in to lead a club away from the king. So a nice little squeeze, known as a strip squeeze against South, to collect an extra overtrick in 3-no trump. And it's not always the case that these matches are decided by 1 or 2 overtricks here or there, but these do add up over the course of a long match. So, oh, this doesn't make any sense. I don't think Lorenzini would make this error. He knows about the location of the spade ace. He knows about the location of the club king. That doesn't make any sense, pitching the 8 of spades. Okay, looks like we just had a bit of a VuGraph misclick, as the players were claiming. So yeah, 11 tricks. The defense got 2 spades, and that was it. On to board 22. Whenever the players feel like settling back down for the next board to play. Maybe they're up, getting a drink of water. Kalita is a smoker, as was pointed out earlier, so sometimes he'll ask for a break. Klukowski might be as well. We're going to see a couple passes go around to Basis in 3rd seat, opens a diamond. A no trump overcall. Okay, well, so I think most players would be overcalling a spade on the north hand, despite having the values for no trump. I mean, queen third of diamonds being a stopper is fine, but it's more so that you might miss a 5-3 spade fit. So we get a transfer to hearts from South, game bid. They get to the 4 heart contract as opposed to the 4 spade contract. And how's this going to do for them? Lorenzini on lead. I assume he's just going to lead a diamond at trick 1. His partner did open it in 3rd seat. It's often going to be the case that you want to lead partner suit because they're lead directional. So diamond opening lead. Declare is going to guess everything wrong. So I don't think that this is going to go all that well. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe Declare just needs the ace of clubs on side, so he'll play east for the ace doubleton of hearts. Guess that's possible. But the defense looks like they're going to get at least 4 tricks here. They're going to get the king of diamonds, they're going to get a diamond ruff, they're going to get the ace of clubs and the ace of hearts. So I think the last question is just going to be about whether East-West potentially get a spade ruff or a second heart trick. So this will be down 1 or down 2, depending on how the play goes. I do see a question about whether you would prefer to be playing in the stronger spade suit here or the weaker heart suit. Generally, it's the case, especially at game level contracts, that you want to play in the stronger trump suit. Not only because you can afford to pick up, potential 4-1 splits in the suit by just pulling more rounds of trumps, but you can also pull trumps before the opponent's get ruffs, for example. Like, let's say you got to 4 spades in the north and East leads a diamond, you can just win and pull trumps, and now there's no diamond ruff happening. So that's one of the reasons why, especially for game level contracts, you want to play in the stronger trump fits. At slam level contracts, it can be a lot more complicated to determine. So declare does misguess the hearts, and this means that after a diamond to the king, a diamond ruff, West is still going to have 2 more tricks on defense. John points out in the text chat that 4 spades could make if declare picks off the hearts. You have a diamond, a heart, a club to lose. So declare would have to pick off the hearts. I mean, I'm not saying that in declare should pick off the hearts. I think declare would pick off the hearts because you need the ace of clubs on side, and that gives West their opening bid already. So I think East is marked with one of the round suit aces, and if you flip them, you can't make 4 spades. It does look like things are a little bit complicated because spades are 4-1. So entries are a bit of a problem, but if you duck the opening diamond lead, then the ace of diamonds will remain as a late entry to the south hand to take a club finesse. There is a question about, is it possible for South to find their way into a 5-3 spade fit? You can't do both things. You can't both transfer to hearts and look for a 5-3 spade fit, so you have to pick one or the other. I don't think anyone plays some form of puppet stamen that can discover a 5-3 spade fit, and if you don't fall back on getting to a 5-3 heart fit, I just don't think that there's enough room. Maybe someone out there has their thinking caps on and can figure it out. I'm surprised about how long this trick is taking. Lorenzini led a diamond to get a diamond ruff, and now he's in with the ace of hearts and has not continued diamonds. I mean, what's he thinking about switching to a spade, I guess? He doesn't expect Kalita to have 5 spades, of course, on this auction. And so could it be the case that he really needs to put a spade through before declares diamonds get set up to pitch spade losers, I suppose? I think he's running out of entries, though. Like, even if his partner had ace-jack 9 third of spades, he could only play a spade through once from his side. If you switch to spades now, declare is just going to pull trumps. You don't get your diamond ruff. It is worth noting, though, and I think this would be a relatively uncommon occurrence for, say, American players or partnerships, that East-West frequently give count signals. The signal at trick 1 from West may have been count rather than attitude in the diamond suit. And if that's the case, East might not know where the king of diamonds is, which sounds like lunacy to people sitting over here in the Americas, because we all play attitude in these spots, and East would have no issue just playing a diamond to the king, diamond rough. So I don't really know what Lorenzini's thinking about. Maybe he's worried that if Declare started with 5 diamonds, getting a diamond rough might not be effective for his side, and instead he should switch to a different suit. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what his plan was. I mean, it looked to me like his plan on defense when you lead this doubleton diamond is generally partner bid the suit. I have trump control. I'm hoping to get in with the ace of hearts and continue diamonds to potentially get a ruff. He switches to clubs, so this is going to go club to the ace. Club to the queen. This still hasn't cost. Okay, club to the ace. Club to the queen would have been an unexpected play. Alright, there's the king of diamonds. Now a diamond ruff. Actually, okay, Basis is pausing to think, because he doesn't think his partner has any more hearts, I guess. Nah, never mind, it looks like he did give the diamond ruff. He was just like, why would my partner not just continue another diamond if they could get a ruff? Oh boy. Well, an exciting result on board 18 in the other room. So Brink and Driver had one of their strong club auctions. Man, I was saying earlier in the week, every time they open one of their Tarzan clubs, oh, they aren't the Tarzan clubs, but they had a strong club auction, and they just get up to the wrong contract and end up going down. Well, it happened again. 5 diamonds bid on board 18 in the other room, ends up going down 2 tricks. Not a great result for East-West over there, and cost themselves 11 imps. South opens a spade in first seat. I gotta say that some of these bidding decisions north-south here, I think, showcase a little bit of the emotions that they're facing at the table right now. Like the 1 no trump overcall from Kalita on the previous board. I don't know exactly what he's upset about. Declare played board 21 nicely to make 2 over tricks and 3 no trump. Yes, they could have done better from a match point perspective, but they wouldn't have made the contract, or they wouldn't have been able to set the contract. This previous board, obviously, he's upset. I mean, maybe Klukowski's upset about the previous board because he's opened a 10 count here. A spade, a no trump. East makes a takeout double. 2 clubs by South. Basis comes in with 2 hearts. 4 clubs by North. Lots of bidding north-south, and Lorenzini is still counting up his points, trying to understand how everyone's bidding in this auction when he has 16. He just decides to pass rather than taking a shot at the heart game. Heart game would have been very unsuccessful his direction. I mean, off the top, they have 2 clubs and 2 spades to lose, but the heart queen is offside. Declare might misguess the spades, lose an extra spade trick. So 4 clubs is where they rest. And this looks like it probably is going to make. Trumps are 2-2. So heart opening lead. Spade hook is working. There's only a singleton diamond. I guess Declare has a bit of work to do if Lorenzini switches to ace of diamonds and a diamond right now. Declare's hand gets forced. He'll probably just take the spade hook, but you still have some challenges. He cashes the heart king. Now he goes ace of diamonds and a diamond. So Declare could elect to pitch a spade on the queen of hearts. I think he might end up still taking the spade finesse because Lorenzini has turned up with a lot of values already. Ace king of hearts, ace of diamonds. Presumably the queen of diamonds as well. West would have led a diamond from king queen as opposed to a heart, probably. Is there a way to cross-ruff our way to 10 tricks? Maybe. We could pitch a spade on the heart queen, spade to the ace, diamond ruff, spade ruff, diamond ruff, ace of clubs. We would still need the spades to be 3-3. We would have to ruff the third round of spades low and dummy with east following. I think it's got to be better to just take the spade finesse. If clubs are 2-2, we can make against 4-2 spades in that case, with West holding the king. Spade hook, ace of spades, king ace of clubs, take the roughing finesse and spades and set up the entire spade suit. But Klukowski is thinking about the different possibilities. He might not believe that clubs are 2-2. And I think that's a big problem. I haven't been thinking as carefully as he has about the play, but I don't think I've found a way to make it if East has queen third of clubs. There doesn't really seem to be any layout of the cards where we can come home or bring the contract home from there. But maybe he'll come up with something. I'm talking about queen third of clubs specifically because he's made a takeout double of spades. You often expect them to have length in all of the unbid suits. And so some shape that's like 2-4-4-3 would be a lot more likely than the one East actually holds. I guess we can make it if West has the stiff queen of clubs, we could cash the ace of clubs first. Then we could take the spade finesse, pitch a diamond on the heart queen, cash the jack of clubs, spade to the ace, diamond ruff. I guess we still need spades 3-3. Yeah, maybe there's just not much that we can do if East has 3 clubs. But Klukovsky's staring at it. Now I'm intrigued. I think queen third of clubs is out. If we ruff 2 diamonds, East has a natural club trick. And if we ruff 1 diamond to take a club finesse, I think East is going to get a trump promotion at some point. Alright, he's out of his tank. He's elected to try the queen of spades. To the ace. Okay. Diamond ruff. Yep. Heart pitches spade. So he wasn't comfortable enough with just taking the spade finesse. He's happy to just play the hand as a little bit of a cross ruff at this point. Spade ruff, diamond ruff, ace of clubs, spade ruff. I mean, anything was going to work on this lie of the cards where everything splits, but it is certainly an interesting puzzle. So ace of clubs, spade ruff, everyone follows king of clubs, everyone follows 10 tricks. Well done. At least they went plus. We do see a couple of results coming in from the other room, so despite the 11 imps going the way of Fleischer, who's now ahead by 40 in the match overall, we've had quite a few push boards over the course of the set. 3 diamonds went down 1 on board 20, 4 spades made 5 on board 19. Board 21, we could easily see the same result on the same squeeze, making 11 tricks and 3 no trump. Board 22 could be another big swing going the way of Fleischer. But 23, I assume that this is going to be a reasonable result for North-South. East-West could, of course, get way too high in a heart contract and end up in a lot of trouble in the other room. West passes. North gets to open the Polish 1 club. South bids a diamond, a negative hand, like 0 to 7-ish. And so North should be able to bid a no trump, 17 to 19. It's a pretty good 19 count, all aces and kings, but no 5-card suit. 3 no by South, not even checking back with Stamen for a fit. So Lorenzini on lead. He has the Jack-10 combination in the diamond suit, but his clubs are a little bit stronger, Queen-10 fourth. Then again, he could also go after one of the major suits that South denied. If so, maybe a heart is preferable to a spade. Club opening lead would see a swift set of the contract. The defense would cash the first 5 tricks, 4 clubs and the ace of hearts. How's Declare going to do on other leads? The diamonds don't split, the spades don't split, so there's really only 6 top tricks. The ace of hearts is offside. Lorenzini does get off to a club lead, so I think Declare is in some serious trouble. He'll definitely go down at least 1, but he might end up going down more. Alright, so club, Declare will pop up with the king, ace of clubs, jack of clubs, club. Cash the first 4 clubs. Then will Lorenzini be brave enough to not cash his ace of hearts immediately. It would actually only give Declare a 7th trick, and there's no squeeze against West because West is sitting over South with the length in the major suits. So with the spades and diamonds not running, they would still get it 2. So Kalita will pop up with the Club King any minute now. I mean, he can't love his chances. Even if this wins, he would need both the spade and diamond suits to split. Plays the 3 of clubs from the north hand. I think he might have actually played the 5 at trick 1. Normally you want to conceal your spot cards lower than the opponent's... Whoa! The 2 of clubs comes back. Really? That's a surprising play. So it definitely could be important for West to preserve that jack of clubs. Let me try and give an example of a club layout where this would be useful. Like imagine that East had 10, 8, 4th of clubs. So 10, 8, 7, 4, right? Because they led the 4. Then if you win the club ace, so this would give Declare Queen 9, 5, 3 in the suit. If you win the ace and return the jack, Declare can hop up with the queen and their 9 of clubs is still protected. Whereas by returning the deuce, let's say Declare ducks and your partner wins the 8, your partner can play back another club, setting up their 10. So, and without having an entry, Basis was probably and understandably worried about this sort of exact layout, where Declare had King Doubleton of clubs opposite Queen 9, 4th, hops up with the king, hoping that it just wins the trick so that he can start taking finesses, for example. And so that's why he returned the deuce here. It does really complicate the defense. Now, Lorenzini has a bit of a puzzle to work out, because if Declare had King Doubleton of clubs opposite Jack 3rd, let's say, right, if his partner doesn't have the Jack of clubs, why would Declare play the King of clubs at trick 1? That would just completely blow up the suit. So I don't think Kalita would make that error, because then Lorenzini would be able to run the club suit. He switches to a low diamond. Oh my. I was going to say I think Lorenzini should be able to work out that Basis has the club jack and should return the 7 here. 9 of diamonds holds. Declare is going after a heart to the king to try and make it reasonably so. Alright, Queen of clubs, the jack falls, and now Lorenzini does need... Oh no! He needed to return a heart here. Now this is making. This is making. Declare just runs their minor suits and West gets squeezed. Oh no. Yeah, I get questions about VuGraph operator making an error. This is not a VuGraph error. This was just a defensive mix-up from East-West. Like, everything that happened, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like, if you can look at all four hands, or just look at the hand from the perspective of the player that's playing the hand, like, this entire defense makes sense. But it went horribly wrong for them. It went terribly wrong. There's a heart discard. Basis pitches the Queen of Hearts. Has Declare been watching? He was. That 8 of Hearts is a winner. Wow. Well, if North-South were a little bit on tilt, they aren't anymore. They're going to be loving that result on their card. I am surprised that Lorenzini didn't play back a third club. This is one of the trick difficulties for and why defensive carding is so important, is that Basis's 2 of clubs return was catering to a very specific layout of the hand that he was hoping he could protect against. But normally, when you return the 2 of clubs there, it's going to be original fourth best. That's kind of the way that carding has been developed, is that from a doubleton, you return a high card once you win the first trick against no trump. From an original holding of 4, you return your low card to tell partner what the count is. And so I don't think Lorenzini for a second thought about this lie of the club suit, because he was very quick. Once it went diamond to the 9, winning, heart to the king, losing, he cashed the club queen, and then it was a split second before he played that 7 of clubs. He just said, well, partner played the jack, great, he had that card, but he must have started with 4 of them. If he didn't start with 4 clubs, then he would have returned the jack at trick 2. And this is a tough thing, because when your partner's trying to step out of line from your general carding convention, it adds an extra element for you to think about as a defender. If he had paused to think after cashing the Queen of Clubs and seeing his partner play the jack, maybe he could have worked out that, well, if Declare has the heart queen, which is obviously the danger holding, then partner would have to have better spades, and so Declare just might not have 9 tricks anyway. So maybe just returning a heart is safe, and that would have actually resulted in down 2. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I think there are a lot of reasons for East to get this defense right, but I do understand why he did what he did. I think this just shows the game is really hard. Bridge is a hard game. I wonder if Basis is going to be upset with himself on this one for not just continuing the club jack at trick 2, kind of the honest count card in the suit. But it's understandable that the players are taking a break. So we've had a little bit of time to decompress. They will as well. And hopefully we'll get back to the action shortly. But this might be a time for Kalita to take a smoke break. Players to get some water. It really felt like Lorenzini just had kind of lost the thread of play after the two of clubs return. I think when he switched that low diamond away from the jack, I got the feeling that that he always felt like he could just fall back on this defensive queen of clubs club because of his partner's two of clubs return. He was like, well, I'll switch to a low diamond away from the jack, maybe just in case something weird is happening in the club suit, this will be fine. But then when it didn't work, once DeClaire turned up with ace, king, queen, fourth of diamonds, the 9 held in dummy, he was like, okay, time to cash out. Queen of clubs club, let's just get this down 1. And it really got away from him. So 400, a huge result for Zimmerman. I mean, it's not going to make up the entire margin of the match, but they're going to be relatively happy that they got that board in, because otherwise this was not going to be a very good set for them. We're still waiting for that result on board 22, where 4 spades might be made in the other room. North passes in first seed. East opens a no trump. 16 count. South has to decide favorable. Is he going to come in to show both majors opposite a past hand partner, or is he just going to remain quiet? South does come in, 2 clubs, both majors. I think this is a good decision. Just because your partner's a past hand and you don't have a game doesn't mean you shouldn't at least compete, especially favorable. Could also disrupt the opponent's auction, or maybe even just make it easier to find the right opening lead. If your partner bids 2 hearts over this, maybe you'll lead a heart against 3 no trump as opposed to a spade. West doubles, possibly to indicate an interest in penalty. He does have ace jack 10 fifth of hearts in the opponent's heart suit. Looks like 3 no trump east west is going to be a pretty comfortable resting spot if they do end up there. So redouble by North, probably, well, not really sure. South bids 2 spades, that's his longer suit. And now, what is East-West conventional agreement? I think watching these guys the other day, I saw them play some of these doubles after some sort of penalty-oriented investigation, tend to show an exact number of trumps. So double here might show 2 or 4 spades or something like that. And that way East-West can kind of be on the same page about whether or not they want to defend or declare. Looks like Basis has decided that 3 no trump is good enough. Five clubs, 3 hearts, 2 spades after this opening lead. That's without even thinking about the diamond suit. Should be 10 tricks. The defense will be able to cash a spade, a heart, and 2 diamonds if they get in, so I think DeClaire is just going to take the heart finesse now, knock out the ace of spades. Alright, Queen of Hearts. Have to cover this trick. If Declare has queen third of hearts, you can't afford to let them run the entire heart suit. I'm a little bit confused as to why South didn't cover the trick, but maybe there's some implication from partner's redouble. I'm not certain what that meant. I've seen a couple of possible explanations, but I'm not sure I buy any of them. Knock out the ace of spades. I guess if South is trying to get himself end played once again, he could duck this trick. Probably not going to happen. Anyway, Declare is just going to ask about the club split. If they're 5-0, then he might take one fewer trick. In the meantime, board 22 in the other room, where we were thinking there might be a chance for a big game swing going Fleischer's way, there wasn't. Four spades did go down 2 as well. Same opening lead, but Declare just ended up hopping up with the diamond ace at trick 1, and this is going to make the play a little bit too uncomfortable with the trump split. So ultimately, four spades does go down the same number as four hearts. All right, a diamond gets led to the ace. So what was East's high card count? East had 16, right? We have seen them open a no trump with 14 in this session already, going all the way back to board 20. So if East was missing the diamond queen, then a diamond return would beat this contract, a low diamond. So Kalita might continue a low diamond back here, hoping that his partner started with queen third, and East had a 14 count. Diamond to the queen, diamond to the king, cash the long diamond, down 1. That would cost an over trick. Well, a second over trick. It's probably the only way to beat it. Your partner decided not to duck the spade trick to set up the spade suit. Declare has already taken the heart finesses. Declare hasn't touched clubs, which must mean that his clubs are solid. I guess it might be impossible to construct a distribution for Declare where that would make sense. Like if Declare had 4 clubs, he would have an extra diamond, and then your partner switched to the 8 of diamonds from queen 8 doubleton, which doesn't make sense. And if Declare has 5 clubs, as he does here, he wouldn't have played a spade up. He would have just cashed out his 9 tricks, taking 5 clubs and the heart ace. He wouldn't have risked you all cashing out the ace of spades and a bunch of diamonds. So maybe Kalita should get this right, that even though his only chance to beat the contract is to play back a diamond to South, a low diamond, Declare would not have made this glaring of an error. Then again, he just saw Lorenzini perpetrate one of the most hilarious defenses that he's ever seen in his life, I'm sure. So maybe that's on his mind. All right, he does return a spade, which is a little bit unusual, But yeah, now Declare is just going to cash out. Club to the king, ace of hearts. On to the next board, 10 tricks, 630. So board 18, a little bit of an error by Brink and Driver in the other room. Getting to the wrong spot cost them 11. And then a little bit of an error by Basis and Lorenzini on board 24, letting 3 no trump come home. Aside from that, we've had a lot of push boards. A lot of pushes. Got 5 boards to play in the set, and then there will be a bit of a break while the players get something to eat. It looks like we're actually wrapping up fairly early. The other table might not. The other table could play through their entire lunch break. But here, I think the next segment is scheduled to start a little over 2 hours from now. So these guys should have quite a long break to get some food. East opens a club. That is a disgusting 12 count in the East seat. South overcalls a diamond. Negative double from West. So East can bid 2 hearts. Show the heart fit. South lets this go. Not good enough to make a takeout double of hearts for sure on that South hand. West just bids the game. Trump lead. I don't think you really want to lead away from one of these aces in the minor suits. A spade away from the king is not that attractive, given that West had showed spades, but Klukowski does get off to the spade lead. So on the surface, Declare just has 4 losers. Ace, king of spades, and both minor suit aces. The 4-1 trump split could present some problems, but it looks like, with everything else breaking fairly well for Declare, there's probably not going to be too much going on other than just down 1. So 6 diamond switch, 2nd and 4th through Declare. Pretty much 2nd and 4th throughout the hand for this north-south partnership. Diamond goes to the queen and ace. Klukowski can just return the jack of diamonds if he wants. Okay, he just decides if this king of spades is not cashing, then maybe it's okay. Maybe I protect partner's jack 4th of trumps, right? He was probably going to have to do it anyway at some point. So I think this is pretty reasonable. Continues another spade. Declare gets to ruff. But now is Declare in control. 4 rounds of trumps, queen of spades to pitch a diamond, and then knock out the club ace. This should just be a claim in a minute. I guess it's worth considering if 3 no trump might be a playable spot east-west here. If South gets off to a diamond lead, North does have a spade entry to play diamonds through. So probably not. 4 hearts seems like the most likely contract at both rooms. Board 23, we see another push, so these teams are playing really tight bridge at both tables, getting to almost the same contract and taking almost the same line of play in both rooms. Klukowski opens a no trump on the south hand. That seems like a pretty reasonable decision to me. 14 high card points. So no trump, 2 hearts, hearts and a minor from Basis. 3 hearts looks like a transfer to spades. I wonder if South is going to bid 3 now. I also wonder how East-West are going to screw up the cash out here. I'm sorry, that was mean. I shouldn't say that. No, that was very rude. Bad joke, bad taste. I'll see myself out. South bids 3 spades, North is just going to bid 3 no. And this is, I mean, South really wanted to get to 3 no trump. Ace, King, 6 the diamonds, a couple of potential quick tricks and kings on the outside. Time to cash 5 clubs. I don't think North-South are going to be cursing their luck on this one. Of course, 5 diamonds or 4 spades, for that matter, make. But it's just too difficult. They've taken up too much room in the auction. All right, Queen of Clubs. Now, assuming this is an unblock or count card, you probably give count as East, right? I hope. I mean, I don't think... Okay, he's plays the Jack. This is getting dangerous. Like, West might continue a low club here, blocking the suit. Thank you. Someone clued me in that the Queen is an attitude lead. So if this is not the power... I mean, this still is very dangerous. Oh, boy. Oh, no. I really think this is an error by Lorenzini. Because I think if he just gives a normal club signal... like encouraging attitude, there's no way his partner can make an error. But here, he kind of realizes that his partner struck gold with the opening lead. He really wants partner to continue clubs, but he doesn't want partner to underlead the club suit. This could be another disaster for them. They're going to have to discuss their club signaling methods. I think their diamond, heart, and spade signals are perfectly fine, but in the club suit itself, these guys really need to have a bit of a system restructure. Oh boy. Okay, let's think from Basis's perspective. So he knows Declare only has 2 spades, which means the spade suit is not running. Let's say Declare does have 4 clubs, right? So his partner has Jack 10 third. So Declare's shape is probably 2, 3, 4, 4 in that case. He'll have 4 diamond tricks, he'll have 2 spades, and he'll have 2 hearts because we have the Queen 10 fifth of hearts. Now, does West get squeezed? if we run 4 clubs. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to to put myself in Basis's shoes here, because these are all the things he's thinking about. I think he probably has a pretty good read on what South's shape is if his partner has the Jack-10 third of clubs, which is obviously the main concern. I think he gets this wrong. I do not think the West hand gets squeezed, because partner's going to have the Jack or 10 of spades, so on the run of diamonds we can pitch 2 hearts and ace spade from our hand, assuming Declare only has 4 diamonds. I think he's playing a club to his partner's 10. Dude, Lorenzini is dying over there. I think by this point he's realized he's made a horrible error on trick 1. His partner thinking, like, that's not what he wanted to happen. He was just like, I'll play the Jack, I'll tell partner I have the 10, partner will continue clubs from the top, what's the problem? But he didn't fully pause to consider partner's problem. This feels very similar to what happened on board 24, although, to be fair, that one is a lot more unusual of a situation than this board. I'm not suggesting that, like, there wouldn't have been an issue if he had just played an encouraging club at trick 1, but I think this was probably a pretty poor decision from this exact holding. It's not as if the cash out is, like, guaranteed, but I do think that if Lorenzini had just encouraged at trick 1, Basis probably would have shrugged and just cashed another high club. But man, defense is hard. Oh my. Well, board 24, there was a smaller imp swing than we might have expected, because North-South in the other room were able to just sign off and play 1 no trump. The defense didn't make any errors to give up a trick. But plus 90 was not as good as the plus 400 that was made in this room. I mean, South could be 2-2-5-4, in which case you can't do anything. Then Declare just has 9 cashers and you only have 4 club tricks you can take. I didn't really pause to consider what happens if Basis blocks the club suit, if he goes ace of clubs and then a low club. Like, for example, if his partner started with Jack-10 third and he doesn't lead a low club back to cash out 4 rounds, that's also something that he's thinking about. There's just so much going on in West's mind right now about what sort of layouts can I protect against. Yeah, there it is. I don't think there's any way for him to get this right after that Jack of clubs at trick 1. Oh boy. That does not feel great for Lorenzini. What a disaster. Now he's in, and I mean, he has to find a switch. I don't think he can continue clubs, both because it would cause his partner to flip the table over immediately, but also because he might need to take his partner off an end play. I'm not sure. Maybe he plays a club back and Declare just claims. Yikes. Yikes. So a couple of very costly mistakes from East-West in the club suit specifically against 3 no trump. and ends up costing them presumably 2 game swings. Although, look, we might see a very similar problem at the other table. I don't know if North-South are going to get to 3-0 in the other room. I think that Fleischer and Martel tend to be a little bit more down the middle in terms of their bidding decisions. South might open a diamond over there instead of a no trump, in which case maybe they get to 5 diamonds. But if they are in 3-0, we could see another long tank at trick 1 after West leads a high club. Ooh. Lorenzini feels terrible. Oh, this has to be devastating for him. And I think it's even worse after board 24 happened. Like, sure, he knows that they lost a game swing on that board. That's okay. And he knows he's going to lose a game swing on this board. That's also okay. You don't want that to happen in the semifinals of the Vanderbilt, but it's going to happen. The problem is that he just made the error of not really considering partner's problem on board 24, causing him to, not fully think through the hand and potentially dump a game swing. And now, once again, he very quickly signaled at trick 1, not necessarily thinking through partner's problem. And again, Bassis got the decision wrong. Oh, people are asking about what the system is. Ace and Queen are attitude at trick 1 for this East-West partnership, and the King is asking for count or an unblock. He plays back at club. South shows out. I would not want to be East. I really would not want to be East. Ace of clubs. Klukowski pitches a diamond from hand. And when West doesn't produce that last club, Klukowski faces his hand and claims. And look, maybe your teammates save you if you're East-West. Obviously, North-South got to the wrong game on this lie of the cards. This could be a push board, but a missed opportunity for Fleischer. And this Zimmerman team does not give you a lot of these opportunities. Three boards to go, though, in this segment. And hopefully East-West can get back on the right side of things. West has a 9 count here. Pass in first seat. There might be some discussion at the table. Looks like they're just moving on to the next board. North has a 14 count, opens a club. Lorenzini can overcall spade here. Favorable seems like a pretty important thing to do to get that 5-card major in, especially when a club could be strong. South bids a no trump. He's got 9. I think this will just end the auction. So West on lead. Could try a high diamond, or could just default to partner spade suit. Does try a high diamond. Once again, the queen. So, Queen is going to ask for attitude. I think West knows East's attitude about diamonds. So how's Declare going to do? They got 2 diamond tricks, and based on the spot cards, they actually have a 3rd diamond trick if they do decide to set it up. 3 hearts, 2 spades. That feels like enough already. Might get a club trick eventually anyway. So it does look like Declare is going to do all right in 1 no trump. Maybe 120 is the most likely result here. The defense scoring a heart, a spade, 2 clubs, and a diamond. So 3 rounds of hearts, setting up that king and dummy. East's spade pitch is going to unsettle West a little bit. West was probably hoping that a spade switch at this point might be good enough to set up a few tricks in partner's hand. But alright, the 10 of diamonds comes back. So what we do now is Declare. King of Hearts pitch a club, I guess. Knock out the Jack of Diamonds. Or King of Hearts pitch a club, knock out the Ace of Spades. Either way, you're not that worried. That 10 of clubs is a pretty important card in the north hand. Even if you misguess the club suit on a small club switch, you still have a stopper. I'm a little bit surprised by the tank here. Maybe we're seeing a bit of a claim. At match points, this would be a much bigger problem. Then you would certainly want to try and protect yourself against the opponent's ducking 2 spades and scoring a long spade trick. But at teams, King of Hearts, knock out one of those cards that you're missing. Make sure you get up to at least 7. That cannot possibly be the play. I absolutely doubt that Declare has stranded the King of Hearts in dummy. There is no way that that has happened. Alright, club to the ace. I take it all back. That is exactly what has happened. This doesn't make any sense, though. He's still gonna make it. You can cash the 9 of diamonds, and eventually you're gonna score the Queen of Spades. Now we've stranded the 9 of diamonds. Also perfectly fine. This is a very confusing line of play, and I think we must have missed something. Now East is ducking the Ace of Spades with the cashing club. Okay. We've gone off the deep end a little bit on how the line of play actually transpired, but this is all fine. Declare has made 1 no trump. Looks like he might have been able to make an over trick if he played more carefully. No matter. Not as exciting a board as some of the previous ones, for sure. On to board 29, we got 2 more boards to play in this segment, and then players will have a bit of a break. Round time to start back up, I think, is 4 p.m. Well, at least the VooGraph coverage is going to be 4 p.m. Central Time, which would be an hour and 45 minutes from now. Kalita opens 3 hearts. Not too ashamed of that side 4-card spade suit. 3 hearts pass 4 hearts. All right, we get off to the Queen of Spades lead. Well, I don't think this is going to be very interesting. I believe Declare might be doing okay in this contract. But let's see how he handles the play, because there's a pretty bad diamond split and there's a pretty bad spade split. If Declare tries to pitch spade losers on the ace-king of diamonds, he could get in trouble. He first has to decide what to do in the spade suit. But okay, let's think about a possible plan, and just look at one of the pitfalls that Declare might walk into. Let's say he wins the ace of spades to lead the jack of hearts. West can hop up with a king, maybe be a little bit surprised that that wins the trick, and then return the jack of spades. Declare I'll cover, East will ruff, and then if East switches to a club, the ace of clubs gets knocked out of South's hand. And Declare might still think, well, this isn't the end of the world, I'll just go ace-king of diamonds to pitch a spade. But the problem is West is going to ruff that king of diamonds. So there are ways that Declare can go down in this contract. Like, that's one of them, for example. I think for this reason, he's probably just going to win the king of spades and lead a heart to the jack. Because then if the ace of clubs gets knocked out, he'll still have the ace of spades as a late entry. It gets a little bit dicey because the queen of spades could be queen jack 10 fourth. So there's a lot to think about, but we'll see how Kalita approaches four hearts. I think this is a big opportunity for Basis and Lorenzini, but it's kind of out of their control. Declare can make this hand if he knows the lie of the cards. Okay, he wins the ace of spades at trick one. We will see the jack of hearts to the king. Basis will have to cover it, I think. Maybe? Oh, he's decided to unblock the diamond. Well, now here we go, because this might result in him just very immediately going down. I think the defense is going to be double dummy from here. That unblock of the diamond queen, East has a full count on the diamond suit at this point, so he's not going to try and give his partner a diamond ruff. He's just going to get in and switch to the king of clubs. So yeah, a big opportunity for East-West. They have to get this defense right. And I'm calling it. They are absolutely going to get this defense right. What happens if Lorenzini wins the heart ace? Ace of hearts club, because this is what he's thinking about. I mean, he's basically placing Declare with 3-7-1-2 shape, because that has to be most likely. So ace of hearts, king of clubs, Declare wins the ace and plays the ace of diamonds. His partner ruffs. Declare over ruffs, but then Declare is going to have three losers on the outside. Right, so assuming North's hand is king, queen, seventh of hearts, and nothing in spades, nothing in clubs, nothing in diamonds, then that line of play would beat the contract. So he might hop up with the ace of hearts. But what happens on this lie? So ace of hearts, king of clubs, declare wins the ace, ace of diamonds, ruffed with the king of hearts. Declare pitches a spade, and then West continues the jack of spades, covered and ruffed, and it is still down one. Okay, so good defense by Lorenzini, still beats the contract. He's going to be pretty upset when his partner has the king of hearts, but they still have just enough tricks to beat this thing. Alright, so Klukowski plays the diamond ace. Bassis has to ruff. If he doesn't, then Declare just wins and continues the diamond king. And Bassis is obviously a little bit upset about the way the defense has gone from here, but he'll play the jack of spades back. That gives his partner a ruff, and he still has the master spade. So down one, good defense, and we're going to be on to the last board of the set. So we still have that board 27 coming in, where we may well see another game swing, but we might not. Either way, Fleischer appears to still be hanging on to quite a large lead going into the lunch break, halfway point of the match. It's been a much lower scoring affair here than it was, I think, for most of these teams in yesterday's matches or the days before. On the last board, Lorenzini, 17 count. He gets to open a no trump. Looks like West will transfer spades, maybe show diamonds, and then bid 3-no. Could be the final choice of East-West. And if West does show a diamond suit, I wonder how high they're going to get. I don't think they'll get past the 5 level. But 6 diamonds will make if you rabbi that singleton king in the north hand. So 2 hearts transfer, double by north, east pass denies a spade fit. South has 5 hearts. His hand is really poor. Only 3 high card points, but also no distribution. He does decide to stick in a preemptive 3-heart call. So now what does Bassis do? He wasn't really expecting this kind of interference. I mean, he could gamble and just bid 3-no and hope his partner has a stopper. I think that's a little far-fetched. If he doesn't want to do that, maybe he can just double. Just showing values, like a general game force with 5 spades, which is effectively what his hand is. He would have really preferred to show this diamond suit, but he can't anymore, unless he wants to go past 3-no trump himself. He's thinking about possible hands that his partner can hold. I mean, he's also aware that south bidding 3 hearts in an auction like this is very unusual. Because most of the time your partner makes a lead directing double, you just don't know how many cards they have in the suit, so regardless of your own length, you really infrequently find a bid in this spot. West does double. And Lorenzini has to decide if 3 no trump is a good place to end up. He doesn't have more than 1 heart stopper. He can be very convinced of that. North doubled his lead directional in hearts, south bidding hearts. The opponents have hearts. I think he might bid 4 hearts. Maybe 4 diamonds. I mean, I think 4 diamonds is a practical choice. But I think Lorenzini is going to come to the conclusion that all of his values are a little bit too slow for no trump. His ace of hearts is going to get knocked out at trick 1. And what? He now expects to run 5 diamond tricks, take the club finesse, and his partner has the ace of spades? I don't think so. I think he's going to bid 4 diamonds or something that's not 3 no on this hand. I guess he could bid 3 spades, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it. He's already denied 3-card spade support by passing over the double. So 3 spades would effectively say, I'm not interested in 3 no, but I do have a doubleton spade. I think that would be a really nice practical choice. That would allow his partner to bid 4 clubs or 4 diamonds if he had a side fit there, and they could reach 5 of the correct minor. By bidding 4 diamonds in East seat, he kind of boxes his partner in. That's why I was kind of thinking it would be nice to find a bid that told partner, I have both minors. Okay, but he goes with my first thought, which was 4 hearts. You know, sometimes you get that idea and you start thinking about the bid and you're just like, yes, this is the bid I want to make. And I think this is fine too, right? He's saying, partner, pick between the other 3 suits. It's effectively a retake-out double of hearts. I like this decision. So Basis should bid 5 diamonds, I think. I know he's very worried about being at the 5 level, but yeah, partner showed a doubleton spade. I mean, yes, 4 spades is a level lower, but I would rather play 5 diamonds in the 5 forfeit than 4 spades in the 5-2. So there's 5 diamonds, and this is an excellent auction by East-West to reach the top spot. You might even expect the king of diamonds is offside pretty likely on an auction like this, given the lead directing heart bid from North. So, heart opening lead. Declare is going to have no issues. Ace of hearts. Diamond to the ace, I guess. Probably doesn't matter. And he'll make 11 or 12 tricks. So good board to finish things out for the Fleischer team. A lot of missed opportunities, but they're going to be thrilled that they're still up by a considerable margin going into the break. Don't forget, there will still be action going on in the other room once we complete this board, and there's about a 90-minute break for myself before we get into the third quarter of play. We'll stick around to see how Declara decides to handle the position. I think he's just going to play a diamond to the ace. There it is. There's the king. Diamond back. Now we can claim our 12 tricks. Well bid. Well played. Plus 420. See you all in about an hour and a half for the third quarter of action, but make sure you check out the other room in this match to see the exciting finish of these last few boards. Okay. Do I have food? I got an email, but I don't think it was food. 2 minutes. Supposedly. Maybe. Alright, so supposedly Craig will be back when we start the third set, which will be good. They might pull boards, Craig says. They could. Yeah, they definitely might pull some boards if they're super slow. Let's head to the other room, see how it finishes up. Three diamonds doubled. I saw this comment. PJF told me. Just let him play it out and give harsh penalties. That's one way to solve the problem. 500 coming in? Yeah, let's see. How bad is this? Whoa. So East West have 3 tricks. They have a club and a diamond coming. And they can get a second diamond. So it could be 500 if they find the right defense here. How did this auction happen? Club by East, a diamond, a wobble, a 2 hearts, same thing. 2 spades. Oh no. But I said in the other room that South doesn't have enough stuff to bid over 2 hearts. Chip, my man, what are you doing? He wasn't listening to me. I don't know about this decision, buddy. And look where it got you. Disaster. Whoops. Don't get all chippy. See ya, Craig. Thanks for hanging out. East can rough this and gets another diamond trick. Wow, 500. Oh boy, oh boy. I appreciate people telling me, you know, not just you guys in the chat, but like a bunch of spectators from BBO were just like, you did a good job of explaining like why Basis wasn't just cashing top clubs in 3-0. I think I did. I think I did do a good job. But this is one of those things that I don't think they do a very good job of in general on, like in the text commentary. Like, Michael Camel, I see at the table. You guys can't see it. It's covered up right now. But like, Michael Camel's going to like make a comment real soon about like, how did 3-0 Trump make in the other room? And he's going to be really angry about it and be like, well, this was clearly a defensive mix-up. Okay, I have some food. I will be back in like 15 or 20 seconds with my lunch. I need silverware. I'm gonna have to go to my secret stash, BRB. Don't tell anyone. Alright, I'm back. Will said the 9 of clubs took the second trick. In the other room. That's amazing. But also how? How could the 9 of clubs possibly have taken the second round of clubs? Okay. No face cam while I eat. So what's going on here? Diamond. Oh, I was correct. Martel opened a diamond. Look at me go. Diamond, a heart, a spade, 2 diamonds. North will bid 3 diamonds, and South will bid 3 no, and this is, well, here we are. Excuse me? Okay, don't worry, I figured it out. I found out how to get my food open. That's a good start. We're like halfway there. Defense is easier on this auction. They got to 5 diamonds! Look at them go! What players these guys are. Man, did anyone tell them that Marty and Chip were the best pair on their team? Do they know? Do they know yet? Someone should let them in on the secret. Incredible stuff. I mean, South is going to look for a diamond slam, of course, but he'll be denied. Hold on, please. Wait a second. What's for no Trump, buddy? Oh, I guess I know what for no Trump was. For no Trump was a good 5 diamond bid, and he did it specifically because it would force partner to cube at a club control. This is cool. Not keycard? Absolutely not keycard. Someone thinks 4 diamonds was keycard. Maybe it was. Yeah, oftentimes, if you don't have space between 4 of a minor and 5 of a minor, 4 no trump would be, is your way to show a good 5 of a minor bid. As opposed to it being like key card, basically. Well, Basis and Lorenzini were saved. I don't think Martel and Fleischer play for a kickback. I think they just play 4 no is always key card. But not in this auction. So what happened in the other room here? Klukowski just like completely botched the play in a no trump. But he was unable to take fewer than 7 tricks. Fleischer is 0-2 against the Zim when it's USA Switzerland. It has to be more than that, right? I'm sure they played more than twice. A lot of them were USA Monaco. Yeah. It does seem like Grumas are the culprits, right? They've not had good results for a very long time. I don't even know the last time either one of them has won something. Which isn't to say that, like, those are bad results. Like, even if they were, like, 10th in a national event, like, that's still a pretty good place. No one cares about anyone other than first. I would know. But, it feels like Gruen Moss might have been figured out. They've been playing their same system for too long. People know how to play against them. Bathurst and Hurd have been doing well in events for quite some time. I mean, obviously Fleischer just beat Bathurst and Hurd, but but it was a close match. They won the 2017 Bermuda Bowl. I mean, back in 2012 or something, they were playing this multi-way system thing. I don't know what the fault is. I mean, I've watched them a number of times. They seem to be doing fine. Maybe they're just old. How's Declare doing in 1-0 here? Still has a spade, a long club, maybe a diamond to lose. Maybe not a diamond to lose at this point. Looks like making 2. So is Fleischer going to open 3 hearts? I don't think so. He does like to preempt as much as everyone, but just kidding. He did. Are we normally supposed to open 3 hearts with this hand? Okay, Queen of Spades lead. Alright, how's he gonna play it? Because he has a lot of thinking to do on the Queen of Spades. I mean, they might be under time pressure and feel rushed. In which case, Fleischer might have to just make a decision instantly. So, I did make the claim on stream that Declare could make this double dummy. Is that true? Like, win the King of Spades and then what? Yeah, of course he can, right? Win the King of Spades and just play heart. Okay, alright. Good. I haven't completely lost my touch. Oh shit. Queen of Diamonds heart. Like, club to the ace, ace of diamonds is still good enough, right? West roughs, over rough. Now we play a heart. But yeah, this is simple. I don't understand why Kalita Klukovsky went on tilt. I mean, it was very clear to me that they did. After board 21. And I don't understand why. And then they continued to be tilted the entire set. Like, even after they made 3 no trump on board 27. I don't get it. Matthew has already ditched his own country to jump on the Zim hype train. Also, thank you, Olgan, for joining the lounge on YouTube. Thanks for the support. I saw the message earlier, but I was busy commentating. Alright, Jack of Diamonds back rough. Declare makes an over trick. $13 imps. Wow. Last board. East-West got to 5 diamonds. That was a really good result in the other room as well. You know, Fleischer might pick up a ton of imps in this set. I mean, they pick up 13 there. If they pick up a game swing here, they're not going to be too upset. Yeah, using the pronouns like our really solidifies it. Driver. Or, sorry, drink. Let's see where they wind up. Drink with the J. Two hearts. Marty, you madman. 2 hearts. Holy shit. I mean, Chip has seen him bid before. I can't imagine that he's going to bid 4 hearts, will he? No way. No chance, not with the South cards. I mean, you can't just offer the opponent's 800 against air. Isn't the J just silent? What the hell's wrong with you? Deweese is Deweese. What? Don't complain about my American accent. DeWeiss? Why would it be Weiss? There's an E in Weiss. W-E-I-S-S. Device? You mean the W is also a V there? Why does everyone have W's that are just V's? I'm watching the Vanderbilt. Am I? Why didn't Driver open diamonds? Dude, they're playing this weird, messed up system that just gets them to bad contracts on every board. Like this. They just have a free auction and they end up in 5 diamonds instead of 3 no trump. 9 cashers and 3 no trump. How did they go down in 5 diamonds? Yeah, that's just like a normal line of play. It's not a very good contract. I don't know what's happening here, East-West, but I think they're on their way to 5 diamonds. Or 4 spades. 4 spades would be exciting. Six diamonds would be more exciting. I honestly don't think so, because I think 6 diamonds is just going to go down 1 very quickly. I have no idea what's going on in this auction. Yeah, they might get to 6 diamonds. Nope. Not today. Alright. Bridge winners. So these are our standings. Dinkin up by 30. Fleischer up by 35. We're about to see the Fleischer-Dinkin final. Just what all of the fans wanted. So Zimmerman and Fleischer will be in for the third set. It's going to be really important for the state of the match, depending on what happens there. Like, I know that Zimmerman can make relatively large comebacks, but I think if Fleischer still has like a 40 amp lead or whatever going into the last set, then it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Oh, I'm sorry. Gary B says it's pronounced Draver. Bob Draver. Also, I'm sorry, chat. You can be uncaged. There you go. Alright, heart to the ace, diamond to the ace. Look at the auction on 21. Do I have to? Yep. Yep, seems pretty normal. Wait, hold on. What did I do? I clicked a thing, but apparently I did it wrong? Oh no. Now what did I break? There, I think I fixed it, but what did I click before? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. You know what? I'll just assume it's not a problem. I don't know what I messed up. But now chat should show up on screen. At least during the lunch break. I'm gonna forget to turn it back off. It's cool. Someone remind me. Other matches done. Well, we got an hour today. What should we do for an hour?
Is this on too?
Apparently. I mean, it shouldn't be, but apparently it is. It's all fine. It's all good. Classic Obama. European Transnationals, Zimmerman had a 43 imp final set to win by 10. Yeah, but against who, right? Like, Fleischer is not the same as most other teams. But with Zimmerman and Fleischer in, there's going to be a lot of volatility in the contracts and results. So I think things could be all over the place. Do we have any more drama on bridge winners? Quick, clear thinking. There's even more comments on this thread. 158 comments. Funny how the two sponsors are probably the two most aggressive players. That's not unusual at all. Sponsors just like to bid. They didn't like pay the big bucks to get a team so that they could sit there and pass. right? Enjoy your lurk shift. What's today? Friday? I guess for the time being, I will eat and play a whatever the free robot tournament is today. USA Interstate Robot Individual. Wait, is this the thing that Shift was talking about earlier? This might be it. What is this? That's really weird. Sure, we can play this thing. Oh, well. It's okay. Mess not made. Perfect. Eric says if you're playing against better players, being aggressive isn't a bad strat. It's true. But it's also more fun, right? Isn't that why everyone in New Zealand just, like, bids on every hand all the time? And Australia? It's more fun. They didn't come here to, like, try and win at bridge. They came here to have fun. This is match points? Okay. Who would have thought? Uh-huh. This is going well. Rude. Alright. Don't do it. Okay. We have the rest. So this is a best hand tournament. I should probably pass this out. The classic 1-0 opener with Singleton. I know, right? Eric, you opened 3 spades with 9/5 and out. That's... Was it at least in third seat favorable? No, dude. Don't be like this. You gotta love the robot's definition of what an invitational diamond bid looks like. Queen of spades switch. Wonderful. How are we doing here? Oh, it was 4-0 diamonds. That's funny. The flaw in the invite. So my personal belief, which apparently Craig disagrees with, is that this should have a very specific hand type. Like bidding it on this hand and bidding it on the same hand with a heart void and similar honor structure, I think is a huge problem, especially at match points. At teams, I don't know, I think it's still probably an issue, but maybe less so. But my personal belief is that these 3 of a minor, like these invites, the invitational jump shifts, should have a singleton or void and opener suit. Because otherwise, like, your partner's going to be sitting over here quite frequently with a small singleton in your suit and, like, king, queen, 10, 9, 6 of their own suit. And so, like, imagine how these hands would play in 3 diamonds if opener had that. King, queen, 10, 9, 6 of hearts and a small singleton diamond. Where would you rather play? Yeah, like 2 hearts on the 5-2, or, 2 no trump, or 4 hearts, or whatever. Your partner's kind of going to misjudge the auction if you have more of a fit for them a lot of the time. I guess I will accept that maybe this is not the most popular treatment, what I do, but like my belief is that this is really important, to have these bids that take up a lot of space show very specific types of hands. I mean, I think that's just general good bidding theory, but maybe not everyone agrees with me on it. Does 2-no deny spades? It doesn't. Okay. So okay, we found the spade fit. Did we miss a slam? Maybe. Oh, apparently not. Oh my god, wait a second. Oh, we're playing 0-3-1-4, I forgot. Very good. All the key cards. And the trump queen? Oh boy. I don't have the heart king. I think I can show the diamond king though. I think I'm pretty happy to do that. Six, no. Fascinating. Well, so the thing is, I know because I have the diamond queen, partner can't just be looking for the diamond king for like a lot of tricks. Like partner can't have like queen jack 10 fifth of diamonds over there, and they're like, oh, the diamond king is exactly what I need. So I have a little protection holding the diamond queen. I wanted to show extras though because I really like my hand for a grand with the stiff heart. The 4x1s are great shapes. 6, no, man. Really? I don't think so. I think we bid 7 spades. No trump's right-sided, at least. All right. Well, no trump is right-sided. So... Oh, I want to cash the ace of clubs so bad. I really just want to cash the ace of clubs here. Like, why would West ever think a diamond is better than a club to lead? Seven spades looks tough, you're telling me. If only there was a way to reach six spades, though, you know? But I guess that's not possible. So we're here now. I think I'm gonna cash the ace of clubs. This sounds awful. It's so bad. I've never gotten a king jack guess wrong in my life. Well, it's worse than that. I can just take two club finesses against East. Diamond lead. What a clown. West could have Jack Doubleton, but that's okay. I mean, it's only bad if West has like a small Doubleton club, but they would just lead a club. Singleton club, they might even still lead a club. No, there's just no way. I'm just going ace of clubs, nine of clubs. Okay, well, if that's a stiff jack, I'm gonna be a little bit sad. Hello? What do you mean claim rejected? Did I misclaim the number of tricks? Claim rejected? What is this? Can I claim now? Okay. Thanks. Well, I gotta tell you, I was right about the club suit. If I had taken two club finesses, we would not have made it. That worked. See, I always get it right. Yeah, I think you're onto something. Heart lead, yep. That's definitely a singleton, isn't it? I mean, there's no way the robots would lead a doubleton heart. I think I'm just gonna play a diamond to the queen. Okay. Yep. 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 Alright. Made 4. Does this show 5 hearts and an accept? 5 hearts, 15 or more. Nope, not worth risking it. Just bid 3 no. Spade lead. You think the bots play 3 hearts is rejecting the invite? Good thing I didn't bid it then. Where's the field gonna be in this contract? Do we care? 4 hearts. Don't do it. Well, we were not going to score well on this board anyway, even if we cashed out. Fields and 4 hearts making 4. 3 no making 3 would not have scored very well. Pass by East. Okay. How could this go badly? 4 spades. Yeah. All right. I double. I absolutely double. Huh. Well, this could have gone better. Diamond pitch. Okay. 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 Yep. You got it. Yeah. Very good. Yep. Partner at the King of Clubs! Oh my god. Well, plus 200. That wasn't great. I mean, at least I bid 3 hearts. 2 spades by East is a lot of bidding. Average, huh? 1 no trump, all pass. Your Bowser emote's unsatisfied? I'm sorry. Next time I'll double. I had already done a lot of bidding. Really? Well, that's awkward. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, no. Guys. This was not the right defense. Oh boy. Okay, we're doing great. We're having a good time. Oh, those don't split either. Why did West unblock the hearts when they had 4 of them? Incredible. Incredible. Holy shit. Look at this auction. This is amazing. We gotta bid the grand, right? I think so. Like, how can the grand not just be cold? I think partner has heart void. I don't know. Let's do it. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We were not making 6 either. So that's the good news. But since it's match points, this might not be a great result anyway. Okay. Okay. Alright, you guys can have your 2 tricks. Apparently I can't claim. I'm not allowed to claim. Are they going to let me claim now? Nope, still no. Let me pull another round of trumps. Now can I claim? I'm trying to figure out the... Why can't I? I'm just knocking out the club ace. You guys get a heart. What is this? Fix your claiming software. Okay. Oh, it's 12 boards. No, I was done. I am so done. I am in 2 spades, huh? 1.8%. So you're telling me that no one else bid 7 diamonds there? Or only a couple people did? This one? This has not been the most stellar defense of all time. I guess we're gonna make this, huh? Oh man, we're gonna make quite a bit. Well, this was worth a lot of tricks. 110. I'll take it. Mm-hmm. 1 no, 3 no. Why didn't we touch trumps? I mean, if I lose 3 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart, we're already down. Apparently this was a terrible score for going plus 110. Isn't the field playing 2 hearts or something for the same tricks? Maybe not. Like, sometimes they don't figure out to switch to clubs or cash all their clubs, and I can pitch a club on hearts. So that was basically the plan. At the end of play, I mean, ace of spades and a spade. At least this line gives me a little bit of an extra chance to, as you say, elope with low trumps. I don't have a good explanation for you. I apologize. Usually I would, but this time, I don't know, it just felt natural. Maybe if I sat here for another, 20 minutes and explained my thought process as usual, it would be helpful. But that's not the play today. Today I'm eating, and we're going to click through some cards and laugh at the robots and also laugh at me. And then we'll get back into the commentary. 3-0. Great lead by our left-hand opponent. Really helpful, thank you. I think clubs are just splitting. Alright. 660. Great defense, guys. Finessing the 5, I know it's great, right? Uh-huh. Club lead. Lovely hand, partner. Thank you. Club to the king. Yep. Thoughts on running the 9 of diamonds on the first round of the suit? Yes, no, maybe? Let her run? I mean, it's like the imp play, right? You can pick off 4-0 diamonds. I mean, I guess diamond to the ace, duck a diamond is also... But I really just want to run the 9 and pick off 4-0 for 0 losers. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. They're pitching too many spades. Pitch your hearts. Pitch your hearts, please. All right. 4:30. Running the 9 of diamonds would not have been successful. In case you were wondering. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, alright, let's just take the spade hook. Okay. Made 5. How did we do overall? Not too hot. We had 2 zeros on the set, which generally is not good. But we're a little bit above average. $57. Look at us go. Great results. I don't know what happened on board 9. So in a heart contract, there's 3 clubs, a spade, and a heart to lose. I guess if you end up in 3 or no trump, like if it goes a heart, a spade, and no trump, I'll pass. Maybe you take the same tricks. Take 4 hearts, 3 diamonds, and a spade for 120. That's probably it. Okay, my bad. Good set. Tomorrow we'll have stuff to play. Satsyan is blocked. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a giant thing. I can get rid of this for now. No one's talking to me anymore. Got 23 minutes. Okay, let's put up a poll. What are we going to watch? I know I said we'll stick with Fleischer Zimmerman. I mean, neither match is particularly close. Gavin, good one. Good meme. But if you all really want to see Dinkin, we can watch that match instead. Get your votes in. You got about 10 minutes. So Dinkin, we could watch Feldman, Verhees, or Nielsen, Lean. And on Wolfson, they would have Rang, Eckenberg, and Berkowitz, Genusar. I don't actually know, but the sponsors could be playing still. Are we going to switch away from Match of the Year to watch Dinkin? I don't know. Depends what people vote on. I am a dictatorship disguised as a democracy. That's what this channel is run on. So I give you the illusion of choice. And then sometimes I overrule you if you pick the wrong thing. Is anyone doing the March Madness thing? Have you all had good brackets? I forgot to fill out a bracket this year, so I have no idea what's happening in the tournament. I think I looked up some of the first round games yesterday. But there have been, as usual, 2 12-5 upsets. I mean, look, I don't know why they do this every year, but the 12 seeds and 5 seeds are basically the same skill level, and those matches are always close. And but yeah, the 12 seeds are always misseeded. I don't know how they make this mistake every single year, but that's the most likely upset of any of the first round games. I mean, look, we can even see it here. Wolfson, a 12 seed, has upset all of their opponents to make it to the finals. Actually, I think Wolfson has basically won their way through, only facing lower seeded teams. Is that true? No, they beat Rosenthal yesterday. But then in the previous round, they had Vendanta, and in the round before that, they were favored over Kane. They also always misseed Gonzaga. Is Gonzaga playing this year? I don't really know who's playing. I mean, my school, Virginia, is out this year, and so I have a little bit less interest in the tournament. I know Maryland's good. My other school. Go Terrapins, yay Turtles. I think I have more loyalty to Maryland than I do to Virginia. And it's not just because I was there more recently. It's because I just didn't really care about school when I was at Virginia. Maryland, I was like trying to get a PhD. I cared about bridge when I was at Virginia. Upside down turtle. So we got like 15 minutes until the next set. From a UK perspective, where are you talking about? Did they have a bridge team at UVA? No, absolutely not. There were people who played bridge at UVA, but there was no one who was like going to tournaments or even local clubs to play, other than myself. Okay, Timo asks what is March Madness. So here's the thing. Let me pull this up. Boom. Can we see this? So there are 64 teams, basically, much like the Bridge Winners bracket, that gets seeded into... I mean, this isn't the greatest way to display it, but there's a 1 seed and a 16 seed in each of 4 different regions that compete all throughout the course of March and then early April. But it's called March Madness because it's just... there are all of these games going on at the same time. So today, 7:25 p.m., today at 10 p.m., we'll probably have some more 4:41 p.m., 6:50, 9:25. So there's just like a ton of basketball games all going on at the same time all across the country, at least for the first few days. And then it starts to settle down as we get to like the top 16 or top 8. But yeah, it's very similar to the bracket that we saw for the Vanderbilt. 64 teams go in. 1 comes out a champion, and there's an enormous amount of sports betting that goes on for this. I don't actually know, but I would speculate that there's more money exchanging hands on this than there is on the Super Bowl. And I would assume the World Cup, even though it's a much more popular event, like the Soccer World Cup for FIFA, I think there's a lot more sports betting that happens for American sports just because more people wager over here than they do in Europe. But I could be wrong about that. Either way, I think this is probably like the biggest sporting event in the US over the course of the year. I mean, Super Bowl is a lot more is more watched on TV, but this runs for much longer. This goes for like weeks and weeks and weeks, just like basketball game after basketball game after basketball game, day in and day out. 63 total games with also like a number of like entry games as well. What am I talking about? Sports betting still illegal in many states. I mean, that doesn't stop people. The legality of it doesn't necessarily speak to how much sports betting it actually happens. There should be bridge betting. That sounds terrible, yeah. There's such a large incentive to cheat anyway. The thing is, there's less of an incentive for the players and coaches because they're already getting paid a large amount to win the event. Yeah, it's not a federal law. States are allowed to set their own laws on the gambling thing, and I think a lot of them waffle back and forth. Obviously, Nevada is a big state where you can do a lot of betting. Martin Jones says soccer betting is huge worldwide. I wonder if it's bigger than the US. This is something I don't have a good grasp on. Because while there's, Major League Soccer happens in the US, it's obviously not as large a sport as it is in South America or Europe, for the most part. But I think there's a lot of people in the US specifically. I have the feeling that the US has a much bigger gambling addiction problem than elsewhere in the world. Good news, chat. Looks like we're sticking with Zimmerman Fleischer. You have made the correct choice, so I don't need to overrule you. You can't afford to gamble in the UK, too poor. See, that's the thing, right? I'm talking like quantity of money exchanged. It might be the case that there's a lot of people who will wager on like soccer matches or football matches or whatever elsewhere, but but the US has all these high rollers that will wager like millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars on boxing fights or basketball games, football games, that sort of thing. I think culturally, the US is just kind of built around like gambling is not bad. But I don't have a good feel for how the rest of the world thinks about this. Oh, yeah. Okay, Martin makes a good point. The Far East Chinese betting markets are huge. That's true. Yeah. The rest of the world's also like this? Okay, then I guess we're not special. Look, I've grown up as an American. It's our job to believe that we're more special than everyone else. The Indians bet on cricket? Yeah. It's a big sport over there. Yeah, in the rest of the world, everyday people are gamblers. I mean, the everyday people who gamble in the US are like the ones who play the lottery. So they'll purchase like lottery tickets and stuff. There is a big issue in Vegas specifically. Like in giant casino hubs where a lot of local people will go and like gamble their life away. But I guess it's not as prevalent outside of those cities. The lottery's a scam, says Shift. You know, as a philosophical thing, the lottery is plus EV for, I think, a large number of people. And the class that I would be thinking of is like upper middle class. Lottery tends to be plus EV because the objective is not that every dollar is, like every extra dollar that you earn or lose is not worth the same. Whereas the quality of life change you can get from winning the lottery makes a big difference. So like the quality of life for spending $1 on a lottery ticket every day doesn't really affect you if you're upper middle class. But if you have like an extra, $1.5 million or something because you get lucky, then that actually matters. In fact, Bernoulli, I think a Russian mathematician, if anyone knows who Bernoulli is, I think he was from Russia, actually wrote a paper about this. It was funny. I had this belief for a while and I searched for it and found an academic paper by Bernoulli about kind of like the lottery problem and how it really like diminishing returns on extra money. Martin says estimated $80 billion worldwide on UK Soccer Premier League alone. Okay, but that's worldwide. Worldwide. Is that mostly Europeans or is that mostly Americans that are wagering on it? I don't know. Bernoulli's Swiss? Gotcha. Oh, we got the table started up sooner. I'm almost done eating, though, which is good. Koopa said 1984, Tom, big lottery winners aren't real. I don't know 1984. I mean, I know it's a novel, but I don't know what it's about. It is a problem, though, that winning the lottery often, destroys people's lives because people who go from extreme poverty, the ones who are, compulsive gamblers on it, they'll get all of this money, and then they'll just, dump it on, objects or drugs or something. And I've heard a ton of stories about people winning the lottery, going from, essentially like a poor existence into earning millions of dollars. And then 2 years later, they're like homeless out on the street. You want to win the lottery so you can pull Zimmerman and hire the best bridge pros? What team would you hire? Would you compete with Zimmerman for his exact team, or would you find other pros? You'd pay me enough to unretire me from bridge? Probably not happening. I appreciate the offer, though. It was never about money for me. I just wanted it to be fun. Everyone has a price. See, that's what you think. You can make it fun. It's not so much about me and my partners. I just found like the culture of being a bridge pro not enjoyable after a while. It was fun for some time. Like, most of my partners are fun. I did enjoy playing with almost everyone that I played with, even some of the sponsors, but lifestyle wasn't for me. Martin makes a good point. If you sit opposite someone back to back to back for hours and hours, or sit across from someone for hours, they better be someone you like. Matthew finally comes out of the woodwork with Versace, Samantha, Broglie, Bakke. That would be good choices. That's a good call. You clearly thought about this. Back to Cran again. Cran did nothing wrong. You could make that command. I think that's a fine command. Maybe you'd play with Simone DeWeese because he seems like a nice dude. He does. His name just rolls off the tongue. Okay, I'm going to clean up and run to the restroom. And I'll be back. Someone decide for me if we're going to clown around at Zimmerman's table or if we're going to get serious at the other table. I leave that up to you to decide. Today feels like a clowning around day. I've tried to be serious for 2 sets in a row, so maybe I'd appreciate some clowning. But it's all up to you. I'm back. Did we make a good choice about which table to watch? Or am I going to have to overrule you? What time does the next set start? 1 minute ago. Good question. All right, before I forget, chat, you go away. Shift, you didn't like being a bridge pro either? Everyone else was just better? That's tough. That's a real struggle. Okay. Is Craig here yet? Probably not. I guess I will look at my phone. Oh, Craig. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Classic Craig. Oh boy. It's fine. It's totally fine. I've been... I've been here solo all day. I can manage for another little while. But the little guy's trying his best, okay? You gotta cut him some slack. Oh, incredible. Alright. Well, that made my day. What are we picking? Greco, Hampson, Brady-Bot, and Cran, Mech +1? Dude. Would be cool if I won the lottery. I mean, I would play on a team like that. I think a lot of it for me was like, it felt as if there was a big grind. And I wanted to be on like actual really good teams. I was never really an imp player, but I think part of that was just I never really got an opportunity to play on like strong imp teams. Which could be my fault. Like if I was a better imp player, then better teams would pick me up. Okay, looks like we're about to get into the thing. Let's do it. Fleischer, Martel, Kalita, Klukovsky. See you in a bit, chat. Welcome back, everyone. Just finished the lunch break for all the players and myself. And we're getting started with the second half. Fleischer against Zimmerman. 35 imp difference between the two teams. Fairly low-scoring match overall. Only 111 imps between the two squads. East is in a no-trump. So he opened a no-trump in second seat. 17 count over there. Martel gets off to the Rusino, Jack of Hearts lead. Second round of hearts gets played. With this King of Spades in the pocket, looks like East-West were on for a heart game. Probably even a no-trump game. But in a heart contract, it looks like they might lose a club and 2 hearts. Can't really blame Klukowski with his... Wait, something feels off, doesn't it? Didn't Klukowski have an 11 count? Okay, I feel like I must have missed something on the auction. East-West just getting to 1 no trump does not seem like the right place for them to have ended up. Because both 4 hearts and 3 no trump look like excellent places to play. Well, with the hand playing out, I guess we'll keep on with the commentary for this deal. Maybe there was an error. Maybe someone miscounted their high card points. Hard to say. But this can't be a good start for East-West. If 1 no trump really is the spot that they ended up in. I should have a co-caster. I think he's running a little bit late. He got off an airplane a little while ago and is doing his best to shuffle on over. Kalita plays a heart over to the west hand. He'll try the club finesse. And this will end up being 10 tricks. The spade loser goes on the 4th round of clubs. We do see 4 hearts been made in the other room. So we also had a strong no trump auction. 2 clubs by West. After Stamen auction, they got to 4 hearts. Nothing really to the play in that contract. So it looks like 180 to me. And that club discard, I guess Kalita's going to stare at it for a minute. Maybe unlikely that Fleischer would pitch club from the queen here, but I guess he is deciding to run the jack anyway. Nope. Club to the ace, king of clubs, another club. And either way, all roads are going to lead to 180. I'm going to need to stare back at this hand for a second because I came in after the auction was over, but I would be very surprised if West just bid 1 no 3 no. It's an 11 count. He has a doubleton. He has a 4-card major. Versace and Cementa's auction in the other room looks relatively standout, so I'm not sure. We'll see if we get an adjustment on that one, though. If not, this is not a good start for Team Zimmerman in the second set, or second half of the match. But maybe we'll get an adjusted score in just a minute. Could be what the pause is about, actually. That there might be a little bit of discussion between the tables and between the table and the view graph operator. I mean, if one no trump... Okay, we do get the result adjusted to 3 no trump, making 10 tricks. That makes a lot more sense to me. So 1 imp going to Fleischer. Much more reasonable. We don't know how the auction went, but... West opens a no trump in 3rd seat here. West has 15. East decides to make the garbage stamen try. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. He passes. That passes out. So Fleischer probably just going to lead a trump. The question is which one. He could go ace of diamonds and a diamond to try and pull 2 rounds of trumps, or just a low diamond. He goes with the low diamond. Kalita's hand is not all that likely, this 4-4-3-2 shape. I mean, West, of course, could have 3-3-2-5, and now you just end up in the 3-2 diamond fit in a spot like this. But I think maybe Kalita was a little bit worried that if he had just passed, South might have been able to balance in. And with 5 high card points opposite a 3rd seat favorable 1 no trump opening bid, which could be very light, Kalita, understandably, wanted to try and take up a little bit more bidding space. If his partner bid 2 of a major, he was going to be thrilled, because that might preempt the opponents out of showing their minor suits. There's a rules question I see about whether or not garbage stamen is alertable. The 2 club and 2 diamond bids are not. I can't recall if there's a rule in the ACBL stating that no passes are alertable, but I think a lot of people will alert this pass. I think it's good etiquette to just alert when something unusual happens. And so I would consider this to be a little bit unusual. Well, a club lead. So Martel pops up with the king, which I think is a fine play. If Declare had the ace-queen, then Declare was probably taking a finesse. When Declare doesn't have the ace-queen, then the king might hold the trick, and then Martel might have an important switch to make. And it also just kind of confuses the issue a little bit here, where Klukowski might not realize that that the clubs are splitting. It's kind of amusing here that when he leads the 10 of clubs and Fleischer doesn't play the jack, he knows that the clubs are 3-3. But he's probably having a little bit of a laugh at Martel's attempt there with the king of clubs from king jack third. So the 10 of diamonds gets led back, and now Fleischer has to decide, is he going to win this trick or duck? If he ducks this trick, Declare would have to find a way back to hand to start pulling trumps. But that would allow Declare to take a finesse from dummy. Either lead towards the king of spades or... Ooh! So Fleischer now happy to win the ace of diamonds, because his 8 of diamonds has now been set up as a trick. So how many tricks is Klukowski going to get now? Fleischer's kind of end played into leading into Declare's hand. So Klukowski's going to get one of his major suit kings. He'll score the jack of diamonds, and he'll, well, play clubs to force out the high trump. But so he'll score the 7 of diamonds and a club, which sounds like 4 more defensive tricks. If the defense is careful, they might have been able to hold him to 8 tricks. But now on this Queen of Hearts switch, Declare might be able to come up with a 9th. Cashes the jack of diamonds. Now he'll start running clubs. But yeah, that Queen of Hearts switch, I think, was the falter for North-South. If Martel had won the ace, Declare could have unblocked the king, and if, as it is here, West can just run some clubs and exit a heart. South will be in. He'll have to lead a spade or play a heart into the jack 10 and dummy, neither of which will be good. Declare can guess the spade suit if he gets a read on what's going on. Of course, at any point, Fleischer could rough in, play a heart to his partner's ace, and get a spade through for the same sort of guess. Ooh, our VooGraph operator gives us some table talk. Declare has claimed, in fact, stating that he's going to play south for the spade queen. So he does make an overtrick in 2 diamonds. There might have been nothing the defense could do, in fact. Either way, not the most usual contract. The other room ended up in a no trump after opening a club on the West seat. They play a mini no trump, I think, in that position, so West was unable to open a no trump in 3rd. 2 diamonds by Martel, multi-style, weak 2 in either major, and this is supposed to be very weak for them. Like, I'm not sure that the 6 high card points are required. I think it's just 13 cards with at least 5 spades. So 2 diamonds. Fleischer probably bids 2 spades, pass or correct. Would make a lot of sense. It's a way to make sort of an invitational bid out of the north hand. If your partner has a heart preempt, even though they might have a pretty garbage hand, you have a lot of hearts. Maybe you want to play in 4 hearts. So there's 2 spades. 2 no trump by Kalita. He has a 14 count, but he understands just how important it is, especially against very aggressive partnerships like this north-south one, to make sure they don't steal from you on hands like this at this vulnerability. Favorable, there's a real risk that that you might end up losing out on a game bonus if you just pass out 2 spades with a hand here. So he does overcall 2-no. He has a nice 5-card club suit. South will let this go. And then Klukowski's sitting over there with 7 highs. Lots of these intermediate spot cards. The 10-9 of spades, maybe even the 8 of clubs could be important, but no aces and kings. Might take the push to 3-0. I think we could see that. And if he does, maybe part of the question is, should he go looking for a heart fit, or should he just bid 3-0 directly? And he does just bid 3-0 directly. Doesn't go after the hearts. I think this is a pretty reasonable idea. He has 4 cards in the opponent's spade suit. His partner has promised a spade stopper with 2 no trump. So even if they find a 4-4 heart fit, they might suffer some spade roughs in a heart contract, and that's not what he wants to have happen. So spade opening lead. Oh, okay. Well, tough position for Kalita, and I suspect Fleischer and Martel are going to figure out the defense on this one, although there are some pitfalls to avoid. Obviously, if they block the diamond suit, that would not be ideal for them, but it might still not matter. So Declare does get the spade guess correctly at trick 1, sticks in the 10. So he can now win the ace. With 3 spades in and 1 heart, Declare's main effort is going to be to try and pick up the clubs for 5 tricks, because that would give him enough tricks. And obviously he's worried that if he loses a club, the defense might work out to switch to diamonds. So to that end, I think he's just going to play a spade to the 9 and lead the jack of clubs. If the 10 of clubs was in South's hand, he would be able to pick up the club suit this way with just the 1 entry to the west hand. I mean, I guess there's some possibility for the defense to make an error if Declare just gives up a heart trick right now. He would probably prefer to take 2 club finesses, picking off, say, a king 10 fourth in Fleischer's hand. But he just doesn't have the entries to do so, is the issue right now. But if he were to, say, play a heart to the queen, and North were to win the king, North might not know that Declare's plan is to take a bunch of club finesses against him, and so while North might play back a diamond or something, the defense may be a little bit uncertain about what suit to play. So I guess that has to be what Kalita's thinking, because a spade to the 9 and leading the jack of clubs seems like a pretty straightforward plan. Picking off a singleton or doubleton 10 of clubs in South hand. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there is an alternative. I have seen a couple of suggestions where people are saying maybe play a diamond to the jack right now. Not everyone's Zia. Alright, there's a spade to the 9. So defense's work is not over. Fleischer needs to start finding a discard here. Fortunately for him, he's not looking at the Heart King. Otherwise, he might be under a bit more pressure. So I think just a discouraging heart would be an effective signal. He would love to find a way to not give extra information to declare on a hand like this, but maybe the best thing to do is to play the hand straight up. Whoa, he pitches a diamond, though. And now the heart hook. I'm not sure I understand the heart hook from Kalita. He has 3 spade tricks, 2 heart tricks, 2 club tricks is only 7 if both round suit kings are with North. Even if he was able to squash a 10 doubleton of hearts, that would only get him up to 8. Martel has not worked out what's going on, so this Queen of Spades entry is gonna give Declare the opportunity to pick off the club suit. He can pitch a diamond from hand and he can just run the Jack of Clubs and then get back over to the Jack of Hearts and take another club finesse. We've seen a lot of this in this match so far. First up against Basis and Lorenzini, defending against Kalita Klukovsky. Let a couple of 3-no trump contracts through that otherwise maybe shouldn't have. And now, once again, Martel and Fleischer are the ones that are not finding the optimal defense to these 3-no trump hands. Now, Kalita still has to guess what's going on in the club suit. And I think he probably will. I think he's going to start the clubs with the Jack. Fleischer will cover. And then he's going to get a count on the hearts. And once Martel shows out on the 3rd round of hearts, he's going to place North to have started 1-4-5-3. I mean, North could be 1-4-4-4, in which case, kind of equally, you would run the 8 of clubs on the next round of the suit. But yeah, South is going to pitch on this trick. A spade, I guess. Maybe a diamond. And he's going to take the club hook. Oh boy. Oh boy. So the struggles against 3-no trump continue. They do make it hard. They make it really hard on you to find the optimal defense to this Kalita-Klukovsky duo. And now 3 times so far in this set. I mean, the Fleischer team, if they do end up falling in this match, they're definitely going to look back on some of these and want the boards back. Fleischer appeared to have asked for diamonds, or showed encouragement in the diamond suit based on his discards. But maybe Martel read that more as just 1 diamond honor and not please lead a diamond. There's a spade pitch from South. Now we'll see another club, and I'm certain he takes the hook from here. So he just makes something out of thin air. That's incredible. What a result, and much needed for Zimmerman. There were plenty of boards still left in play, but this is going to make them relatively happy with how things are going. Alright, club to the queen. Fleischer can hold on to a couple winners at the end of the hand. They had every opportunity to do this one right. North-south, but got their wires crossed with the signals. So 11 imps going the way of Zimmerman. The other table did stop out in 2 spades, north-south. Big missed opportunity for Fleischer. But these really tough teams do put a lot of pressure on you. They're not willing to sell out to part scores favorable, and instead they force you to find the right defense against their games. On to board 4. West opens a diamond. We get a takeout double by North. East comes in with a heart. Rather light. Not forcing alerted. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So I guess that means East would be required to start with a redouble with all strong hands. South bid 4 spades. I think happily so. He has 5 spades, singleton in the opponent's heart suit. 11 high card points. So Klukowski can get off to the king of clubs lead or queen of clubs. And how many tricks does Declare have? He's got a club loser. One of them can go away on the ace king of hearts. He's got a diamond loser. The spade hook is offside. Really just needs to find a parking place for that last diamond. But this is going to be a bit of a delicate hand to manage. Because Martel will be aware of the possibility that diamonds are 5-2. So as he roughs a diamond and dummy, he's going to need to rough with high trumps. But that basically means he's going to have to rough 2 diamonds and dummy. Because if he only roughs one of them with the 10 of spades, even if he then goes spade to the ace and a low spade back towards the 9, West will win, dummy will be out of trumps, and Declare is going to have that winning king of diamonds, but West can give his partner a diamond rough. So I think ultimately Martel is going to plan his play around 3-2 spades, hoping to rough both the 3rd and 4th round of diamonds with the 10 and 9 of spades and dummy. Okay, he wins the ace of clubs at trick 1. Ace of hearts, king of hearts to pitch a club. That seems really important. So that's step 1. King of hearts, pitch a club. Now probably the queen of diamonds. Gotta get the diamonds going at some point, otherwise the opponents might be able to pull trumps. So queen of diamonds. The other table bid and made 4 spades on this hand. I'm going to take a look at their line of play. Yeah, so exactly kind of what I was mentioning happened in the other room. Declare did rough both rounds of diamonds with the 10-9 of spades. I think Martel's going to do that as well. And very carefully, he's going to find his way to a 10th trick. 4 spades should make. And so first things first, Klukowski needs to decide what to do on this trick. He's got an account signal from his partner, so he presumably knows that declares diamonds are king fourth or maybe king jack fourth. I mean, it looks natural to win this. Cash a club and exit a heart. That was exactly the defense that happened in the other room. East having the 8-7 of spades actually makes Declare's life a little bit easier, because if Declare misguesses what's going on in one of the suits and accidentally roughs the 4th round of hearts with the 6 of spades, it's just going to work. Hey Craig, welcome on in.
Thank you. Apologies for my delay. A little travel snafu. So I watched the first half. It looks like so far it's been a little more high scoring than the last quarter was.
It was. There were a lot of push boards in the last segment, but Fleischer's struggles against Kalita Klukowski and 3 no-trump contracts do continue for them. But with that said, I mean, we can still see they're up by 25. So despite letting a couple of games through that probably otherwise shouldn't have made, they've actually done quite well.
Yeah, it looks like this is on track for another push from here.
Yeah, now Declare can just safely rough a heart back to hand, rough the jack of diamonds with the 9 of spades, and then play a spade to the ace and the queen of spades and hope the trump split 3-2. So club goes around to the queen. Now as diamond comes back, roughed with the 9, spade to the ace, queen of spades. Same 10 tricks that were taken in the other room.
Yep, so you see we had a pretty substantial swing on the previous board. Was that another one of the same 3-0 that could have been beaten but wasn't?
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying earlier to the audience, like, Kalita Klukowski just put you in these positions where you have to guess on defense a lot, and that's really effective, because sometimes even the best players misguess things.
Yeah, it's something that you were talking about yesterday, that there are some declarers who are very good at making life difficult for the defense, and, you know, sometimes defenders with limited information just aren't going to be able to solve those problems. Like, you know, sometimes there are mistakes, but just sometimes you have a choice of things and nothing to go on, and you just get it wrong.
Right.
So, bit of a safety play, spade to the ace, and that'll be that same 10 tricks.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty big position for Kalita had to have the spade king there and not over rough a couple of times. But possible.
Yeah, that's hard. Anyway.
Okay, 620. So another push. Fleischer still hanging on to their 25 imp lead. And 25 imps is a lot more in a match of this magnitude, where the scores are 74 up to 49 after so many boards, than it would be if both teams had scored 120 imps at this point.
Yeah, you know, neither of these teams play a super like Brick and Driver, probably the most of anyone playing in this match, but neither of these teams are super swingy. So, 25 into the Dinkin match, given that there's a lot of system differences and just swingier styles in play, is a much narrower margin than 25 MTR, is my guess.
Right. But I just gotta say, man, if Kalita Klukovsky get to 3 no trump on every hand, I like their chances. Based on what we've been seeing.
Like, the Welland-Alkin style, it can be really effective. Well, I would guess this is possibly a bathroom break. I think we have seen some smoking breaks, but this would be a little early in the match for one, but maybe, thank you, Diana. Maybe someone just wanted a glass of water or, who knows what. Possibly there's a director call, but I would be surprised if that's what's going on. I don't think there was much in this hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there was an alert of the 1 heart bid, but it looks like I mean, it was alerted as non-forcing, and it really was non-forcing. So I don't think anything's going on, as you say, but it's very possible that there could be a director at the table for some reason.
Yeah, hard to imagine since North-South obviously weren't damaged in any way, but anyway, hopefully we'll have another board up momentarily, and one nice thing about it is since the other table was on pace, we'll have results coming in ahead of us, which is always nice for those of us who like instant gratification.
Yes. Yeah. This time we are a little bit behind the other table. During the second quarter, we were something like 5 boards ahead of them.
Yeah, I had speculated that in some positions they might have actually not been permitted to play every remaining board, given they were, I think, 4 boards to play when regulation time ended. Do you know if they were allowed to complete the segment?
That's a good question. I didn't actually look. It looks like they did complete all the boards of play, though.
Yeah, I wonder if they were glared at, encouraged to speed up, and then the directors possibly considered a time penalty, though I think if that were the case, we would know by now. I was going to look at bridge winners to see if there was an adjustment, but unfortunately, bridge winners appears to be down at the moment, so
oh no.
Hopefully that'll be back shortly. Could be something on my firewall, but I got a bridge winners error page, so I think it's on their end.
Well, this is an unusually long pause, so I do figure that someone's away from the table at the very least at this point.
Indeed. Is it possible that there was a directed call regarding the previous board, this 3-0, that apparently was made on some kind of defensive slip-up? Like if there might have been some different information on both sides of the screen that led to a defensive error? No, here we go.
Yeah, it could be.
Anyway.
Yeah. On to board 5. So 13 count for Fleischer. He'll open a heart. Kalita will pass. Martel gets to bid a spade.
Aha, it was indeed just a bathroom break.
Yeah, our ViewGraph operator, thank you for giving us a lot of information. They can't hear us. They're 30 minutes in the past. But
right.
Yeah, I do appreciate when the ViewGraph operators provide us with some live info from the table.
One spade showed 5. Is that what that alert is?
Yeah, a heart of spade, I guess probably 5 because they're playing Flannery, right?
I was about to look up their convention card. I guess it's certainly possible. I was not aware that any pairs, at the top level of American Bridge played Flannery besides Levin and Weinstein, but it looks like I'm quite mistaken here.
So yeah, because North can't have a minimum opener with 4 spades and 5 hearts, they would open 2 diamonds with that hand. I'm speculating. That's why 1 spade by South shows 5 in this auction. So a no trump by North. Showing clubs, interesting, and South rebids 2 hearts.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm trying to pull up the convention cards for the two pairs here. Okay, so
These guys are tricky, but sometimes you out-trick yourself. Kalita leads a low spade from the queen jack, and this is not going to go the way that he was hoping at trick one.
no, I guess it's possible that Fleischer thinks it's the wrong double cross and puts up the king because he doesn't have a use for a quick discard anyway.
Right, but he's also going to be worried about getting tapped, so he'll want to preserve that king of spades. Like, even if West is able to win the queen or jack here, he'll expect that West can't profitably continue the suit.
No, they actually are not a Flannery pair. They are a multi-pair, at least where they're allowed to.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm just taking a quick look at their card here. Yeah, at a quick glance, I do not see what the alert might have been, but possibly I'm just missing a line on the card.
Well,
oh, of course they played multi because Marty absolutely loves to preempt, so giving him the option to have two ranges of preempts is very sensible for this pair.
That's true. Actually, we saw a multi-preempt on a... What was it? Oh, it was the 3 Trump board 3.
Yeah. And indeed, thank you, Prospero. Yeah, 2 hearts is Flannery for North-South.
Mm-hmm. All right, spade to the ace, diamond switch. Declare gets the diamond hook. And now just needs to tackle the trump suit. Probably just do something normal, lead the 10 of hearts.
I see. So he managed to win 2, play very cheaply to the first 2 tricks, winning 1 and forcing the ace with his lowest spade spot from the king 10 9 8 5th.
Right.
This is going relatively well for him, and as you say, that king of spades is now possibly an important stopper if hearts were splitting 4-2 instead of 3-3.
Yeah, for sure. So at this point, Declare is just going to lose 1 more trick. The heart ace, he has a couple of club entries to take a diamond hook later in the play.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy with 170, but he might secretly be rooting for that diamond fest to lose the next time he takes it.
Yeah. I guess it can go away on the king of spades even. All right, king of clubs.
You're going to block everything.
Heart over.
I mean, I don't think he's going to be worried about losing 10 imps for this, but, anytime you're making 170, you'd probably rather make 140. At least when it's always there, obviously.
Agreed. All right, club around to the jack, king of spades, pitch a diamond, diamond to the ace, pull the last trumps, and 170, as you say.
Yeah, feels like kind of a normal, decent result for North-South. I don't think anyone's going to wander into 4 hearts in these cards.
I think 3 no trump is a pretty likely place for North-South to end up. Or a possible alternative contract. Like, South has 10 with a lot of 10s. Partner open the bidding. Like, if you want to be aggressive and invite the vulnerable game, you can bid 2-no, and North might bid 3-no. Everything's kind of working for Declare in 3-no. Diamonds are 3-3 with the king on side. So 3-no, I think, is pretty likely to make on their cards. But 170 is probably okay.
Yeah, you do really need that diamond finesse, because even if you set up hearts, the defense might be able to set up 2 spades and the king of diamonds to go with the ace king of hearts just because your tricks are so slow.
Right.
Anyway, we'll see, possible opportunity for the Zimmerman team to get 10 imps back and close the deficit to 15.
Yeah, and on this board, we get a pass by East in first seat. South gets to open a heart. West has a really nice hand over there. 16, singleton heart. Probably just worth 1 spade. But I could see making a takeout double.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's kind of right on that border. I think most American experts would bid a spade. The European approach to doubling and showing a suit is a little more flexible. We'll see. Like the Italians, I think, probably would double because that's kind of in their style. I'm not exactly sure how Klita Klukowski approached these kinds of hands.
The graph operator lets us know that Klukowski asked his partner what their normal lead is from Queen Jack.
Yeah, so he does double, which, I get it. You get to show the strength. You do have support for the minors, which could be important if partner doesn't have spades. Here, it might be hard to introduce the spades. Three clubs, presumably, is a mixed heart raise.
That would be my guess.
It's possible. Actually, it's probably a fit jump. I take it back. Yeah, so, this is a little bit scary for West, but having chosen to double, I think this is mandatory, and obviously he's buying a huge fit here.
Yeah, and King Doubleton of Diamonds in the pocket. This does come rolling home if North-South let it go, and I think they are at this point. South has given up.
Yeah, it's not a great save, right? They would be down 500 in 5 hearts, losing a club, 2 diamonds, and 2 spades. So if there's any defensive prospects against 4 hearts, it's probably better to defend knowing that at most you're playing to win 3 imps or 4 imps.
Yeah, I agree.
I think 120 is 3, I believe.
Yep.
So the imp odds don't suggest a save here if you have any chance to beat it, as long as you think you're going for a decent sized number. But unfortunately, there's really just no defense here with 2 clubs and a heart pretty easy, but the diamonds are not going to present a challenge for declare.
Yeah, so we do get the
so it was a
explanation.
mixed raise,
3
okay.
clubs is mixed.
I guess it'd be a weird looking fit jump with King 8-6-5-3 of clubs.
Yeah.
I just mesmerized by that 5 card suit there. I wonder what 3 diamonds would have been.
Not sure. Maybe it would have been a limit raise.
Maybe, yeah. I would assume that 2-0 was limit plus, but it's true. They could really be doing a bunch of things. Could just be natural, too. You don't necessarily need every bit available, but you might want the important ones to be. Anyway, I think this is going to be pretty quick, and I think East-West are going to be pretty happy about this result.
Yeah, for sure. They found their fit, they got to game, and the game just made. Who's sitting East-West in the other room? Samantha and Versace? I think they might get to this one. They've been relatively aggressive throughout the entire event, and especially today in the match. They've been bidding to games that their counterparts had missed. I think they were sitting opposite Brink Driver in one of the earlier sets, and they bid to a couple of slams that were missed. They bid to games that were missed. So they tend to be a little bit more on the edgy side when it comes to bidding some of these tight games, and especially vulnerable.
And John Miller in the chat points out something interesting. If Martel had decided to trade on the vulnerability and bid 4 hearts, East-West are in a very difficult position. It might shut them out. West might feel like he has to double again with these extras. 4 spades really feels like a lot at this level. It would present a much harder problem for East-West, and some of the time they're going to get that wrong, and North-South are going to have a much better result than they got here. Not that I'm faulting Martel, but it's kind of a different path this auction might have gone down.
Sure. Well, North-South have cashed 3 tricks, and for their next act, they're going to try the King of Hearts, I guess.
Yeah, I think Fleischer, for the same reason, having seen Martel not bid 4 hearts, probably has some optimism the King of Hearts is a winner. And obviously Klukowski, maybe is marked as a single in heart because bidding 3 spades is even scarier with 2, but, he has nothing else to do, and there's some possibility partner only has 5 hearts.
Yeah, there's the King of Hearts. So, in the meantime, because we did have that result on board 5 coming in, 3-no trump was bid and reached in the other room, and they made 10 tricks. So that brings the match to within 15, as Craig had posited earlier for that game swing.
Yeah, and here, notice Klukowski could have roughed with anything that wasn't the 3, but chose to show off and rough with the ace. He did want to preserve that 3, probably. Just, honestly, like, he probably didn't need it as an entry. It's just sort of good to stay in those habits.
Yeah, diamond to the queen, ace of diamonds, the king falls, and 620.
Yeah, we'll find out if Klukowski is a beer drinker. Would that be good? He did have the 7 of diamonds available if he wanted it. Wow, look at this combination.
Yeah, this looks like a great hand.
With the spade roughing finesse and no possibility of taking it the wrong way since East is void. They're probably capable of making 13 tricks here, right?
Yeah.
You can use the 10 of clubs as one entry.
Yeah, 7 clubs would come home if they did reach it.
Yeah, that 10 of clubs is a very important card. It gives West an entry that otherwise might not be available.
Yeah, 6 clubs would probably be the top spot if you could get there, because there's nothing to the play in that contract. You can pull a couple rounds of trumps with the 10 of clubs, use rough out the king of spades, whether or not North or South have it, basically give up a trick to the king of spades, and then use the king of hearts as an entry to run the spades later in the play.
Well, there is one potential snag, which is if South leads a diamond, you do have to guess right at trick 1 when the king of spades is offside.
Well, you could alternatively just...
oh, no, you don't, because you can pitch 1 diamond on the ace of spades. Never mind.
Yeah, you could pitch a diamond on the spade ace and just rough a heart, which is also kind of equivalent. I mean, there's a lot of ways to make at least 12 tricks, and sometimes 13.
Yeah, so... yeah, they're playing an extreme version of the kind of modern style for 2 clubs, just to kind of be a game force that doesn't have a 5-card suit somewhere else. It could be a singleton club.
In 2035, it could be a void. I'm telling you. We're headed in that direction.
Yeah, so 2 diamonds alerted, possibly just showing a minimum rather than a diamond suit. The diamonds could be coincidental. 4 clubs.
4 clubs. It gets alerted. I think generally in these 2-over-1 auctions, jumps in your own suit tend to just show a solid suit, and that's what East has. He wants to set clubs as trump and then get his partner Q-bidding.
Yeah, it's possible 4 clubs makes a Q-bid mandatory no matter how much West hates his hand.
Yeah, so West Q-bids 4 hearts. West does not have a bad hand. The fact that he only has 10 Doubleton, 10 Doubleton of clubs is not so bad, because East has said, I have solid clubs. The roughing value in hearts is great. He has good controls. His spade suit, it's not just that he has ace, queen, jack, 5th of spades. He has ace, queen, jack, 10, 9. So if his partner has king and 1 or stiff king, he has 5 tricks there. He's going to be pretty happy with his hand for slam purposes.
Yeah, so here, presumably, West has, from East's point of view, he knows West has the king of hearts, not the king of diamonds. The Doubleton heart, obviously, is a really great asset. 5 hearts, presumably, look at your hand and make some final decision, and West decides that his spade suit is worth a final decision of 7 clubs. Probably going to be rewarded. Declare doesn't have a lot of options in the play.
Yeah, that's for sure. Kalita Klukowski has decided that they want to make the turnaround in the match right now. They've obviously had some pretty good results coming up to this board, but they didn't have to bid 7 clubs. But here they lie.
Yeah, and 5 hearts, I think it basically, kind of by implication, says just look at your spades, because, West could have a 3rd heart. He doesn't know, again, assuming that his shape is, largely unknown. I don't think West ever said anything about clubs, and possibly he didn't say anything about diamonds. 2 diamonds could also be short. But if West has strong spades, East doesn't care about anything else.
Well, he basically just needs the ace king of spades.
Right, that's kind of why by strong spades,
Yeah.
like ace king, queen when West had a third heart.
Right. Yeah. So he's going to be pretty disappointed at partner's actual spade holding, ace queen jack 10-9. But
Yeah, I don't fault West at all for making that misjudgment though, because East blackwooded, West has no reason to believe that East has a spade void. It's much more likely that East actually does have the king of spades to go with.
yeah, no, I hear ya. I hear ya.
Yeah, I think like unfortunately in these auctions, especially when the first couple of rounds of the bidding or the second round of the bidding, two clubs of diamonds is basically artificial. It's really hard to get the room you need.
Yeah, so the simple line, which looks to me like what Declare is probably going to do, win the ace of hearts, ace of clubs, club to the 10, and then just lead the queen of spades and take the roughing finesse. So that you can then lead the jack of spades and take another roughing finesse. If you cash the ace of spades first, you might run into trouble if spades are 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
I guess not really when North is the one holding three clubs, but this would just kind of be the simple technical plan, or at least the one that Declare might start by following.
Yeah, and of course when the clubs are 3-1, there's a little more extra danger after the spades are set up. But here we're there. Well, yeah, because they have, they can exit a heart to take away your last entry, and maybe some of the time they can rough a spade before you're done pitching losers.
I really hope they don't get to exit a heart to take out the last entry. That would mean they've already won a trick. But yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about the play in 6. Never mind.
Yeah.
I think he's going to take a decent amount of time here, kind of looking for any extra chance besides this spade roughing finesse. I don't think there is one on this lead. Like maybe on a different lead, you would be able to keep the king of hearts and play for some kind of squeeze. They didn't open a heart at trick 1 and you still had communication to the dummy. Like maybe there'd be some other way to play it, but here I think his options are pretty restricted after Martel leads a heart.
Yeah, so sometimes it can be effective to just run a long suit, but as you say, the 10 of clubs is a big entry. He goes up with the heart king. I'm surprised by this. All right, let's see what his idea is. I'm curious. Okay,
Yeah, so
he's
you're
decided to take the same line of play, but he wanted to play things differently, I guess. Maybe this is safer to get out for down 1.
No, you know what it is? I think now this is actually okay against a 6-2 spade break, right? He'll pitch a diamond, rough a heart, and draw trumps.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but if spades were 6-2, North could cover the spade. And then if clubs are 3-1, we don't have an entry after pulling trumps.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true.
Again, these are very minuscule percentage chances. But yes, at this point,
that was
Declare
obviously his plan. He's gonna...
fine.
Yeah, he actually can just claim here. He doesn't even need to do this. He can just, since he can pull 4 rounds of trumps with his ace, king, queen, jack.
Yeah, you just rough the heart high, pull all the trumps. North-South are not going to be happy about this result.
I'm not sure why he's still playing here. Yeah, this is a huge result for East-West here.
Yeah, 21-40. I would expect them to get to at least 6 clubs in the other room. It might be a push, but well, speaking of these late multi-openers, 2 diamonds by West. There it is, 3 high card points, 10/6 of hearts.
Love it.
Yeah, so Kalita might say, transfer me into your major at the 4 level.
Exactly right. No, he actually is looking for even bigger things. Gonna find out if West actually has a good hand somehow, and if he does, then he was gonna get excited. I think here where West is gonna try to show the weakest hand possible. He'd still just be done at that point. But yeah, it's possible if West had a slightly better hand, even the same hand with a stiff spade, actually, some would be pretty good. I'd say even with stiff spade, slam would not be good, but a slightly better hand, slam, possibly be very good, right? Just a little bit more stuff in the red suits.
Yeah, certainly. So Martel has a spade suit. That's all he has. But he might bid 3 spades here.
Yeah, some percentage of the time, East is screwing around a little bit, or, everything is just totally normal, and his side needs to bid spades, and if you don't do it now, you're going to have to do it at a worse level later.
Right. Yeah, like if it goes 2-no trump response, 3 hearts, now they've exchanged more information. I mean, now you might bid 3 spades anyway. At least bidding 3 spades immediately might take them off the ability to penalize you.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the time it's 4 hearts when it comes back to you. That's a little uncomfortable. He does pass, deferring to the fact that he has extreme weakness outside of his solid spade suit or solid-ish spade suit.
Right.
North may try a double here, I guess. I take it back. I don't like the double here because I think it's likely that's going to have disastrous consequences when partner has like ace doubleton of clubs or something.
That's a fair point. Yeah. You would like a club lead against 3-no trump if that's what's going on, because we don't really know what's going through East's head when he bids 2-no trump. It could be based on a hand that's looking for extra values to bid 3-no. It could be based on a heart fit that's looking for a heart game. So you're right that Fleischer might have wanted to double to get a club lead, but he says no thanks.
Yeah, I think, doubling Stamen there is kind of attractive with that suit. Obviously partner leads ace and 1, if an entry is not great, but some of the time he has king third and was never going to consider it, and in the club split, here I think the downside is pretty severe. So 3 clubs presumably was any minimum, 3 diamonds, and now Martel decides he can't wait any longer.
Yeah, this might get doubled by Kalita at this point.
Wow, so he's in the teeth of East confirming he had a strong 2-no bid with a game force. Martel has come to life, so I wonder what his plan was on different auctions. Like, presumably when you make that pass over 2-no trump, there was some sequence where you had committed yourself to never taking a call, and I do wonder what that circumstance would have been.
I think it would have been 2-no trump response, 3-no trump.
Of course.
Yeah. So he has to get 3 spades in. I mean, even now that he knows the opponents are game forcing and his side probably doesn't have a game, his partner might have spade fit, heart shortness, and they have a good save. So he just has to at least offer.
So he'll be somewhat disappointed to only cash 2 spades, although that was probably the most likely number, but extremely disappointed looking at that dummy that his partner has a completely useless hand for defense.
Well, that's not true. I mean, this could go down, right? So 3 rounds of spades.
Oh, I see. That's true. I missed that Martel is going to get a rough on the 3rd round of spades. Good point. Or Fleischer, rather.
Now, Declare has options on the 3rd round of spades. He could effectively decline to ruff, and he could pitch what might be a diamond guess for later in the play in exchange for hoping that he can guess the heart suit. Especially given that South has been silent in the auction and now comes in 3 spades, maybe North is more likely to have heart length than the Queen of Hearts. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, because Martel now probably plays a 3rd round of spades.
Yeah, so you're right. So pitch one diamond here, one on the king of clubs, and um,
Hope to
of
bring the
course,
heart
yeah,
suit in.
hope to bring the heart suit in. You would feel better about this if Kalita were pitching that diamond on a winner, where North would have to rup to reduce the defensive trump length.
Right. Um, but okay, there's the 10 of spades. So percentage action, of course, is going to be to play the 10 of hearts here, because then you're playing for one of two things to go right. Either the 10 of hearts holds, and then you can just pull trumps, hopefully, and if that doesn't work. And so Kalita just very quickly goes with the percentage. But it would have been interesting if he had declined to ruff on that trick. All right, a club comes back, so now he's going to have to guess the diamonds.
Yeah, and I like this six play. It'll give Kalita the least information about the club honors, so possibly make it harder to guess the diamonds.
Right. Okay, 2 rounds of hearts.
Like
hearts
not
are
only
2-2.
does he not know anything about the club honors, but the six might even, stop him from knowing anything about the distribution. He'll play king and ruff another one maybe to find something out. But when everyone is just following with mostly low cards, he's not going to know a ton about how to make this diamond guess. Yeah, he is going to try to ruff a club.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll try to ruff a club. Yeah. Yeah, so nice play by Fleischer. We'll see if it does gain him a defensive trick and possibly a swing.
Yeah, Fleischer will probably dump the jack of clubs here to continue the good work, making it look like he has fewer clubs and therefore more diamonds. And there it is. King of diamonds, diamond to the jack. 1 down. Finally something goes Fleischer's way on this board, but is it too late? I mean, starting with board 5, that 10 imp swing. Board 6, they did find the save in 5 hearts and escaped for down 2 after the defense was unable to find the inhuman line of underleading the ace, king, queen of spades. And then board 7, they get to 6 clubs in the other room. Ended up making 12 tricks.
Yeah, so Fleischer, after getting 1 imp on board 1, has watched his opponents rattle off 42 in a row.
Okay, we got another bathroom break for the table.
Well, I think that's my cue to go get a glass of water. Then I'll be back in just 1 moment.
So we're about halfway through the set. And Martel Fleischer, they probably don't feel like they're having a great set this time. But they have to be at least relatively happy that they did defeat 4 hearts on this one, even though Kalita did what we might consider to be the normal thing in the play. An alternative line would have worked out a little bit better for him in this case. Oh, thank you, Diana, for letting us know that our operator is Jurka Marcic, who I think is a WBF VuGraph operator that does a lot of work for them on their international tournaments. So glad that we have a very experienced operator working with us, and no surprise that they are filling us in on all of the action going on at the table. Really appreciate them putting in the effort to be here and bring us the coverage of these final 4 tables. So we'll have to see if Fleischer ends up reaching 4 hearts on this board at the other table. Maybe not so clear that they would, given that West might have been a little bit aggressive with their multi-opening. Or if they do, will they end up making it? I think the auction could go a whole variety of different ways, depending on what the opening bid choices are in the other room.
So we have the next board up, but possibly not the next players. They're back.
Yeah, they are back. So pass by North. East has an 18 count. He gets to open his Polish club, one club. Martel, one spade, maybe?
No maybe about it. He is 100% going to make the spade overcall. Maybe make a takeout double, yeah.
All right, there's one spade. Fleischer absolutely going to bid two spades.
Yeah, and of course, keep in mind, since one club most of the time is a weak no trump, north-south are just going to be playing normal overcall bridge here. They're not treating this as a strong club because most of the time it isn't. Kalita now will reveal it to everyone at the table. His partner also, if he had a better hand, would treat it as a weak no trump as well. So 3 clubs showing a good hand with long clubs. He'd love to have a 6 club, but this is as descriptive as anything.
Right. A takeout double would have obviously implied some hearts over there, so he can't do that, and this is kind of his only choice if he wants to show the strong hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think North is inclined to come back in here with 4-3-3.
Nope.
Kind of exactly down the middle 2 spade bid.
And Martel's King of Spades is out of his hand faster than the auction is concluded.
Yeah, sometimes you might want to lead a trump on this kind of bidding just in case dummy has a little club help. But here, Martel thinks he probably has one more spade casher than the opponents are expecting, and he's sort of right.
Yeah, that's a big point that I would emphasize on some of these hands. If you have fewer trumps than the opponents are expecting and your sides fit, whether that's because you've preempted a 5-card suit or because you've overcalled a 4-card suit, it's often right to lead the suit, even if you have maybe a little bit of a scary holding in it, like ace, queen, jack, or something like that, because you're going to be cashing an extra trick in that suit an awful lot of the time, just due to the nature that you have fewer cards in it.
Yeah, and so we'll see what Martel does at trick 3, but the really funny one is when he plays the 6, and this is the one where Fleischer was stuck and raised with a doubleton.
Would still be fine. He could at least rough, but yeah.
That's true.
All right, so third round of spades. Declare will... I was going to say rough, and he does.
Yeah, maybe there's a case for pitching a heart, because now if clubs are 4-2, he has to strip out all the clubs, and now he still has these red suit problems, and he's trapped in his hand, so maybe there's an argument for playing a heart, but of course if you do that, North just plays a heart and exposes you to that tap. I don't know.
Yeah, this probably looks better, because, as you say, you can play 4 rounds of clubs, but by keeping that 10 of hearts, you kind of protect yourself a little bit in the heart suit. That if South, for example, gets in, South can't switch to hearts. They can cash a spade, but you were pitching a loser on that spade anyway if you pitched on the third round.
Right.
So...
yeah, and you can't lose more than 3 diamonds no matter how bad it goes because you have the spots for that. So, like he could go down 1, but it's basically impossible to go down more than 1. I guess I shouldn't say that. You could go down 2, but probably you won't.
All right, 3 rounds of clubs. Trumps are pulled, so now Declare has to play on the diamond suit. He'll lead low towards the jack 8, and when Martel follows with a small card, is he going to put up the jack, or is he going to stick in the 8?
Yeah, he will lose 3 diamonds if he puts up the jack because he'll be stuck in his hand to do it again, and now Martel can just hop up with the 10.
Right.
Yes, this is one where standard pairs might do a little better since East can just open with, possibly an off-shape 2-no trump, open a club in reverse into diamonds, open a club in bid. Actually, I shouldn't say that because if it does go a spade past 2 spades again, East probably has to double now, and that's awkward, but maybe it's a little less awkward. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe West bids hearts then, and it's a disaster. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good point that the 3-club bid from
Yeah.
Kalita might have actually just worked out in his favor. Still, he is in trouble on this hand because he's going down at least one, and possibly more if he misguesses the diamonds here.
Yeah, and East had 18, so you can't really stretch to 2 no trump. It's way too much to open 1 no trump. So actually, maybe this is worse for the standard pairs, where Kalita sequence at least got to show his extras, and he was sort of trapped into bidding 3 clubs.
Right. I wouldn't say it's worse because standard pairs can open a club and plan to show a stronger hand later, so they get their clubs in at a lower level. But just by nature of what East-West can do over 2 spades, like for standard, doubling 2 spades as takeout, that would tend to imply hearts.
Right.
And so that's really the issue here.
Yeah, I think on this particular hand, it's worse to show your clubs naturally from the beginning. Like, I guess you could bid 2 no trump if that means takeout for the minors, but I don't think it is.
I have some news as Declare mulls over this diamond guess. Board 8 was a 13-imp pickup back to Fleischer.
Wow.
They're on the board, and, well, we were kind of right. Versace did not open the multi-2 diamonds on his hand, and that caused North to be the one to make an aggressive preempt. And then ultimately South just couldn't stand it in the auction and decided to bid 4 spades on his own with a fit for his partner's club suit, but his partner did not have the club honors that he was hoping for, so that went for 800.
Yeah, wow. And, Zimmerman is a very aggressive player, and he was right in a sense. He did have the double fit with 8 spades and 9 clubs, but with no values, that was still 800.
Yeah.
Wow. So not the way we thought there might be a swing via 4 hearts just making. It was actually even more than that. That would have been 10, but they actually won 13.
Well, all right. The ace of diamonds gets cash, so Kalita does well to guess the diamond suit, sticking in the 8. And now Fleischer is going to exit a 3rd diamond, hoping that his partner has the ace-10 of hearts and Declare has the king. Or that Declare has the king-10 of hearts, I guess, and that he has a heart guess.
Yeah, he'll stick in the 10 just for appearances, but obviously he knows it's going to lose. Fleischer
down
did not
1.
fail to split.
But yeah, a bit of a crisis avoided for East-West. They safely escape to 3 clubs. They don't have any more difficulties in the auction, and they get out for down 1 by playing the hand well.
Yeah, the other table, if it starts a club double, which I think is also completely plausible, then that'll probably keep East-West from getting into too much trouble as well. Now West will be less excited about the hearts. East might be less excited about the hand period. Anyway, moving on to board 10. You have a pretty good hand by South here, although unfortunately his partner's not going to be excited when he hears that spade overcall.
No. But yeah, as you say, so Kalita will pass in first seat. Martel gets to open a heart, a spade by
or
West.
No trump. And Martel hasn't opened a heart yet, right? I think 1 no trump is in the picture. It's a little offbeat, but you do have 15 points in a balanced hand.
You do. I had kind of mentioned earlier in the sets that Martel and Fleischer tend to be relatively down the middle for their no-trump openers, that it's kind of the classic not 2 doubletons, often not a 5-card major. So there's a heart. A spade by West, a no-trump by East. Martel should pass.
I wonder if some of that tendency is guided by Martel having played weak no-trump for all those years, that he's just more comfortable in some of these 15-point one-of-a-suit openings because he's just had so much experience doing it in a way that a lot of people who've always played 15 to 17 no-trumps haven't.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah, so 1 no-trump by E is not perfect, but with a singleton spade and pretty good values, I think it's totally mandatory. If you pass Martel, who knows what he'll do, but sometimes we'll pass it out and it's a complete nightmare.
So Martel needs to find an opening lead. It looks like Declara doesn't have any difficulty making 7 tricks, 5 clubs, a diamond, and a spade. He might even get more if Martel gives him the opportunity. So Ace of Hearts lead.
Yeah. I like this lead. Here it's temporarily not great, but you can just never play another one, and Declare can't take more than 1 heart trick, and some of the time Dummy has a Doubleton Honor, and you just play King 10, and now you've got 4 hearts, a diamond ready to go, and whatever else comes your way might be enough.
Yeah, so Martel has a couple of options at trick 2. I mean, the most attractive is probably either ace and a diamond or just a low diamond to knock out that King Doubleton stopper and set up a couple of diamond tricks in his own hand. I said he had a couple of options. He could also switch to the Queen of Spades. I don't think that's all that unreasonable. Looking at this Ace-10 empty 5th and dummy, and with East having not showed spades on the auction, sure, sometimes East has Jack Doubleton and the Queen of Spades switch blows a trick, but a lot of the time Declare's spades are going to look something like this.
Yeah, and Martel has no reason to believe that Declare has 5 clubs, headed by the ace queen to go with dummies, king 7-6-5. So, Martel isn't necessarily counting 7 tricks for Declare.
No.
Like, he knows it's possible. East obviously has length in clubs because he doesn't have length in spades, diamonds, or hearts, but, it doesn't have to be quite this long.
Right. So, low diamond switch. Kalita puts up the king, which holds, and Fleischer has to signal about the diamond suit.
And I predict, while they missed it on a previous board, someone missed it on a previous board, this Declare will not miss the club safety play. He's going to catch the king, just in case North has Jack 10 4th. He can use the ace of spades as an entry to finesse out the rest of them.
Yeah, exactly. So good technique here, because you can't pick up 4-0 clubs in the south, but you can pick up 4-0 clubs in the north with just enough entries in the black suits. So king of clubs.
I think so.
I mean, you could play heart to the queen. It doesn't look like the defense can ever run enough diamonds against you. Or you could just cash out. You do have 7 tricks.
Yeah, I thought he might try that heart to the queen. You'd have to be pretty unlikely to go down in diamonds. It'd have to be 6-2.
Well, it's not just 6-2. They would have to be 6-2 with the ace being in the 6
with South having.
Yeah.
Yes. Which would really mean South having 6 of them, probably, because North would have taken a call.
Right.
So, and it seems unlikely that South would have let one no go if he had 11 or 12. Like, he could only have 11 cards in the minors when he has that. He might open a heart with 5 strong hearts and 6, reasonable diamonds. But yeah, I think it's probably safe to make that heart play. But
he has another opportunity
actually,
now.
He can do it now, yeah.
All right, there's the
Jack
and
of Hearts. Maybe that actually was a strong play by Kalita because, some of the time someone pitches a diamond, like there's no urgency to play a hearted trick 3 or 4, whatever it was. Like, I don't think anyone's going to pitch a winning diamond, but sometimes maybe they don't know it's a winning diamond to pitch it.
Right, yeah. So Martel has seen his partner discourage diamonds and encourage spades, and so he finally gets the message. Queen of Spades switch. Nothing the defense could have done to prevent Declara from taking 2 more clubs and a heart anyway, so this will be 120.
Yeah, so we still do not have a result on that board 9, the one where I speculated that East-West did well to knock it overboard with East pretty strong hand. We'll see whether I was correct that was a danger hand for East-West.
I mean, you could be absolutely spot on if they're still bidding at that table.
Yeah, good point. Well, so now Martel, presumably, despite 2 hearts being flannery, I'll take a look here, but I would guess that they play 2 ranges of spade preempts. Yep, indeed they do.
Yeah, so then this should be a 2 spade opener with an 8 count 6-4.
Yeah, and a pretty strong hand, right? With great honor concentration, king queen fourth. You have the spade interiors. To me, this evaluates to basically top end of week two range, even if ostensibly you can go up to 10 or even 11 points. Like, this is a very good south hand.
Yeah, so how's the auction going to proceed after two spades pass double?
Yeah, West, it's a little annoying. I think after a direct seat double, you might just try 3 no trump with a hand like West's. Here, you want to give some partners some room and pass out seat, but you don't have great options if you play Lebensol. So, I don't know, maybe just shoot 3 no anyway, figuring what else can you sensibly do? I mean, even 3 diamonds showing values, but you're way over strength for that, and you do have ace king fourth of spades.
I mean, you could pass two spades doubled.
Yeah, but I hate that, right? Again, that's kind of punishing Yeast for balancing there, right? You have ace, king, ace, and basically no possibility of extra defensive tricks.
How about passing a direct seat double of 3 spades?
Yeah.
I think this is passing out.
This is much more attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, this was.
But yeah, I think if it goes 2 spades check double pass to me, I would not consider a pass.
That's reasonable. I mean, I think that would have been the winning decision, but I hear you.
Oh, I mean, here, of course it would have been, but, I want to encourage my partner to make light doubles there, and the way to do that is not to pass with ace, king, ace, and nothing else.
Sure. So 2 clubs opening lead, low from doubletons for this East-West partnership. They lead second and fourth. And this is going to be a massacre. At some point, West is, well, I think at trick 2, East is going to switch to spades, and West is going to pull dummies trumps, and Declare is just going to have to lead out of hand. He's only going to get 5 tricks, 4 trump tricks, and 1 of the top diamonds.
Yeah, he's got 2 clubs, 3 diamonds is 5, 1 heart is 6, so he's down 2 even before Klukowski starts thinking about his ace king of spades. Yeah, really, unfortunate for Martel, right? Who I think looked at his hand and thought he was making a constructive bid and is going for 800.
He was making a constructive bid. His partner may have had other plans, though. Fleischer does like to preempt, and when it goes 2 spades, and
you don't need to say anything after that ad.
Okay, you know what? We'll just leave it at that. He likes to preempt. Sometimes it bites him.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is one where favorable vulnerability would have been a little wiser, but looking at his hand, you can understand why he might think that East-West could make 3 no trump or, on a good day for their side, even 6 diamonds, something like that, which isn't so far away, even with this diamond split.
Right.
Yeah, you pitch a heart for the East hand on the king of spades, take the club finesse diamonds through south. You actually might make 6 diamonds.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Granted, we were kind of struggling to find a way to get them to a game contract. So
right.
It's going to be pretty difficult to reach that 6 diamond par spot if they're struggling to get to 3-0. But here we go.
Yeah. And, I think there might be, maybe there's just too much handling in 6 diamonds with the bad trump split. You might need clubs 3-3 to go with the 4-1 diamonds. At least, certainly that would make it immensely easier. But, nonetheless, I think Fleischer did have the right idea that it was East-West hand for a lot of at least 1 strain and possibly more. I mean, 3-no East-West is trivial. So,
yeah.
In that sense, he judged correctly.
All right, Kalita just wants to be careful on defense here. Looks like the Ace of Clubs exit is probably safest. That Jack of Hearts is presumably a count card from West, showing an odd number. Hello, Michael. I know that most of the text commentators don't pay any attention to the voice chat, which seems a little bit poor form.
Yeah, so interestingly, we have something I didn't contemplate in the other room, which is, of course, that East-West are playing, as many of the French pairs do as well, a two-diamond showing. They might play with multiple options, but one of them is 18-19 balanced, so they got to stay out of trouble in that way. North-South actually never took a bid.
Oh, okay, okay.
So when two diamonds, two of something, I think two spades, asking East to bid two no trump, East obliged, and that ended the auction. So they stayed out of trouble via having a gadget to show this type of hand immediately.
Yeah, for sure, which is really cool. The defense has actually been rather fascinating from Kalita Klukowski. They've done really well. The point is that Kalita, seeing an entryless dummy, really doesn't want to lead a diamond. If Declare's diamonds were as good as King Queen 10, then a diamond switch could blow a trick from his side, whereas if he can force Declare to lead diamonds out on his own, then his Jack of Diamonds will score. And so that's why he actually switched back to the Queen of Clubs. He played a spade through, and his partner wasn't able to beat the 8 of spades and dummy, so he wasn't in danger of losing out on a trump promotion. If his partner had to ruff the Queen of Clubs, which he did, it wasn't going to be with a natural trump trick. So he's been able to preserve plenty of exit cards in the Ace of Clubs and Ace of Hearts in hand. So, as some of us might have said, a sexy defense, a la Zia Mahmood. But yeah, now Kalita just needs to pitch one of his aces. Klukowski doing well to finally confirm that his Jack of Hearts was count, showing an odd number of hearts earlier.
And Kalita could have pitched a diamond there, as we can see, but pitching the aces fades away, knowing Declare's out of them is, probably the better technique.
Right, yeah. Like, once again, if he pitched a diamond, South may have had King Queen 10 in the suit.
Right.
And then the Jack would fall. So this was, I think, exceptional defense from Kalita Klukowski, even though they didn't need to be that good, because they had all of the diamond spots from the start. So 800, though, and oh boy, things continue to spiral downhill for Fleischer.
Yeah, we have the previous board. We have 5 imps going the way of Zimmerman, where Kalita bid and made one no trump with an over trick, and in the other room, Southpaw the contract in his 4-4 diamond bid and went plus there. So part score plus in both rooms added up to 5 imps Zimmerman's way, and this is probably going to be another some size swing Zimmerman's way. 800. Maybe 9 imps if it's 3-0, or 8 imps if it's 3-0, making an over trick, something like that.
Yeah.
I guess actually 370 is still 9, but yeah, something in that range.
So on to
anyway,
12,
moving on.
2 clubs, precision style. Looks like Kalita Klukowski are actually fairly aggressive with this 2-club opener most of the time. I've seen them do it with a...
certainly looks like it this time.
Well, I've seen them do it with a 5-4-3-1-9 or 10 count, which is, I would consider more aggressive than being 6-4-3-0 with 9. So, but 2 clubs could be a 5-card club suit, 4-card major, but usually 6. Fleischer passes.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because kind of old school precision was either 6 clubs or 4-card major, 5 or more clubs. Virtually all good precision pairs dispensed with the ladder, and it just requires 6 clubs. They just use 1 diamond basically for all of those hands. So kind of here it's interesting that East-West are not a precision pair, but are willing to do it with 4 or 5.
Well, they might have to, right? Because their 1 diamond opening is different. They don't have, they don't have the 2 diamond precision opener available. They're using multi there.
Well, no, but they could bundle those hands into 1 diamond if they wanted to. I guess they've just decided that, that's just a little too hard to sort everything out.
For sure. So this 2 diamond bid is asking South doubles to... I don't know if the double is take out of clubs or if it is showing diamonds.
Yeah, it's a good question. Certainly from his point of view, it could be either. I think it makes more sense to play it as take out of clubs.
I think so, too.
Depends on the strengths of each 2 diamonds, though, right? Like, I think the stronger 2 diamonds guarantees, the more strength 2 diamonds guarantees, the more it makes sense for South's double to be lead directing rather than takeout.
Sure. Two diamonds for most precision pairs, and again, this isn't exactly the same, but it's the same vicinity, is generally invitational plus.
Right. So whether or not it was intended as lead directing, Fleischer has a 5-card diamond suit and bids it. Yeah, of course, East's first priority was to find out if he had a spade fit, and if he did, he could play in spades. If he didn't, he always had an escape hatch in clubs. Obviously, his hand is, not great with this, queen heavy 10 count, but, very happy to get to an 8-card spade fit here. Or he thinks he's happy to get to a spade fit here, yet double was lead directing.
Oh, okay. Wow. So Fleischer, despite the lead direction, the singleton spade, and 5 diamonds, he had only bid 3 diamonds first. I guess this was his plan, is that he just wanted to get to the 4 level. He wasn't interested in inviting game.
Yeah, I think he thought there was some chance he'd buy it in 3 diamonds, right? Imagine East with the major switched, where he was looking for hearts and planning to bail out at 3 clubs. East would just be done, and so would everyone else.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a huge misevaluation, and Fleischer's going to be very lucky. In 5 diamonds, it looks like you just lose a club and a heart, but with the diamonds 3-0, you actually do only make 4. So fortunate miss for Fleischer Martel that they're not at the 5 level.
Yeah, and you have 2 ways to make 5 diamonds when the diamonds split. You could just find 1 heart on her in Kalita's hand, or you could guess the club and just pitch a heart from Martel's hand and not even worry about it.
Yeah.
When trumps are 2-1, you can rough 3 spades in the north hand after you draw trumps.
Right, exactly. I mean, you basically just need 2-1 diamonds, and 5 diamonds is a great spot, and they're very fortunate that they missed it on this hand.
Yeah, indeed.
I do apologize to people because I did see a comment that I'm not pronouncing Wes's name correctly. It's very difficult to pronounce foreign names for me. So, apologies, but yes, I don't intend to be rude.
Indeed. If someone can point us to one of those YouTube videos where they pronounce difficult foreign words and names, so Americans or English speakers can just listen to it a few dozen times and get the hang of it, we would appreciate that.
So 130, but still, I don't think that feels like a great result for Fleischer. Yes, they're going to win imps on the board, or they might win imps on the board, but they obviously missed what is a excellent diamond game. So that just doesn't feel like they're having a good set overall.
No, sure, they'll take it, but it's kind of another example of maybe not being in their, their best form, like what Z would call Heat 1, just like that form when just everything you do is right.
Okay,
but they'll take the imps regardless of whether it's just or not.
And it might not even be imps for them. I mean, if the East-West get to 4 spades and that gets whacked at the other table, then they might end up losing imps for plus 130. But I do expect North-South to probably reach 5 diamonds at the other table, so it should be a small gain.
Yeah, we did hear, I believe it was the talking about the board where Fleischer Martel went for 800, that Zimmerman was also in 3 spades very briefly, but Samantha Versace took him off the hook, decided to bid what they thought was their normal game.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, so another swing coming in for Zimmerman, and once again they'll retake the lead. This is going to be an exciting finish in the 4th quarter.
So I think we'll see South bid 2-0 here. I think a lot of pairs over multi-play, the 2-0 is just 2-0 and double is, either your not quite 2-0 balanced hands or all your really good hands. The South hand isn't great. Yeah, maybe it's downgrading a little bit because it doesn't look like any hand where if it goes 2-0 vulnerable all pass, you're so happy about declaring it.
He really wouldn't be, especially opposite a passed hand partner. But as you say, This is a bit of a downgrade, although Fleischer will presumably bid 3 spades, I guess, and then he'll be happy to try 3 now.
Yeah, and I assume, like most extra players, they're playing some version of what the ACBL calls option 2. Certainly would not be a surprise if they have their own, kind of corollaries to the ACBL's one-page defense. Not that you really need any more than that, honestly. Like, if you just say double is that, 2-no is the other thing, and overcall is natural, that'll get you where you need to be on, like, 95% of multi-hands.
Now, I just have to ask, how is this fair? On board 11... Fleischer,
in fact, he just did downgrade by a point, as I speculated. Okay.
On board 11, Fleischer raised his partner's preempt from the 2 level to the 3 level with a doubleton trump and a singleton, I might add, and his partner showed a good hand and he got doubled for 800. Here, Klukowski raises his partner's 2 level preempt to the 3 level with a doubleton, no shape, and he's not in any trouble at all.
Yeah. And notice, by the way, so... we had our kind of, possible, like, mismeeting of the minds over what to do after a balancing double. Notice Versace, here you go 3 spades by Zimmerman, who is an extremely aggressive player, pass, double. He was not inclined to defend 3 spades, even with ace, king, ace, and just bid 3-no trump.
Yeah, cost him 9 imps.
It did, but I think, possibly he even knew that he might want to defend and was bidding 3-0 kind of in the service of not wanting to dissuade partner from making aggressive balancing doubles. I don't know, but I think I'm glad to at least have Versace on my side. Love to have you on my side too, but I'm happy to have him on my
side. You would rather have him than me? I understand. No offense taken.
I would rather have both of you, but I would rather have one of you than neither. How about that?
Fair enough.
Anyway, so North-South did manage to get to 3-no trump here. Once Marty came to life, Martel was feeling much better about his, somewhat indifferent-looking no trump. Now, how are they going to do here? Ugh. I mean, it's not so... Probably the first heart is going to get ducked all around, although... We can see Martel can win it with the hearts blocked, but of course he has to be worried that Klukowski has queen small of hearts instead of queen jack doubleton.
Yes. Yeah, let me stare at this for a sec. So we have 3 spades. You can pick off the clubs, but you probably won't. So you have 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart is 8 tricks.
I mean, some of the time you have 5 spade tricks, but you need to get to dummy to do it. If you try a club to the king, that works. Or if you, try a high club from dummy and it holds, you'll know where the ace is because he would have won it. If you take a diamond finesse, obviously that's disaster. Yeah, so he does let that queen of hearts hold, which he has to. Kalita could have had ace jack 10-6 instead of ace 10-8-6.
You can afford to pitch a spade from dummy, because if the spades are 3-3, you have 4 spades, 2 clubs, a heart, and 2 diamonds.
Right. And if the ace of clubs is in east, you needed to knock it out anyway, so there's nothing you could ever do about it?
Right, yeah. I mean, I guess you could pitch a club and play for the diamond hook to be working, and 5 spade tricks, but that feels highly anti-percentage. So... I think he'll pitch a spade here, maintaining all of his options. He wants to make sure he can pick off a 10 doubleton of clubs. Then that 9 of clubs would produce an extra trick. A diamond discard would, of course, be give up on the chance of taking long diamond.
Oh my, so we're hearing about a very amusing result in the Dinkin-Wolfson match. On board 8, the hand where... 4 hearts went down, 1 here on the diamond misguess, and Martel avoided going for 800, and Zimmerman did not. 2-0 in third seat, showing ostensibly 20 points on the 19 count with a bunch of aces and kings. And 1 player thought 4 hearts was a transfer, and 1 thought it wasn't.
Oops.
Oops,
Well,
indeed. So, four spades was played in both directions on that board, but not in the same match, obviously. Oh, sorry, it wasn't. After the transfer was misinterpreted, let's see, West removed to five hearts, and oh my God. Well, thank you, Michael Cowell, for telling us that because that is absolutely the story of the day, and I certainly would never have given that board another thought. Wow.
sounds like you're all missing out on something over in the other match, so hopefully you have multiple monitors up where you can pay
Oh, I
attention.
am very much looking forward to reviewing this board at my leisure. Yeah, it's out right. South with six solid spades not only had a double, but if the opponent somehow ran to no trump, he was on lead against that too after the opening, so it was completely safe.
Yeah.
Nicely done, sir. All right. Anyway, back here. So is there any reason though for Martel to pitch a diamond and keep his spades? I guess not from a contract going point of view, but if he's playing for spades 3-3 anyway, if the club is in the West hand, then that probably would be worth an overtrick to keep them, which could be valuable in a tight match.
Yeah, I mean, you could pitch a diamond. I think a diamond or a spade are both fine. It doesn't seem like there's much difference from an imp perspective, as you say, but for over tricks, maybe the long spade could matter. The problem is, I don't think Declare can play on spades for quite some time in the play. I think Declare is going to have to work on clubs first, and then eventually we'll have to use the diamond ace or diamond jack to get back to dummy. So I don't think Declare can figure out if the spades are splitting too early.
Uh, well, I'm actually going to posit something different. So suppose spades are 5-1.
Yeah.
You can catch ace king of spades, find that out. If you pitched a club, then you would actually, I think, be okay if West had queen third of diamonds in the ace of clubs. You might take four diamonds, two clubs, two spades, and a heart. Or even a queen fourth of diamonds, right? Three diamonds, three clubs is six, one heart and two spades. That's nine right there.
Right, but if the diamond queen's on side, we always have enough tricks. Because we always have three spades, a heart, two clubs, and three diamonds would be nine.
That's true, yeah.
I take it all back. I think you can end up losing a heart because let's say East ducks this trick. I mean, East could win the ace, but it's kind of irrelevant. I think if we lose a heart, a club, and a spade, so he does pitch a diamond. Yeah, I was about to get here. He ducks again.
That's interesting. I mean, I wonder, like, is it possible that maybe he just wants West to do something? I don't know.
No. Okay, I'm piecing it together because remember, Klukovsky.
Is there some like distance squeeze in the horizon here?
No. Klukovsky bid three hearts passer correct, right? Like he wouldn't do that with a doubleton heart.
Oh, of course, and or he also more relevantly that means Fleischer or Martel knows that spades are not splitting.
Okay, he doesn't put up the nine of clubs, but I think
he suspects they're not splitting.
Yeah, I think the point here is that I was thinking he might win the king of hearts. And so my plan potentially would have been to try and take two clubs, four spades by just giving up a spade trick to West, two diamonds and a heart, which would be nine as well. Mm-hmm. But okay, he has misguessed the clubs. He hasn't taken the king of hearts.
He hasn't unblocked the spades.
Right. This just kind of looks like everything is going wrong for him.
I mean, certainly I don't think he's going to make it now with, losing the two clubs now, and West can just get out of his hand with any card, and there'll be at least one more defensive trick.
Yeah, he's going to have to strip squeeze East for down one at this point, but it's just not there. No ninth trick, of course.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure what layout he was playing for here.
Well, I think he was just playing for 3-3 clubs. I don't understand why he ducked the club switch. He could have at least put up the 9 to give himself the chance that West was underleading the 10.
Right, but unless I missed something, can't he just play for the ace of, well, can he just play for the ace of clubs to be in West, even pitch a club from dummy, win the heart, lead a club toward the king, plan to clear the spades, and as long as West has the ace of clubs, he'll have 4 spades, a heart is 5, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs. Like, you don't need anything to split other than a 4-2 spade split.
Right, yeah.
Or even possibly a 5-1 spade split if he has singleton, jack, or 10.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about, but that requires hearts to be 6-2. Because if you win the king of hearts and then West gets in and plays a third heart, then East runs the heart suit.
Right, but even after the duck, couldn't he have just won the club in hand, unblocked the ace king of spades, and played a club to the king and played along the same lines? Oh, see, because the king of hearts wasn't a trick yet.
Right, yeah, the king of hearts was not a trick and was not going to be.
Right.
Yeah, so he's down to needing the spades to split 3-3, and they just don't. So disasters just keep piling up for Team Fleischer, but fortunately they're going to be out of this quarter. Unfortunately for them, that means Zimmerman is going to have a bit of a lead going into the final segment.
Yeah, and kind of a weird form of minor disaster on board 12, the hand where they got to 4 diamonds when 5 diamonds is a good single dummy. That's a push. Their counterpart stopped in 3 diamonds.
Yeah, it is rather surprising.
Yeah, so even
didn't
there,
open, of course, on the west hand, and Zimmerman opened in 4th seat. But, of course, when you open in 4th seat and your partner can't open the bidding, you have a minimum. There was no reason for South to think that they had a game.
Yeah, I think that's when it's a rough day, when you have this, like, what would be a bad result most of the time, survive it for a good result and can't win imps on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one could be very costly. North-South can make a bunch of part scores, and, some declares at least would, take a different view and make a game here. Like, I think the simple view would just be, as you say, playing East for 6 hearts for his week 2 vulnerable. Like, he's played more boards against Cleve than I have. Maybe Kalita would often have a 5-card suit there. I feel like, though, when West has both the Queen and Jack of Hearts, how likely is that? I don't know. But again, I don't see Kalita play enough bridge to know, and maybe Martel thought that he had a read, so I don't know.
I mean, I think he read a lot into Klukovsky's 3-heart bid, and that was one of the things that stood out to me in the auction, because I think that bid would not have occurred to very many people on Queen Jack Doubleton there, facing the multi-bid.
Yeah, that's true.
And so Martel probably took a lot of inference from that and decided that he really needed to duck 2 rounds of hearts to cut communication. But it does come back to bite him. I think really the big flaw there was not putting up the 9 of clubs. That seems rather inexplicable to me.
East could have had 10 Doubleton, but as you say,
it's. I mean, again, it's just that. Sure, playing for the 6-2 hearts or 5-3 hearts, that's one thing, and I think he read a lot into the auction. Here, if we're playing for clubs to be 4-2, West is 3-2 to have the 10, given that we expect them to hold the ace. So I think putting up the 9 of clubs, he would have had to be very careful in how he played the rest of the hand, but if he knocks out the ace of clubs, he might have been able to then play for a squeeze against East to throw him in and make that 9th trick in the end. Well, the third toilet break for the players.
Yeah, maybe that actually still wouldn't solve all his problems. Like 9 of clubs, unblock the spades, low club from your hand. West can win the ace of clubs, and now with the clubs blocked, can play a diamond and then play another diamond when he's in with his winning spade on the 4th round. there's still some problems on this deal.
Yeah, there are definitely issues, and there's no guarantee that DeClaire would have made it if he put up the club 9 anyway.
Yeah, like possibly even on a double dummy basis, defense might always have a path to prevail there. Yeah, pretty complicated hand for sure.
Yeah, but as you say, sometimes the simple solution is the right one. Just play for 6-2 hearts. The preemptor frequently has a 6-card suit, and then DeClaire would not have had any of these issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, there's the question of whether, like, he knows either East or West has done something creative. Either West bidding 3 hearts passive correct on 2, or East having been inclined to open a 5-card multi. So some of its personalities, but I don't know. I feel like kind of a priori, a second seat red multi most of the time is going to look pretty normal. Where the especially after Martel makes a double, it can be a little more free for West to mess around.
Yeah, that board 11. I mean, if he had just remembered what Fleischer did, Fleischer raised his preempt on a doubleton. Klukowski raised the preempt on a doubleton. He was like, anything you can do, I can do better, and tried it out, and he was right.
For what it's worth, I think they're all mad. I assume he means insane and not angry, although I think there's some of both going on. Yeah, so Fleischer and Martel will be happy that this is their final set of the day after getting touched pretty badly on a bunch of these boards. I think they'll be just as happy to let Bassis and Lorenzini try to redeem themselves from their own rough second quarter.
There's only one way to go but up from that second set.
You say that, but Yeah, and I think they also play this set against Klida Klukowski, right? So those guys are really just, I think North-South, Bartel and Fleischer, I think, have not been in their best form this set, but East-West have been in really great form all day.
Everything they do just works. They get to 7 clubs on board 7, and the spade finesse works for them. Right, that could have been a massive swing going the other direction. 17 imps if the slam goes down, 16 imps, I think. So
there is that. They've certainly had their share of the luck, but they have also, they made some pretty good plays.
Okay, 2 boards to go. So Kalida's got 8. He'll pass in first seat. Martel will also let this go. Klukowski in third. I mean, I think everyone opens a no trump with that hand in third seat.
A little tempting, although one club, Polish, is so descriptive. Maybe doing just upgrades to 14 to 16, if possibly it's even 15, 17.
Yeah, it's a 13 count, a 15 count, it's a 12 count if you need it to be. You just open a no trump.
Yeah, honestly, we see this over and over again. Basically, third seat white, 1 no is a preempt. It is not a constructive bid.
Yeah, that's why so many pairs will play penalty doubles against third seat 1 no trump openers, and otherwise it is 4-card major, longer minor.
Yeah, I mean, if your partner is denying 10 points by passing in first seat, it's basically no cost. Sure, they could bury you when they have exactly 9, but most of the time they don't. Anyway, Fleischer now has to decide first if he wants to lead a spade or if he wants to gamble on his partner having an entry. And if he does lead a spade, which one? I think there's a case for either ace, queen, or low.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe just lead a club and hope, even if partner's entry isn't clubs, his entry is somewhere and he can lead a spade through. Yeah,
so there's been a lot of debate throughout the week. We've seen the players choose different positions on this, whether against a no trump all pass you lead your normal 4th best or you try and go passive. Earlier in the day, Kalita faced this problem, not this exact hand, but a very similar one, and he decided to go aggressive, with his opening lead choice. He led a spade from King Jack 10-9 fourth into a no
I saw
trump
that.
pass.
Yep.
And so Fleischer does the same here. He leads a spade at trick 1. And this is going to allow Declare to make a 7th trick. He still has some work to do. The hand is not over yet, but now the defense only has 4 spades, a heart, and a diamond to take. So Klukowski instantly going about his business, tries the heart queen, trying to get a count on the heart suit.
Yeah, and maybe a little. He's going to have to play on diamonds at some point, but I guess he only needs 1 extra diamond trick. So I was thinking, like, maybe start the jack of diamonds is convenient, but actually, if the heart's split, you can guess the diamonds and possibly make it when North had ace of diamonds instead of queen of diamonds.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities for Declare from here, so it's not like he's made it yet. If he guesses the clubs and plays on hearts, he's going to make it. He would have 3 club tricks, 3 hearts, and the king of spades. If he guesses the diamonds, then he'll make it, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if North doesn't guess to exit a heart after cashing his spades, he'll make it. I guess North could try a low diamond and Declare could misguess, but, if North breaks a minor, that could be good for Declare.
Okay, Martel has to find a discard here. He does decide to pitch a heart, so Klukowski is now going to be happy to play on hearts himself. Pitches a club from dummy. Martel pitches another heart, and Declare pitches a diamond from hand. So Fleischer has seen Declare pitch 3 diamonds from hand.
Yeah, and I was going to say he's like presumably wondering why Martel is so grimly holding on to his minors. Maybe he does think that it implies that Martel has stronger diamonds than he really does.
This is great defense from both Martel and Fleischer, I think.
Yeah.
The fact that Klukowski
too,
pitched
right?
3 diamonds from hand, I think, was a big giveaway. And obviously Fleischer, I think, could have realized that a hard exit was safe. His partner had pitched a couple of hearts, let Declare play the hand on his own. But, yeah, he switches to diamonds to force Declare to guess immediately, and Klukowski guesses the diamonds. So, very well done.
Yeah.
Plus 90.
Yeah, Martel certainly gave you a good shot by giving away 0 information in the minors, but Klukowski was up to that guess.
Yeah.
And maybe it's pretty heavily percentage because, as you were just saying about penalty levels of 1 no trump, ace queen 10 fifth, ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, like, wouldn't you make one?
Yeah, I was just counting up the high card points while you were saying that, and you're absolutely right.
Not just the high card points, but the fact that it would be a good 5-card spade suited 2 aces, so not only a good high card point double, but a safe double from how many how bad does it get if it's not going down kind of point of view.
For sure. So yeah, that's probably why Klukowski did very quickly pick up the diamond suit. He didn't spend too long on that guess. Good point.
All right, so last chance here for these teams. I think we'll see South open a diamond, and they do not have really any great landing spot. North, maybe if you can bid reverse Flannery is going to do it. Nope, you can't. Some pairs play 2 hearts here is exactly this shape, which is very convenient when it comes up because this can be an annoying hand to try to bid.
Yeah, for sure.
It goes a diamond, a spade, 2 clubs by South. You can't bid 2 hearts. That's not what it means. It's force-you forcing. On this hand, you can preference the diamonds because you have 3 of them in a stiff club. But, sometimes it's a little less convenient. Wow.
Okay, and no trump showing clubs.
Yeah, it's a treatment I'm not familiar with, but obviously great here.
Fleischer bids 3 diamonds.
Maybe there's an implication of not just clubs, but a little bit of extra strength. And, with 2 strong suits, I think South does like his hand. So how are they going to do here? I mean, they don't have a ton of top losers in a diamond contract, but they do have a ton of work to do.
Right. Trump leads are going to give them difficulty in a game, but...
Oh, I see. And John points out that given their kind of, one club catch-all, the one diamond is always unbalanced, which makes sense that you don't need one no-trump natural here because you would have opened a club or opened a no-trump.
Okay, so North made an invitational bid, maybe a little bit light over there, only 9 high card points, but 4 clubs from South, presumably now showing the 5-5.
Yeah, there is a ton of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say I believe that 4 diamonds by North should be non-forcing in an auction like this, but I'm a little bit worried for them that 4 clubs might have set a game force.
Yeah, I think West probably is going to look at that 10 of clubs and decide to lead a trump to protect it. And while that does pick up his partner's queen, it's going to give Declare, I think, insurmountable problems.
Yeah. Yeah, dummy is just completely devoid of tricks if you can't rough clubs, and Fleischer bids 5 diamonds. So how long is it going to take West to lead a trump?
Yeah, I think Klukowski, I guess he's not confident enough to double, but I think he's pretty confident of a plus score here. Maybe not. North could have a 4th diamond, and that would be really tough for the defense, but, I think he does know that if he can stop Dummy from taking too many roughs, that he'll take at least 3 tricks in his hand.
Okay, yeah. Well,
there's a
Declare has a
9.
chance now.
Does he really, though?
I think so.
The clubs are still a huge problem. I mean, I think there's nothing else to do but win the Ace of Hearts and play a club.
Right.
And even, I guess West plays a trump. Maybe we can rough 2 clubs in the dummy and, still be able to get back to our hand, both to do that and draw trumps. Like, at some point, we're tapping ourselves out.
Yeah, I guess maybe Declare might not have the hand entry. So as you say, I mean, club to the king, yeah. I guess. And then if West wins and shifts to the 5 of diamonds... Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. The hand entries look like a pretty big problem to me, but maybe I'm just, mistiming the play here. So suppose West doesn't figure that out and plays a heart. He knows where the Queen of Hearts is from trick 1, so he just returns the 8 of Hearts. Okay.
Okay, well, so now... I mean, I think Declare can play a spade. I mean, he might end up roughing a heart, but I think he can play a spade. And then let's say they work out to play a diamond. We win the 10 of diamonds. We rough a club. We rough a spade. We rough a club. We rough a spade. We pull the last 2 trumps, and then all of our clubs are high. So
yeah, I think he did have to play a spade there, because if he played a heart, sure, he could rough a club and now play another heart. Now the 9 of diamonds does become a huge problem. If you rough with the 10, he has a trump trick.
Exactly. Yeah, the 9-5 double 10 of diamonds is a little bit too strong from West. So going all the way back to trick 1, that 9 of hearts, 2nd and 4th. Okay, so now a heart rough, a club rough, a spade rough, a club rough with the jack of diamonds, a diamond finesse, and then we pull all the trumps. This would be a much-needed game swing for Fleischer if they do pull it off on this last hand. I'm very surprised that Klukowski did not either lead a diamond at trick 1 or switch to 1 when he got in with the club ace, but it's been a long and grueling set. I forgive the guy for not necessarily coming up with the right answer on this hand.
Yeah, so we do have the result on board 13. South got a little too high in 3-0. Trump and went down 3. That was the hand where Martel possibly could have even made 3-0, although I think double dummy, at least it was a little too challenging. Martel held it to down 2, a result that he was probably unhappy about. He'll win 3 for it anyway.
Yeah, so some good fortune ultimately for Team Fleischer towards the end of the set. And yeah, we're watching Declare finish out the play on this one. So spade ruffed with the 4 of diamonds, a club ruffed with the jack of diamonds to unblock the suit, and then Martel's going to bank on this diamond finesse. He might go down quite a few tricks if this fails, but you got to play to make your vulnerable games.
So they stayed out of a great 5 diamonds that went down on, on somewhat bad luck, and got to this pretty bad 5 diamonds that, with some very good luck and the help of a friendly opening lead, is going to bring in 600. And
wait.
I would be surprised if this
wait.
I guess it's true.
Klukowski hasn't let a diamond at any point during the play.
Yeah.
I mean, we could call this Grosvenor, but Martel might play for him to have Queen Doubleton of diamonds because he hasn't led or switched to the suit.
It is true. I think Martel's going to be wondering, especially after he won the ace of clubs, why Klukowski didn't try trumps, and that would be one very obvious reason.
Yeah, So he's put himself in a position where he can guess, and I gotta say it, I think he's going to go wrong, because if he plays the 10 of diamonds and it's wrong, he might suffer this defensive cross ruff and go down 3 or something. Whereas if he plays the ace king of diamonds and it's wrong, at least he's only down 1. So from an imp odds perspective, and also just you never really expect West to make this sort of defensive error to not play trumps. I think he might get this one wrong.
Yeah, and that would be yet another sign that East-West are basically untouchable today, where they got away with not having let a diamond because it deceived Martel in this ending. They would be just feeling like every card they touch is right, whether or not it's a mistake.
Yeah, so South is thinking. He's thinking through the play, and also it's not just about the opening diamond leader switch. He's thinking about the auction and what sort of inferences East-West have been giving in the carding. Mm-hmm. So he might be reading deeper than I am looking into it, but I have the suspicion he's probably going to go wrong here for a number of reasons, but we'll see. He's in a good position. You always like to be in a spot where if you guess correctly, you're going to make your vulnerable game. So if you can get there pretty often at imps, you're relatively happy.
Yeah, and of course, there are layouts where you can never make it. Period. If Klukowski had queen third of diamonds the whole time, which is very possible, then it's just a finessing would put him down extra tricks on a hand when he never had a plus score available.
Right.
That would really be a terrible result, if he was always booked for down 1 and went down extras anyway. I see he has 11 minutes. Oh, wow.
What a play!
Nicely done.
Mean, this guy had to get one of them right, He misguessed on board 13 to go down in 3 now, but he guessed correctly here. And this match is going to remain relatively close as we move into the 4th quarter. An exciting final 15 boards. Craig and I will be back in just a few minutes after the break for that final 15 board set.
Yeah, so I think about 15 minutes from now, we'll see you all back here.
All right, chat. Well, he did it. Way to go, that guy. What's going on in this room? One Under Trick Wonder was promised a comeback in the last quarter. I apologize. That's probably on me. I didn't write the script for this. I'm just here reading from it. Whew. Okay, Fleischer picks up 1 on board 14, but the big hand is going to be this last one. 5 diamonds bid and made. There's no way that they're getting to 5 diamonds on this hand, right? Like, there's just no chance. Zimmerman's going to open a diamond and rebid 2 clubs, and North is going to rebid 2 diamonds, and that's the end of the auction. Big swing, so much needed for Fleischer. Thanks for tuning in, Rob. Glad that you're enjoying the show. Oh my god, what happened on board 13? This set was a nightmare. But somehow they're still in it. Okay, a diamond past 2 hearts, reverse Flannery. Oh, this is even worse. This might pass out. Right? I guess is South you bid 2 spades? I don't know. Are you supposed to bid 2 spades or pass 2 hearts? This hand is terrible. I think you pass 2 hearts. Will says, 2 no trump asks for minor suit preference. But are you supposed to ask for a minor with this hand? Or are you supposed to just pass, like, play at the 2 level in a major? I'm not that familiar. Like, having never played this convention, I haven't studied it. This doesn't look quite like reverse Flannery. You know you have a 7-card fit in a minor. So North can't be 6-5 is what you're saying. Because I thought it was 5 or more spades, 4 or more hearts, less than invitational. But if that's not it, then I guess I don't understand. Three clubs, 4 diamonds. Maybe they're getting to 5 diamonds. But that has to be good, right? There's no way Versace forgets to lead trumps. Is there? You just lead a diamond at trick 1. Dude, if he leads the 8 of hearts, and then when he gets in with the ace of clubs, he continues the 9 of hearts, I'm going to lose it. Okay, 4 diamonds just passes out. There you go. Granted, South knew that his partner had nothing from the 2 heart bid. Will says it's not 100%, but much more likely to have a minor fit than major fit. Gotcha. So maybe they just don't play that. Yeah, this is what happens when you, like, study conventions or when you play a bunch of conventions yourself. You get to learn what situations they're good and what they aren't good. That's another difficult... And Versace leads a diamond, of course. Like, it wasn't even a question. Just insta 5 of diamonds. What a Chad. But that's another thing from, like, playing pro bridge that I actually really don't regret, is that I hated conventions. I thought they were dumb. I just wanted to sit down and have the auction go 1 heart, 2 hearts, 4 hearts, and, like, see if I can take more tricks than everyone else. Learning about all these conventions and seeing different styles of play was, like... I don't regret missing that. Alright, diamond to the 10. Is Zimmerman going to make 10 tricks? He gets to ruff a club, so he'll lose a spade, 2 clubs, and that's it. Should be 10 tricks. Heart to the ace, club up. Babs asks if there's a prize for 50,000 channel points. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. There is not. Yeah, unlucky. Try again next year. People collect a lot of channel points from watching the coverage of these events, don't they? Oh, speaking of gambling problems, channel points. I think that was a big thing on Twitch, that channel points are basically gambling. You get to donate $10. I'll accept. What's going on in the Dunkin' Donuts match? We have... You subscribe each month through Prime. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Dunkin' Donuts has had a bad third set, so they're only up by 8. And Fleischer picking up supposedly 9 imps on this board. They're up by 6. Very, very close. Very close match. Both of them. That's what we want to see from our semifinals. Close matches. Alright, King of Hearts. Heart Rough. Ace of Diamonds, Club, 10 tricks. 8 of Spades. Oh, Zimmerman. It's so painful. I don't think it mattered, but... It's $7.99 of value in Canada. Can we get that command updated to reflect inflation and different country values? Maybe it should say $5.99 US, but isn't the US dollar like plummeting worldwide? Holy crap, this match is 3 boards behind? Dude. What are these results? 5 spades doubled down 4 on board 12? I am so happy we are not watching this table. Close, but not in the usual way. Hey, V8. Yeah, so this is the halftime score. Boom. There we go. Dinkin Wolfson. Dinkin up by 8. Fleischer up by 6. Looks like there might have been a score correction. 1 imp. We'll stick with the Fleischer-Zimmerman match, of course. Because, like, no one wants to watch this. Right, guys? Four spades down 1? Absolutely not. No one wants to see this. $1 was worth 92 euros now, but 6 weeks ago it was 96. That makes sense. Our government is destroying the US economy. And yet, okay, no politics. You know what? It's fine. No politics. We're not discussing politics. Should we discuss politics? I'm really upset about this. Like, I have never had any political opinions in my life until 2 months ago. And now I'm just angry about everything that I see on the news. Like, my personal opinion is that your government leader should not be allowed to commit war crimes and felonies and then just fire anyone who prosecutes him. That's my opinion. I didn't think this was a political opinion. I just thought this was a moral one. But it turns out that this is a political opinion because half of the country agrees that you should be allowed to just commit felonies whenever you want. There, I've said my piece. And now we can watch a calm little 3-diamond contract. This might make. Trying hard to avoid news about apartheid 3.0. Oh boy. Dude, I'm looking at the scorecard. 3 spades doubled down 4. So South didn't learn his lesson at some point. 5 spades doubled down 4. Oh my god. Oh my god. Didn't they realize what happened on the previous board? No? Apparently not. Well, there you have it. You don't watch or read news and you're much happier? That's how I felt for a long time. That's how I felt for a long time. There is a 350. Wait a second. At the other table, there's a 350. Oh my god, guys. How did either of these teams make it into the semifinal? What is this? No. 3 diamonds down 7. Oh. Alright, is the Zimmerman-Fleischer match back up? It's not up yet. It's not up. One more day after today. We got a final to watch through. I mean, we're already watching the final, aren't we? I think that's what we've learned. I can't. Can we get this? How do I clear this off? Here we go. Let's go to the news tab. I can't stand to look at that anymore. That needs to go away. How much of a break before the speedball? Let's see, it's Saturday. Maybe Tuesday? I could probably play Tuesday. I beat you in the fantasy brackets? Wait, which Rob? There's multiple of us now. I did not do very well in the fantasy bracket, so I'm sorry. That can't be good for you. Apologies. I think a lot of people didn't do well in the fantasy bracket. Nickel getting knocked out was a bad beat. Rosenthal out. Hans out, apparently. I think a lot of people had them going pretty far. $15 more boards. Who's gonna win? Shift would have picked Shori to win. That would be a fan favorite. It would have been nice to see them win. They had a chance, but they ran into Fleischer, who has now run into Zimmerman. There's a Swiss going on, right? At the National? Do we have updates on the Swiss? Isn't there like a thing usually? There's the mixed pairs thing. I guess they don't have any info on the Swiss up. But I think it's a 3-day Swiss. It tends to be at the end of the National. I don't know how it works with these teams that get knocked out towards the end of the Vanderbilt or Spin Gold. I know sometimes they let them drop in and they just get placed at, you know, some average score or something like that. But I'm not sure. I mean, I've never been on a semifinal Vanderbilt or Spin Gold team, so I have no idea how it works. Should we gamba on who wins the match? Sure. You guys can gamba on who wins the match. Zimmerman, Fleischer. Great. Go right ahead. All right, which table should we take? Our choices are Versace, Cementa, Brink Driver, Kalita Klukovsky. No, you know what? We're not watching the Kalita Klukovsky table again. We've watched enough of them over the course of today. I can't stand to see any more 3-no Trump contracts from either side. 3-no Trump has been the bane of the Fleischer team for this set. Okay, we do have the imps backwards, so Fleischer is actually up by 6, not down by 6. Where's Matt to cash in on the channel points? Good question. Great question. Who's the other pair? Oh, Basis Lorenzini. Let's watch Cementa Versace. We haven't seen them all day, I don't think. So we'll go to whichever table they're at. Hopefully it's Brink and Driver. I've had enough of the Polish guys. The Swiss-Polish guys. Like, they just can't keep getting away with it on every hand, right? At some point, they'll get what's coming to them. I'm sure of it. The Swolish guys? That name has a ring to it. Cementa Versace. Alright. I guess we're going here. Goodbye, chat. I'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting started with the 4th and final quarter of play. 15 more boards. Fleischer up against Zimmerman. Fleischer clinging on to a narrow lead of 6 imps after Zimmerman fights back in the 3rd quarter. West gets to open a multi-2 diamonds in first seat. Nice hand.
Yeah, who would have thought that the Dinkin match with some very swinging methods in play would be the quieter in the imp column. They've scored, I think, about 20 games fewer each team than Fleischer and Zimmerman have here.
Yeah, so after the 2-diamond preempt, multi-preempt, North overcalls 2 spades, 3 hearts by East.
Yeah, again, passer correct. This time with slightly more classical shape than we saw on the previous board, although obviously the hand is as weak as it could possibly be.
Yeah, and Versace sticking in a card showing double, responsive double, one of those sorts of things.
I should say passer correct, but of course he knows which one it is after the overcall.
So what is Cemento going to do over this double? I mean, it's somewhat tempting to just pass. Your hand is pretty garbage.
Yeah, it's so dangerous though, right? Your red-white opponents bid up to 3 hearts voluntarily. Your defense is pretty poor also, right? The king of spades probably isn't that useful. The queen of diamonds could be wasted. Like, you're counting on partner for a lot of help to beat 3 hearts. Against that, of course, it doesn't feel like you have anywhere to go yourself.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it turns out clubs is fine because even though you have a problem in clubs, you can pitch a heart from either hand, either on a spade as West roughs with an honor, or on a diamond from the north hand as everyone follows. So 5 clubs probably is going to come in.
Yeah, it would. 3 no trump will not, and that's the alternative. Redouble by West. Oh boy. Well, he did not think that his partner was psyching a 3 heart bid, and
No.
North passed. I think this might end the auction.
I don't know that in a 6-in match, South is going to be inclined to shoot it out in 3 hearts redoubled on the first board of the last quarter. Maybe on the first board of the day, sure. Like, even there, it seems a little terrifying to me. But I think in a 6-in match with 14 boards to go after this, if this makes, the match could just be out of reach. I don't think he's willing to take those odds.
It could be. There's an alert slow redouble.
I think he's just going to try 3 spades here and see what happens. Ace Queen Doubleton is his best possible holding.
Okay. I mean, I'll take your word for it. Like, this looks very tempting to me. He bids 4 hearts. All right. He's getting partner to pick a suit. His partner's going to pick clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I see the appeal. It just really feels to me like it's betting the match on having your read be right here, and I don't know, that kind of thing is not my style. I never like thinking that I might be betting the entire match on one board. Well, so 4 spades is much worse than 5 clubs would have been with a guaranteed trump loser, but you do still have the ability to pitch a heart from north on a diamond, so I think it's probably fine anyway, right?
No. You're gonna get tapped out. This is, I think, a disaster.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you're right. I was thinking like unlock the diamonds, go to a spade, pitch a heart, and start clubs. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is an example. Like, South converted plus 1,000 and 3 hearts doubled into a minus position. Like, I hear what you're saying. I don't think it's necessarily betting the entire match on a board, because if you're wrong, you lose 10, and you came in up 6, the match is still close. You never really want to lose 10. But
It's more than 10, right? It would be 13, right? 860. Well, how much is 3 of a major redoubled making? It's also
730.
approximately 1,000, right?
730.
No, that's, that's
redoubled.
doubled.
Redoubled. Plus 170. 900, right? I think.
So 830, yeah, so that's 13 imps, I believe.
Well, you assume that you're making a game, right? Like, North-South's assumption is that their side is making a game. So you're losing 400, which is going to be 9.
I guess when you are making a game and instead go minus 900, it's really bad.
Yeah.
I guess that's not super likely, but I don't know. It just really seems like knowing that you're throwing a lot of imps in the air in a tight match on the first board of the last quarter is is a pretty bold position for me to take. But
I mean, fair point, but you can say that not passing it out was a pretty bold position here when you just go minus. This is going to be a big pivotal start to the segment, and I think once again, I just have to say, you mentioned it in the press set that Kalita Klukovsky are just they're walking on eggshells and nothing's breaking.
Yeah, even their bad boards or potentially bad boards like this one, they're going from a disaster to possibly just a push because maybe their teammates will get to 3-0 Trump and not make that either. But going from a catastrophic position to a plus position is pretty huge.
Right.
Yeah, it is. I've never really thought about it because it comes up so rarely. My guess would be that one could approximate the imp odds for passing that redouble. Obviously, it depends a lot on what you think everyone has, but you could probably simulate it to within some degree of reality and actually get a correct answer.
Sure.
Or a correct expected value. When I say correct, I mean figure out what your expected value is. Obviously, you're not going to be correct on any given hand, but in the same way that the 37% imp game is a long-term winner, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the things that I think is really interesting about it is that West kind of you don't want to put yourself in an exploitable position, north-south. And if West always gets to redouble here and you can never sit for that, then that's really bad for your side because sometimes North is planning to sit the double of 3 hearts. And if West can just redouble and now North's pass is not to play, then you're in a really bad position.
Yeah, and I think, for spectators who are, sort of curious, more everyday situations, that a really simple one, as we see all the time in here. When you play against a third seed white no trump, you play penalty doubles regardless of what you play anywhere else. Otherwise, that third seed no trump is free, like we've seen a few times here. So kind of, making sure that your opponents just don't get a free shot to screw around is really important. And the more expert they are, the more important it is because they're going to know about those situations.
Right. Well, I guess we'll find out what happens in the other room, but we could see a lead change on the first board of this final segment. And either way, Versace and Cementa are not going to be very happy with their result here.
No.
Because either way, they're going to be losing a sizable chunk of imps, and so they're going to have to keep in the back of their mind that they've probably already lost 10 on this board if they're keeping a mental record of where they stand.
I mean, it's possible that this is as few as lose 3, right? If the contract is 3-0 in the other room down 1, this looks like it's down 3 to me. Declare is certainly going to take at least 1 spade and 1 diamond from here.
Yeah. And Declare might even score more tricks than that. The heart communication is going to be cut off if East plays back a heart here. So even though East will get in with the... oh, no, just kidding.
Right.
You're totally right. East can just pull the last trump with the jack of spades and then play a heart over, and his partner runs the heart suit once he gets in with the club ace. So this will, in fact, be down 3, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, it's 150 instead of, turning plus 1,000 into minus 500, but, it's going to feel pretty bad for North-South, even if they do think that it was the wiser course of action not to defend. I don't know. I mean, Cement obviously had a normal overcall, but he had to feel like he was toward the bottom end of his range for coming into the 2 level. Versace was kind of at the top end of his range for his actions, where I think he could have been weaker. So yeah, it's just tough.
Well, that's what I was saying at the very start, right? Because Cementa is frequently going to be much stronger than that for 2 spades. So when Versace really has extra values, then going after this penalty seems a lot more plausible from his perspective.
Yeah, that's true.
So some fireworks. Klukowski is going to
Yeah.
pitch a diamond here.
We'll have to see what happens in the other room. And Klukowski, I think, will eventually, work out what's happening here. But just kind of, maybe there's just something that he wants to run back through in his mind that's uncertain to him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think why pitching a diamond might be bad. He should know his partner has 3 hearts.
I think maybe it would be bad if North had more diamonds and fewer clubs. Pitching a diamond might put North in a position to. No, I guess then he could overtake the diamond. But of course, if he had more diamonds, he wouldn't need to. So, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, at this point, he knows that his partner has bid 3 hearts on at most a 6 count in this auction, vulnerable against not. So maybe he's just very confused about what's going on in the auction. But yeah, he should be pitching a diamond here. In a close match, though, you can't blame the players at this late in the event for taking their time to double and triple check everything.
Yeah, and he's normally a fairly quick player. I think time trouble is not something that he ever has to think about. So, if this is the one where he needs a little extra time, just take it. So I did not watch the end of the segment of the other table, but I assume that they got fewer than 5 diamonds in the other room. It was a diamond partial, or was it just some different strain entirely?
No, they had a reverse Flannery auction and stopped at 4 diamonds.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so so 150 or 130, whatever it was. It doesn't really matter which versus 600 is the same 10.
The diamond opening lead from Versace was already on the table before the auction was over. He knew exactly how to defend against these 2 suited auctions.
So that was 130, but it didn't matter. Yeah. He could have blown the over trick and still lost 10 imps.
Yeah.
Or 1 10 imps rather.
All right, there's a heart. So declares in. Cash the queen of diamonds before that goes away. And then West gets the rest.
Yeah, he'll lead a club just in case he has the ace, which I guess he still could. Either the 3 heart or the redouble was a psych, and he probably suspects it was 3 hearts because that would be a really dangerous redouble to psych, but you never know.
All right, West is going to claim, down 3, minus 150.
Yep.
We don't have a result from the other table yet. I think West will be opening a multi-preempt in that room as well, so there might be a lot of thinking going on in the auction, but I don't expect East-West to be offering up 1,000 and 3 hearts redoubled over there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the Brink Driver 2-level structure is. They play 2 ranges of preempts or multi, and next I play weak 2s and 3 suits.
So Cementa has a 13 count. This is, I think, a little too good for their 10 to 12 no trump in first seat. So he'll have to open a club, I believe.
Yep, that'll let Kalita get in, but East-West are not going to get too high. Like, maybe West will bump that to 2 diamonds, but that'll be their last call, I think.
Yeah, so North-South have spades, East-West have diamonds. One of those suits is higher than the other.
Yeah, and spades. Well.
Oh, okay, maybe it's 10 to 13. I could be off about the range, but I thought it was 10 to 12. Looks like it might be 10 to 13.
Yeah, as did I, but also, maybe he's downgrading for 2 jacks.
So transfer to spades. North will accept with 2 spades.
I'm just gonna. It's possible it's only favorable and not equal. He might be upgrading to a 14 to 16.
I think it's first seat not vulnerable and second and third favorable.
You are exactly correct.
Yeah, but I guess I was off on the point count.
You were. It's 10 to 13 on their card. This was not an evaluation.
So club opening lead from Kalita. Small from a doubleton. They lead second and fourth. This will go to the low 10 and ace.
Yeah, and I think even though it's theoretically possible for this to be any doubleton, Declare's got to be pretty sure that the queen 10 of clubs are favorably placed for him.
Right.
If West had put up the queen, maybe the 10 would be in Kalita's hand, but when he puts up the 10, the queen is never in Kalita's hand. You would lead low from queen doubleton.
That's true. I mean, it could be low from queen fourth is the thing. So if West does play...
Obviously, with the jack and dummy, West would never play the queen. I'm just saying, Declare is not going to be, deceived about the location of the clubs.
Sure. But yeah, the real question here is he going to go up with the king of clubs or is he going to play low? So he has 2 diamonds to lose. He's lost 2 spades. If he loses just 1 club, he's going to make his contract. I think he pops up with the king here.
Oh, you know what? It's also possible East could have had queen fourth of clubs, and it would go club to the queen, club rough by West, and that would be really bad.
Yeah, exactly. So king of clubs, he can't afford to lose the club rough, but he's happy to just give up a club trick at this point.
Yeah, he'll have a club winner for the last round of the suit. Just in case he does need to pitch a diamond on a club, it's available.
Right. There was the possibility that if West had the ace of spades, West could exit a low club, getting his partner to rough, and then East would be unplayed in the red suit. So I guess Declare was always making 2 with this line.
So we do have a result in the other room, and it is a push at 4 spades down 3. After all,
wow. Okay, well, missed opportunity for Fleischer, but they come out unscathed because the other table, as you say, also got to 4 spades down 3. 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts. South decided to double, and North did run from the double to 3 no trump with the heart stopper, but South said no thank you, 3 no trump is not the contract, let's play in 4 spades. And
yeah, and I think this kind of points up a real difference between this East-West pair for Switzerland and the French East-West at the other table, where at this table, having opened a multi, West redoubled because these guys are very aggressive preemptors. He had a really good hand in context, where I think Bassis and Lorenzini are a little more conservative. West opened a natural 2 hearts, first seat red. I think they're probably somewhat old-fashioned, in the range they would have for that bid. So West did not redouble, figuring, at this table, West had extras and wanted to show them. NABC probably did not have extras and couldn't redouble because, his hand was kind of basically just about the expected value. So, it turned out not to make a difference in the final result, but it might well have.
Yeah, for sure. And it is worth noting that both Easts did actually make a 3 heart bid on that really ragged 4 count. I think the rationale is that generally preempts are more effective when the opponents haven't found their fit. East holding 4 spades to the jack expects that the opponents don't have a spade fit, so he's trying to jam the auction before South can start bidding 3 of a minor to get to, say, clubs.
Yeah. Although I'm going to play devil's advocate to that, which is if that's your concern, pass might be actually wiser because when they don't have a fit, it's really nice for South to make a responsive double. And if you pass, he can't do that. His Q bid might be his only option with a good hand, and that normally shows support. So it actually might get trickier for North-South if they have to find a fit if he's passes rather than bids.
Right.
Hard to know. I mean, against that, you have a 4 counterpart or preempted. If you're worried about a slam, bidding might be really good because it might just take away a level of bidding that they need to sort out what's going on. Like if South had a natural suit advance, now you're really happy you bid because you've taken that away from him at the 3 level. But when they need to have an investigative auction, bidding might be worse than passing.
Sure, sure.
If saw that a 6 card suit, now you're thrilled you bid because he was about to bid it and now he can't.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cleta returns a spade, and so Declara can now knock out the club queen for a diamond discard. This will be 2 spades making 2.
Yep, so this feels like a fairly normal result. I think, they have an 8 card fid. One way or another, they can diagnose it, either by south bidding a spade showing 5 or an ambiguous length spade and a support double. And, no one at the table really wants to get any higher than this.
Yeah, and I guess on 2 rounds of diamonds, Declara might end up making an overtrick because since the defense won't have threatened this club ruff, he'll be able to just play a club to the 9 at some point himself and be pleasantly surprised when both the queen and 10 are on side.
Yeah, maybe try to rough out the queen of hearts first. Some of the time that might come down.
Yeah, yeah.
So, if you're seeing any glare behind me, I can change the angle that I'm sitting at. There's a light behind me that on my screen looks like it might be a little annoying, but if it's just my view and not yours, I'll stay here.
I see a lot of glare. It doesn't annoy me, but maybe spectators can let you know.
I'll change my orientation here. I'm in a room, unfortunately, with fairly poor lighting. Crashing at a friend's house for the weekend. So unfortunately, the conditions are not as they would be in my home, although it's not like my loud street-facing Brooklyn apartment is any bargain for these things either. Anyway, West, I think he probably knows it's the end and is just wondering if there's any way to, salvage an extra trick. Probably he has to play a hard here. I think, he knows the diamond is probably bad for one reason or another, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's probably thinking about, well, what if partner has ace jack 10 of diamonds? Maybe I can switch to diamonds here and take 3 diamond tricks.
Yeah, that queen of diamonds just looks so scary, though, doesn't it?
It does.
I guess, yeah, I was going to say, like, maybe a club, just figuring that it's guaranteed to be passive. Here it's a little too passive, of course, but so is everything else.
I do not understand the king of diamonds at all. If his partner had the jack of diamonds, he could have just beat this by low diamond back.
Yeah, and East has signaled with diamonds, but had pitched 2 of them, so, maybe he thought that was not a possible holding, given that East was apparently willing not to preserve his diamonds. I don't know.
Sure, okay. All right. Well, on to board 18. East is 5-5 in the majors.
So I'm going to take a quick look here and see if he has I was going to say, does he have a bid for it? But even if he does, he did not make it.
1 club by Versace. Klukowski could make a very light 1 heart overcall. He decides to try 2 hearts, and I think this is going to excite East a little bit. So Samantha has a big hand with a club fed, although 1 club doesn't promise clubs. 3 hearts feels like a pretty natural bid from North.
I am a little surprised here. I see. You know what? I was thinking that East could have bid 2 spades, but of course he could not have. Some pairs play. They're both of their 2 major bids are both major minor, so he didn't have 2 hearts available as hearts in another. So he'll be pleasantly surprised that he didn't need it since his partner's preempting in hearts himself.
Okay, Samantha actually gets to bid 2 spades, showing a big hand with clubs. Kalita's going to take up a lot of room. Now, how much? I don't know. I guess he could bid 3 spades.
Yeah, boy, he must 100% know what's going on. I mean, it turns out North South can make 7,
Right.
but
Yeah.
no, I guess you can't. Oh yeah, 7 is just trivial. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is he gonna try to, muddy the waters and not let the opponents know how big the East West Hartford is? Starting with a double just for the lead seems reasonable. But yeah, we'll see. How he handles this. Like, it's going to be a little tough for North South to figure out how good their fit is, with South having kind of nothing but 3 aces, North liking clubs, but having a problem in that, in the ace department. The Jack of Diamonds is a really key card.
It is, but so is the third club from South, because remember, South's one club might only be a doubleton. And
right.
So for that reason, as you say, if North could just keycard in clubs, that would be great. But even if North keycards and finds out about 3 aces and then asks for the trump queen and doesn't get it, then North might not know that they're actually even making 6, because they might have a spade loser and a club loser if the suit's 3-1.
Right. All right, well, we have a result on board 17, where in the other room they made 170 in spades instead of the 110 that was made here. So winning 2 M's for 2 over tricks. That does seem like an awful lot of tricks from North South to take, but, I guess something went away. Maybe it did time out that he could take a club finesse and was able to rough out the hard, and 2 diamonds went away from South.
Nope.
Nothing so mundane.
Looks like there were some defensive errors, but Declare ended up squeezing someone in the round suits, squeezing West in the round suits. So, yeah, the 2 over tricks in a match that's close is really going to add up. So now Zimmerman's within 4. Versace hasn't bid over this double. I do wonder if Kalita had bid more, if North-South were going to have even more trouble on this auction, because South could bid something like 2 no-trump to show stoppers, and North, I don't know how strong 2 spades was. It says forcing with clubs, but if North could then follow it up with, say, a 4 club jump to be like, clubs is trump, please start Q-bidding, then South is going to be like, okay, I can Q-bid everything. So...
I mean, pretty understandable for East to see that he can immediately send the message, partner, lead a spade, and then decide that is the message he wants to send, for at least on this round of the bidding.
Yeah. But he might regret his actions if the opponents get all the way up to 7 clubs here. We'll see.
I don't think they're going to, even if they figure out they have 10 clubs. Just that the surety of the 13th trick is still pretty elusive.
Yeah, for sure.
Imagine South is 4-3-3 with, the same kind of hand. Well, great, you don't have a club loser now.
Yeah. Versace's taken an awful long time to bid. I wonder what the implications of 2 spades are if he's taking this long. Like 2 no trump. Okay, 2 no trump comes out. Everyone at the table agrees that it was a break in tempo, which is understandable.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm looking at this North hand, like 4 clubs feels like a great bid. This isn't match points. You don't need to worry about 3 no trump doing better than 5 clubs. 11 tricks should be easy in a club contract. So
what, not really relevant to this hand, just curious. So North-South just playing transfer advances kind of up the line, so would 3 clubs be diamonds, or would 3 clubs also be clubs but not as strong?
Great question. I am just guessing based on what our friendly V-graph operator is telling us, that 2 spades was club support, so I don't know.
I guess that implies that it was a raise and not a, ignore the South 1 club and just, treat it as we're bidding clubs for the first time by our side.
Right.
Like the wording seems to suggest that. Um, anyway, yeah. So now East, of course, does have to bid his. Well, I guess he doesn't have to, but he does bid his hearts.
Yeah, so I guess Versace is not under any pressure. He was the one who bid a slow 2 no trump. He doesn't have any UI from any sort of pauses. If he was thinking that his hand was good for clubs earlier, he might try 4 spades over 4 hearts, and that's really going to wake North up.
Yeah, and South, despite having sort of a minimum in high cards, North 3 hearts implies that he has a lot of shape, probably a lot of clubs. He could have just raised to 3 no trump or 4 no trump. So South is going to know that his aces are not just good, because of course they always are, but probably facing shortness in at least one of those suits. Yeah, so I guess also, the 3 heart bid probably, might even pinpoint heart shortness, like at least by implication.
Yeah, so now Cementa
Again,
has
North had a spade 2 bid available.
Yeah, Cementa has a big decision here, because his only really efficient bid would be 5 diamonds, but that already forces his side to slam. I was going to say he might just jump to 6 clubs. 6 hearts, pass by South, showing first round control. Yeah, they're getting to 7 now. This 6 heart bid, I think, was ill-timed.
Yeah, because it's not just first round control. Like, it shows willingness to bid 7. South has 3 aces. His hand can't be better for that 2 no bid.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, the one thing...
I guess it could be because he could have a club on her, but...
Yeah, the one thing he might be worried about is just Jack third of clubs, but again, he could have had a doubleton, and his partner has said, I don't care, I'm bidding 6 clubs on my own. His partner has to have the clubs. I think absolutely Versace passes this, and absolutely Cementa, looking at king, queen, third of diamonds, is going to say, yeah, I think partner has ace, queen of spades over there. The spade finesse is working, given the double. So 7 clubs. I think they get there.
Yeah, so he does pass. We'll see if Cementa makes the same read, or if he just, even suspecting that Versace, might have this kind of hand. Missing 3 aces, I get it. And also, I think maybe this is one where also, had he bid 7 clubs, I'm sure we would have had a director take a look at it, and, I don't know, the tempo probably, suggested a 7 club bid was more likely to work than it would have on even tempo, so... this might be the result anyway.
Yeah, it might be. Well, 6 hearts doubles.
Slow 2-0, followed by the pass is, Versace is allowed to take his time. He certainly needed time, but that's, that's what the directing staff is for.
Well, this is going to be down 4. So 2 diamonds, a spade, a club, and a heart. So that's going to be 800.
Yeah, no way to win a trump trick, of course, but they just have all their top losers.
Oh, I'm being told that they were playing Turbo, and supposedly 4 spades was an odd number of key cards.
Wow. Okay. So thank you to have provided that information. If that's true, then it looks like North probably made a pretty big error with South saying, partner, I'm willing to play 7 hearts.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure about the nuances of the auction. I do appreciate the insight. But in the meantime, 6 hearts doubled is where we land. It's possible that this could be the result in the other room as well. It's possible 7 hearts doubled is the result in the other room.
This board could be anywhere. It wouldn't surprise me if there's 4 different results at 4 different tables.
Well, I guarantee there will be, because in the Dinkin match, they're never going to duplicate a contract over there.
You say that, but they scored 25% fewer imps than these guys, so...
That's a good point. Well, 2 rounds of diamonds. Versace kind of sitting here thinking, plays the 9.
Yeah, declare, like, he sort of knows he has a claim, but there's no reason to face your hand at this point when you're still missing some aces. Like, it's possible that the defense has some weird ruff or, some other thing where you might lose an extra trick and, to save 5 seconds isn't really a great deal.
Yeah, all right. Heart to the king.
Yeah.
Now we just knock out the spade ace, and...
Yeah, well, I think now we just claim. Yeah, so as you say, down 4 with the ace of hearts to come, and looking forward to seeing the result. I feel like this really could just be anything from, from 5 clubs through 7 hearts. Probably not 5 clubs, but, it's a hard hand to bid. Not any easier after a diamond opening by South either.
No, certainly not. The 1 club opener kind of helped, although once North shows a forcing hand with clubs, South will probably own up to some support at some point with Jack third.
I mean, if he can, right? Like a diamond, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, 4 hearts. There you are sitting South with that hand. How many clubs are you bidding?
Yeah. Preamps make things tough. I mean, Klukowski's 2-heart overcall on the 5-card suit, which I think is going to be duplicated in the other room, but might not be a standout choice. Did provide East-West the opportunity to blow up the auction rather quickly.
Yeah, that's true. And I think against that, the North-South methods, which let Kalita show his lead director, slowed down the auction, which made it a little easier for North-South, although obviously they did stop short of the top spot. But I think that did help them get to their slam.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that board because Zimmerman might easily take the lead on that one. And we'll be on to board 19.
So we had a bunch of breaks. The heated exchange by North-South. I think the Italians certainly are famous for that, but then as are the Poles, and I think even Swiss Poles can be a little enthusiastic about their discussions. Although these two actually, I think, are a little more sedate than some of the other Polish pairs, like the ones that were in Buenos Aires. I think are a little more animated, or Pepsi and his various partners.
Yeah,
I think of Khalid and Klukowski. I think it was both fairly, non-volatile personalities.
That does seem to be their demeanor at the table for sure. We got the table action earlier from our ViewGraph operator telling us that Klukowski joking with his partner when he underled the Queen Jack about what's the right honor to lead from that holding. I understand South's frustration on this one. South did everything he could to show a good hand, and North, I think, just didn't give it full consideration. But
I mean, in North's defense, that Jack of Diamonds is, worth a full trick, and that's just so hard to figure out.
Right, yeah.
If South had the same hand with 4 triple 3, one more heart, one fewer diamond, would anything have been different, including the final pass over 6 hearts? I mean, maybe, who knows, but, are you so sure about that as North to bank on it? I don't know.
It's tough. Well, South passes in first seat here, as does West.
Cementa's inclined to bid a spade, as I think a lot of players would in third seat white-red.
Yeah, a spade has something going for it.
Well, I think a spade has a lot going for it because he knows South's hand is limited, at least when it's balanced. They play 10 to 12 no trump here.
Right, for sure.
So he knows it's East-West hand for sure. So East opens a slightly off shape, no trump, but no real alternative, especially in their methods.
All right, South will get off to a fourth best heart lead against this. Runs around to the jack in North's hand. Fifth best heart. Attitude.
Yeah, I think they might be attitude leaders.
So Declare off the top has 5 clubs, a spade, and 2 diamonds. Is going to get him up to 8 tricks.
Actually, it looks like this is actually a minor Psychon opening lead. If I'm reading the card correct. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Kalita Klukowski. Never mind.
They play second and fourth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a straight up attitude lead. So North probably shifts to a diamond. I don't think there's really anything else that looks that attractive, and it looks like it's going to be a battle for ninth trick here, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I
mean, South is going to have to pitch a lot of cards on 5 rounds of clubs since he has a void.
Yep, that is very true. I'm wondering if there's any case to be made for Cemento just setting up this Heart King, and I think the answer is no. But if South has an entry, then this might just give them 5 tricks quickly. You'll take 4 hearts and whatever South's entry is. Whether it's a club
right,
or
and I
diamond.
guess, yeah, and if South has exactly 1 entry and he can hardly have more than that, it doesn't really help us to shift sort of quote unquote for safety reasons, because if it's a diamond, that knocks out the entry that he might have actually been able to use to catch 3 further heart tricks. I guess also maybe a hand where playing attitude leads is a liability, because a 4th best heart would also say you like hearts, but possibly be easier to read the spot. Here the 2 doesn't say anything about the length, so if you clear the hearts, that might not be enough to beat it.
Right. Yeah, a lot to think about from Cementa. But if he does switch to a diamond, so let's say he does, probably 10, I guess.
I think so, right? He doesn't know anything about the position, but you don't lead the 7 and have partner over there with some holding that really needed you to hold the lead.
So
like imagine, I guess it's not possible partners really strong diamonds if the deuce of hearts is to be trusted.
No. But what's Declare's plan? I mean, obviously he's going to run 5 rounds of clubs. Okay, Cementa switches to a club. Versace is not happy about this switch.
No, and Cementa obviously is hoping that Declare is going to have to play spades, and he'll start effectively 5 tricks, possibly, a couple of spades, a couple of hearts, partners, hypothetical 1 trick, which he's, probably has, since Declare has 15 to 17 and not a 2-note type hand. So I think, Cementa's strategy is just like, let's make Declare do the work. We know that's not great for him with the majors lying so foul. Yeah, so let's say Declare does rattle off 5 rounds of diamonds and put South under pressure here. So South can't pitch any diamonds, because then Declare could just duck a diamond. With the hearts blocked, of course. But I think Versace knows the hearts are blocked because Kalita doesn't have a small singleton.
Right, and going back to whether or not Declare might try a heart up to the king for his last trick,
Right.
As you say, North probably would have continued hearts if he wasn't holding the ace here. He would be very happy to win that opening lead and continue working to set up South's suit. So I think Declare knows the ace of hearts is offside.
Yeah. I mean, strongly suspects, I guess it's possible that North didn't want to set up an easy trick for Declare, but it does have that feel to it. So, getting back to South's problem, he knows he's going to have to pitch at least 4 things, quite possibly 5. right now, what's his plan supposed to be? Like a couple of spades is fairly easy. One heart is like, yeah, sure, if I have to. Like two more beyond that gets kind of painful.
Yeah, hopefully Samantha can give him some insight because he'll be playing his club spots probably in a suit preference fashion.
Yeah, I mean, this five, I think, is a nice play for that reason because now he has a choice of spots in both directions, so it'll make a signal very clear to Versace.
Right. It might also just be that the five of clubs is the normal count card from this
Yeah,
folding.
that's possible. Quite possible too.
Because originally on this trick, Versace probably does pitch a heart since it's very possible. Like, we see that four diamonds, his four card diamond suit is important to hold, but Declare could just as easily have four card spades and a doubleton diamond.
Right. Yeah, I think so. Versace probably knows the exact heart position, right? Samantha won the jack, so Kalita has the 10. If Samantha had ace jack doubleton to start with, maybe he gets it out of the way just because holding on to the singleton ace probably isn't going to help the defense no matter what's going on.
I think Versace needs his partner to have ace third of hearts.
Yeah, that's probably true too. Because that way he can always take two more heart tricks by leading the queen.
Right. Or more importantly, Declare would be able to duck out the ace doubleton if he needed an extra trick that way. So,
right.
Yeah, I think he's probably just assumed that this is the heart position because this is probably necessary to beat the contract. And then the question is just, how is he going to get more than two tricks? He'll hope the diamonds do something. Now, from Declare's perspective, I mean, Declare is going to see a lot of discards from South. But if South doesn't pitch a diamond, which I don't think he would with Queen third, I don't think he would with Jack third, East's plan might just be to duck a diamond and hope the diamonds are 3-3. He could also lead up towards the Spade Queen at any point in play before removing all of the club entries if he wanted to do that. So let's see what Versace does on this first club. He does pitch a heart, kind of as expected. But he does have a problem on the second round of clubs if Declare wins the 7 and continues another one out of hand. Because he won't see Samantha's signal before he has to make a discard. So he'll have to decide, do I pitch a diamond or do I pitch a spade? He could also pitch another heart.
Yeah, although, of course, Kalita can play the jack and then the ace and force Versace to make two more pitches before he ever sees a signal, or at least a good one. No, he's just leading to the king.
I think Versace's going to throw another heart. It doesn't feel like he has any confidence in whether to pitch a diamond or a spade. So,
and he knows the heart is effectively safe since he's never cashing the long hearts anyway, so it does, sort of buy him a little extra time to get some info, and he'll get it, right? Because Samantha's going to play the nine of clubs here.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Samantha knows the whole layout, of course, when he sees Versace pitch, so...
I think there's an argument for a spade over a diamond, but he does pitch a second heart. I like this choice. Again, he's just waiting for information from partner. There's the 9 of clubs. Next comes the 6 of clubs. And he's going to say, okay, I get it. He pitches the 3 of spades.
Yeah, I think, Versace probably can envision that at some point in the next several rounds of clubs, he'll have to pitch a second heart. So once you've decided that, now is the right time to do it, right? Before you have to commit yourself in one of the pointed suits.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so third round of club. And now Kalita is probably going to pause for a second. He has the option at this point to go ace of spades, spade to the queen, or just a low spade to the queen if he wants to try and collect his 9th trick that way. But for the same reason that Versace gets to see his partner's signal, Kalita does too. So he should be paying attention to that 9 of clubs, 6 of clubs, should realize the king of spades is offside. So he cashes the club ace. South has another discard take.
Versace played the deuce of spades just in case Kalita wasn't watching the nine of clubs and he was. I don't think that was super likely, but Versace figures, okay, partner and I both know the spade location. It's free to false card that. It also might have been a count card for his partner's sake. I think that's more likely.
Yeah, so ace of clubs now. He pitches another spade. Now the 10 of clubs.
Yeah, and this, Kalita, at some point he did have to play to one of Dummy's honors in the second round, but even though South got to see some of North's signals, Kalita was still able to play all 5 clubs before Versace could see Cement to pitch anything. And sometimes even if North is giving suit preference, the suit he chooses to pitch from is informative too. And Kalita made sure that the South really couldn't get any more information than that. Well, I guess he was all going to leave the 5th round of clubs from his hand. Never mind. But nonetheless, he led as many clubs as he could from East, which is, certainly what he wanted to do. Like, he could have won the Queen and Dummy and let Cement play in front of Versace, but this made it tougher.
Yeah, so now big question, is this making? Because, so South can't pitch a diamond, otherwise Kalita just ducks a diamond. If South pitches a heart, Kalita can pitch a diamond from Dummy, cash the ace-king of diamonds, stripping North's diamonds, and play a heart to the king. And North gets end played into leading away from the spade king.
Right.
So Versace has to pitch a spade on this trick. But then, I think Kalita can... Hold on. I'm getting there. I think he
can do it.
Yeah, I think he can cash the ace of spades and exit a heart.
Yeah, the 8 of diamonds becomes very important in that position. Because if Cementa exits with a diamond to prevent the Queen of Spades from being a trick, you can either end play him again by winning the ace and exiting a low one, or if he exits with a 10, you can win the ace and exit a low one and then play South.
My mind has become mush.
Double dummy, he can always do it from here, but he's going to have to guess really well if the defense does give him the hardest problem.
Okay, double dummy, he can always do it, you say. So South pitches a spade, from West we pitch a spade, and from North... Wait, but... So West can't pitch a spade then? Wait a second.
West can't pitch a spade then, that's true.
So, okay, South pitches a spade because he has to. I mean, we don't know if Versace is going to work all this out, but, assuming he does pitch a spade...
West pitches a diamond.
West pitches a diamond, and North pitches a spade.
So East cashes the ace of spades.
Yep.
And plays a heart.
Okay. So it goes to the Queen. Do we cover? Oh, Versace pitched the 9 of hearts. So Kalita can make it from here, and I actually think that he will. Oh, especially now. North pitched a diamond, not a spade. Yeah, now he's just going to go ace-king of diamonds, heart to the king.
Yeah, I think it was cold on a double down. I mean, we can click the button on the solver, but I'm not going to.
It is a fun puzzle to work out.
Yeah, I think that was makeable if Versace pitched a spade instead of a heart by exiting the 10 of hearts without playing a spade. So now and if he exits a diamond here, he's going down, correct?
Yeah. But now that he's seen North pitch on the king of diamonds, the plan is pretty clear.
All right. Yeah, I guess, unless he thinks somehow South might have the king of spades still, but probably it's not compatible with the 9 of clubs, no matter how South was trying to, portray himself as a man with the king of spades.
Right. Yeah, but as you say, I mean, there's a chance that that he misreads the end position.
Yeah, it's possible that South had the ace of hearts all along. Now, if that's true, then I guess there's nothing he can do about it now because he can lead a heart, but it's stranded. Yeah, he does. figure this out. So
Yeah, heart to the queen and king, and North will be in and have to lead away from the king of spades.
yeah. So we don't have a result from the other room yet, but this feels like Kalita quite possibly won herself a game swing.
It's
Yeah,
possible this might be the same result
well.
at both tables.
Yeah.
Speaking of the same result at both tables, though, they bid up to 6 hearts relatively quickly east-west in the other room, and also got doubled.
And notice the natural one club opening did not make things any easier for North-South. North splintered, bid Blackwood, but South on this auction, South had never limited his hand really, except by passing 4 hearts instead of doubling. So doubled 6 hearts. I think that's just to show a minimum. First he showed his number of key cards, and now he has nothing beyond that. And once again, North just could not take it in with confidence.
Well, Kalita's still thinking over this Queen of Hearts. If South has the spade king, we can duck.
It would have been very far-sighted for North to play that 9 of clubs at trick 2 as a false card to protect South's king of spades, but he might have been able to visualize the problem anyway, so it is certainly possible that he did, that Kalita thinks he might have done something brilliant and is going to, give him credit for it.
Yeah, but, I think a big problem is that we can't... So if he had ducked, North could have just overtaken with the ace of hearts and played a spade through, so there was never really going to be an end play against South. It would have required a defensive error.
Oh, right, because we know South has 2 diamonds to cash,
Yeah.
Good point. All right, well, this is 9 tricks on the nose, so nicely done by East-West here.
I'm being asked whether or not this hand could be a double game swing. Supposedly, in the other room, North-South are in 4 spades doubled currently, and the auction's not over on this board.
North-South are in 4 spades doubled, so they have 2 diamonds to lose, 1 spade guaranteed. They have to pick up the hearts. They have to get to dummy enough times to finesse the spades and still be able to cash the hearts. I don't know. There's an awful... Yeah, and finesse the hearts twice. There's an awful lot of work to do.
There is, but regardless,
right,
you have
to finesse...
if that contract holds, then it's not going down 4. So this will be a pickup for Zimmerman.
Yeah, I don't know. My money's on too much work to do.
Well, Cemento gets to open a spade.
Yep, so I think this might be a 15-17 seat for them. I'm not sure if they play 14-16 in their non-weak seats. But nonetheless, that hand is... Yeah, it's 14 plus 17, but obviously that hand is so good. Upgrading to a 2-no rebid seems clear.
Yeah, so they do get to play Gazilli, it looks like. 2 clubs here with the North hand. South can bid 2 spades to show less than 8 high card points. And they might actually get out cheap.
Yeah, depending on exactly where their 2 diamonds kind of starts and the other rebids end, North may be able to pass, but it's possible the South hand is still less than 7. So North probably will pass. I've seen people play Gazillius with 2 diamonds as strong as 9 plus, and now it's a little scary for North to pass.
Sure.
So this also worked well, kind of, somewhat randomly, because East had a diamond to lead that was going to set up a lot of diamond tricks, and West does not have a great lead. Oh, sorry, never. I was thinking against no trump, but of course it's decided in 2 spades. So if you're West, what do you lead? Do you just lead a club as probably the most passive thing? Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. East is on lead.
Yeah, East is still on lead here.
I'm just going to take a sip of water and let you talk through the play. I got so fixated on that no trump bid, I forgot that other bids also were important.
Yeah, diamond opening lead. Declare puts up the queen. This is a good play. Just force the opponents to take the ace immediately. If he had ducked it around to the king, then once the opponents had pulled trumps, they would be able to cash a diamond. But here, they're going to have to pull trumps immediately, and Declare still has control of the diamond suit, at least for now. So a spade switch from West.
I think the only argument for playing low is if you think that West will sometimes play the ace. It's not just that it gets you that extra diamond trick, although that's nice, but maybe it buys you an extra entry to play hearts twice, which you might want.
Yeah.
Like the queen unblocks the suit, but since they can play trumps, they're going to take another diamond trick anyway. So I think there is an argument for playing low, but yeah. Well, this is going to be pretty friendly for Declare now.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So Kwiatkowski allows Declare to ruff a diamond, which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, especially because doesn't that queen basically mark the king in North Sand?
Usually, yeah. But regardless, I think as West you would want to switch to spades from your side rather than let partner play spades into Declare's hand. All right, heart to the jack and king. So Declare has decided to use his 2 dummy entries with this diamond ruff and ace of clubs to take 2 heart finesses, which is very reasonable.
Notice East here can play either red suit and start promoting trump tricks. A heart will let West ruff something, and a diamond will start the path toward promoting the 10 of hearts or the 10 of spades or 8 of spades, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, it's
maybe that's
possible.
not good enough, but if these spades were just a little bit stronger, which they could be, right? We don't know much about North's hand except that it's 16 plus. Maybe we could start beating think about beating the hand in trumps. I don't know.
Yeah, Declare is going to be relatively happy to see another diamond, I think. He'll rough and dummy and then just start pulling trumps. But either way, he's going to lose 2 spades from here at the very least. Maybe he loses an extra spade or heart ruff somewhere along the way, but he should end up making 110 or 140.
Yeah, so Driver did open 1 spade on the King Jack 9/4, as I had suggested some players would. So we'll see how that affects the auction developing, and it might also make it easier for Declare to read the cards in the play.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they're in 4 spades doubled. I don't have the other table up, but based on what spectators are telling me.
Oh, that was that hand. I see. Sorry. Wow, 4 spades doubled. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess it's actually sure. Spade, no trump overcall by Kalita, and South has a pretty good hand in support of spades.
Oh, just kidding. Lorenzini and Basis are in 4 no trump, so they're 1 level higher than Kalita at this table, and while Kalita was barely able to scrape up a 9th trick and 3 no trump, it looks like, especially on a spade lead, they're going to have some real difficulty making 10.
Wow, and I think that's going to make West a little unhappy because it looks like he doubled 4 spades, and East looking at 3 aces and a king, decided to pull anyway, presumably because he thought of the vulnerability that 4 spades would be cheap enough that it was worth taking a shot in 4 no trump. But 4 spades was, I think it was going to be too tough to make. It was certainly going to be touch and go, and 4 no is not touch and go, it's just down.
Yeah, so this will be a huge swing to Zimmerman on that board. They're going to pick up 12 imps, 13 imps.
If it's down only 1, it'll be what, 12, I believe. Down 2 will be 13 for 800.
Right. Okay, Kalita's still thinking after this heart to the jack and king. He
I
can
guess you
kind
could
of
try the queen of
count his
clubs,
defensive
actually.
tricks if he gives his
So I
partner a
think
heart ruff.
so it might be just possible for West to have the king of clubs. In which case, the queen of clubs maybe helps if, we can get the king of clubs and hypothetically spade, ace of spades in a rough, and West still has a trump trick. That actually would be a beat.
Yeah. Yeah. That could do it. So certainly, as you say, East could switch to a club here.
Yeah, I guess there's a little bit on exactly where the two club bid starts, but if it starts at 16, he couldn't, right? Because that would be two fewer points. But if it starts at 15, then it's possible. I guess then North might have just had a no trump opening, so maybe it's not possible. No, he does try the queen of clubs though, hoping for that miracle position.
Yep. Declare wins, takes another heart finesse. Now we'll see the king of spades. So East can give his partner a heart ruff, but it's with a natural, and this will be 140. So good result for Fleischer here. They didn't get overboard because
Right.
it certainly would have been possible if you're not playing Gazilli to get to 2 no trump on the north-south cards, and that might be a little bit too much.
Yeah, so let's try a club hero, hoping that queen of clubs was a singleton. Of course, it was not.
The slowest ever Queen of Clubs singleton switch.
Well, the slower it was, the more mandatory that club is from West.
Yeah. Alright, Declare gets to pull trumps, 140. But Zimmerman has overtaken the lead with 10 boards to play in this room.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that board 19 was indeed a large swing, but it certainly rates to have been.
Alright, on to board 21. Couple passes will go around to south. There's a nice 17 count. He'll open heart. Is Klukovsky going to overcall a spade?
Or two spades even, which seems a little scary on queen jack 5-3 deuce, but, opposite a pass partner favorable, this is the time to do it. So let's say he does overcall one spade. Now, if you're north, I guess you probably bid a no trump, but you really hate it, huh?
2 hearts?
Oh, sorry, yeah, 2 hearts, of course. Never mind. Yeah, I should really look at the auctions at some point today. Yeah, so we will see. Maybe West just decides to pass, but I bet not. Yeah, he does overcall a spade.
So 2 passes around to a heart, a spade, favorable. North gets to bid 2 hearts here.
Yeah, he still raise, of course. His hand is totally normal for his actions.
I mean, he's raised on worse already, so of course he'll bid 2 spades here.
So now, if you're south, are you looking for no trump, or are you just going straight to either heart game or give partner a little room and invite a game?
That's a good question. I think 4 hearts is kind of the practical bid, and especially after what has happened over... Well, he decides to double. Maybe this is some sort of game try.
Yeah, I think North now probably bids 2 no trump if it's natural, right? Kind of complete the description of his hand.
Yeah, he could. That would save some space.
I think if you're North, you really don't like your hand unless partner can completely take control. I was going to say, yeah, maybe just bid 3 hearts, figure that if someone's going to be taking a big push on on this hand. We don't want to encourage partner to do it unless he's sure on his own.
Yeah, four hearts is going to offer quite a bit of play problem to declare if he does get there. So I guess let's see if Versace is done here. It is the vulnerable imp call.
Yeah, so the biggest problem, so you could pitch one loser on the king of spades. The biggest problem is that diamond position where there's really just no way to avoid three diamond losers. Like, I guess we can play them and, Western Ruff with the jack. We can overruff them, and then we can guess to finesse out of the 10 of hearts, possibly, but, it's not a very comfortable contract. Like, it might make, but certainly not the four hearts of anyone's dreams.
No, it really should go down because East can see what's going to happen. East will get in twice with diamonds, and declare has to use the king of hearts to cross to pitch a club loser. So East will be able to pull two rounds of trumps.
If the defense gets off to a club lead in time, like if they don't threaten to set up clubs, then we can avoid that fate, right?
No, you still have to cross
not really,
because
we still need to lead a diamond to the king. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so South is thinking about the hand. This three heart bid probably sounds as if North has spade wastage. That's why he didn't counter try with something like three clubs or three diamonds. So he's probably placing a spade card in his partner's hand, and then he's just kind of counting how many other losers do I have.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand where like you have no spots. Probably you don't have a lot of options in the play because partner has a minimum. Having an 8 versus 9 card trump fit is, it's so critical. And here it would be the entire hand where if you just flip the majors, then we don't have to worry about this diamond position. We can draw 3 rounds of trumps and use dummy's last heart to ruff that diamond.
Right.
So, I think like this is the kind of hand, like we've all held hands like this that look really good, and then, we get excited and bid a game and it just never makes.
Yeah, so this could actually be an important result because if they stay out of game and make 140 and the other table gets to the game and go down one, that'll be 6 imps.
Yeah.
Not the fastest pass in the world. I mean, these... All right, the alerts are getting out of hand. You can calm down over there.
Yeah, I think he had typed that before the bid, and then just left the passer 4 hearts to type in really quickly and hit return.
Operator's having a good time. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
And hopefully the spectators are appreciating the sense of humor that they've got. Queen of Spades lead.
It is always nice getting getting the flavor of what's happening at the table. So yeah, as you say, I think Declared doesn't have much choice but to go down with his hand.
No, he's in 3 hearts.
Oh, he's in 3 hearts. Sorry, to go down in 4, but yeah. So actually, is the play in 3 different from the way it would be in 4?
I think
given that the goal is different.
I think in 3 you cash 2 hearts and lead a diamond to the jack. You cash the ace queen of hearts and lead a diamond to the jack. This way, I guess you could do the same. You could... I don't know. Sorry, I just spit something out. That looks pretty natural to me, but maybe that feels very unnatural to everyone else. So... But eventually he will lead a diamond to the king. And so he is going to make it.
I guess you could try a diamond to the 9 now, and if it forces an honor, you don't have to worry about any of these things.
Well, the reason I like 2 rounds of hearts first is that if they are able to get a diamond ruff, then we can ruff the 4th round of diamonds. Whereas if I don't pull 2 rounds of trumps and they get a diamond ruff, then it might be with a short trump.
Right, as it would be here.
Yeah. But you might be right. Maybe it... Maybe
What
it's
you don't want to
okay.
happen is you don't want it to go hard diamond. Now the defense returns to third heart.
Well, that's fine. The line of play was always planning to just take 2 diamond finesses and then plan to play for 3
Sure.
diamonds if we fail twice. As long as you can do
Yeah,
that,
sure.
I think you're doing fine. So the order in which you play all of these cards probably doesn't matter too much, but yes, I mean, ultimately the goal is going to be diamond to the jack, diamond to the king, or diamond to the 9, diamond to the king, something like that to just try and play the diamonds for as few losers as possible.
Hmm.
But Versace is going to think pretty hard about the hand. I mean, he's, I think, ultimately happy that he's only at the 3 level. And
I'm not so sure about that.
no,
I think he's happy to be the 3 level, but not happy to be at this particular contract at the 3 level.
you think he would rather be in 3 now?
I mean, it's going to make, so when he sees the layout, he'll be wishing he was in 3 now.
That's true, although I think there's a good case to be made for the Ace of Diamonds likely being an overcaller's hand.
Sure. Yeah, so he does. Try that diamond to the 9. See if East returns a spade to, possibly start setting up a tap or does something else. Like a trump doesn't look that attractive looking at that dummy, but, possibly a club is given the actual layout.
Right. Yeah, so East knows that he can go Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds to give his partner rough.
Yeah, that too. Presumably, and that 3 of diamonds presumably is a doubleton. Declare's play wouldn't make a ton of sense otherwise.
Right. Yeah. So he might do that. Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds. And then West Ruffs. And now we're kind of at this crossroads. I think Declare would probably end up cashing exactly 1 heart and then leading the 4th diamond. Because then if West Ruffs, you could overruff with the king. And you're still okay. If West doesn't ruff after 1 round of trumps at that point, then you can ruff with the 9. So it looks like this line of play is going to do just fine to make 3 hearts.
I mean, you're still going to have to guess the heart in the end position, right?
No, because if West ruffs once, then hearts are just going to be 3-1 when West shows out on the 2nd round.
Where I was thinking like, oh yeah, because East can lead the 4th diamond, or we can lead the 4th diamond. No, so sorry. So it goes Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
West roughs. Do you want Declare? I guess Declare withholds the king.
No,
Right?
no, you can play the king.
Declare covers. So West roughs low.
Yep.
West exits a spade. Declare pitches a club.
Yep. Heart to the ace. 4th diamond.
Okay.
So West is out of trumps, so we get to ruff.
Oh, West is out of trumps now. Right. Yep.
Yeah, we ruff with the 9 of hearts, King of hearts. And even if West was following, there would only be 2 trumps at that point, so we could overruff West card with the King of hearts and then still pull the last trump.
Oh, right, because we had taken a round of trumps already. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
some
so
of these
have...
delicate timing hands, like how many trumps should you play before trying to ruff your card and dummy are relatively tricky.
Yeah, so we do have that 4-0 result in. Cedric took the same number of tricks as Kalita did, but getting forced to level higher meant that he lost 12 imps anyway.
Yeah, that's a brutal decision for them. I mean, they were already going to lose a pile of imps because Four Spades Doubled was not going to be going for 800, but just being forced up that high in the auction.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, full credit to North South, right, who made it pretty challenging with that 1 spade overcall opening and very aggressive supporting bidding by South.
All right, Kalita's still thinking. I mean, he can kind of see that line of play isn't going to work. This whole ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds rough. It's going to hold him to 140, but it's not going to beat the contract. He's still looking around for better.
Yes, this is probably still an okay result for North-South because I think it's a lot easier to get to 4 hearts than 3-0. But, nonetheless, as this auction timed out, I think both North and South maybe thought about bidding no Trump, and it would have worked out better, at least in the DM column.
Yeah, I'm staring at this. I think if Kalita switches to a club, Declare might go down. He'll have to take the club ace because he can't afford to let the opponents then get a diamond rough. So he wins the ace of clubs, and now he's going to have to pitch a club because he can't afford to play on diamonds before doing that. So he'll pull 3 rounds of trumps and play the king of spades to pitch a club. And now he's in dummy. I mean, he could alternatively play heart to the king, king of spades, and then heart back. And I think he might do that. He might end up leading up towards the jack of diamonds again once he's stripped all of dummy's entries and lose 4 diamond tricks. It's possible. I think this diamond to the 9 play really does expose the entire diamond position. Alright, Kalita's going ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, and I think Versace is relatively happy about this because he has no trouble making the contract from here.
Yeah, is there anything West can do to make it even a little bit tougher? But I guess the answer is no.
No, this plan of just cash 1 high heart and then rough the diamond is too good.
Yeah.
There's the claim even.
Yep.
Okay, plus 140. So that feels like a good result for Fleischer on that board. Board 20 feels like a good result for them. They're down by 8, and it has not felt like a great set, but they're still definitely in the match.
Yeah, board 20, I agree, is a very good result. This one, probably, yeah, but, there's certainly a path to losing 10 imps.
Yeah.
So we'll see if South is inclined to do anything other than pass with his, reasonable 5-5 hand. It is only a 9 count.
Yeah, it's favorable, but your second seat, spade suit's pretty bad.
Yeah. I think if you switch spades and diamonds, it's pretty appealing.
Yeah, lots of arguments against a spade opener, so
yeah.
South does pass. Yep. West in third
and now
seat,
have a
not
West
the right
third
colors.
Seat.
I was going to say not the right colors to take a call, but does open a heart. So pass by North, East can bid a no trump, and now South's time to come in, 2 hearts.
Yeah, which I think he definitely will. The hand's absolutely perfect for it.
Right, once you're
past hand Michaels.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pardon will know that something was wrong with it. It doesn't really matter what it was, but he'll go a little bit cautiously with his nice 13 count, and that'll. I was gonna say that might be the right move, but with diamonds 3-3, we can make a lot of spades. Losing just 2 spades and a diamond, even if we use the North honors to rough some diamonds. Maybe there's a little bit of, tap out danger because we have to get back to our hand a few times and they can lead clubs and start a tap. But, careless defense, certainly 4 spades is makeable. Careful defense, possibly we'll get to find out.
You can definitely make it a double dummy. I mean, the queen doubleton of spades drops, so you have 11 tricks easy. But
Oh, right, you only need to rough one diamond, yeah, with the diamonds 3-3.
But yeah, in terms of how's Declare going to play in four spades, his hope might be to try and play for 4-2 diamonds and rough a couple of diamonds and play for these spades to just lose two spades from there.
Right. Well, then he'll get a pleasant surprise that he doesn't have to rough the fourth diamond at that point. He might just be able to bang down the spades.
Yeah, so two hearts from South, and as you said, Cementa understands his partner's a passed hand, but he does have quite a few good cards, aces, and good spade support, King Jack third.
Yeah, I think he'll do whatever his invitational response to Michaels is. Whether that's 2-0 as in some kind of ask or, three clubs, three diamonds, probably three diamonds, right? Yeah, once again, viewers are pointing out that South's two hearts was really quite slow in this one. It's not like he had much to think about. Maybe he's just taking his time on every action in a close tight match. Hard to see what his alternative was here. Like two diamonds as a lead director, maybe, but that I think gives up on ever treating it as a constructive hand, which I'm sure he wanted to do. Yeah, so North is three spades.
Three spades by North. So this has to be invitational, right? Because it doesn't look preemptive to me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have thought that North had like a three diamond gadget available, but maybe not.
I mean, certainly North had two no trump available. Two no trump, ask about the minor, and then bid three spades.
Right.
Well,
yeah, a lot of inscrutability all around here between the South pause, the West, somewhat sketchy one hard opening. Although I guess third seat, you do what you want. So club does look like a pretty good lead here. Attacking South spades.
Yeah. Yeah, Declare might make exactly 9 tricks. I mean, it looks to me like you can just go duck a diamond.
I think I'll lead a diamond to the 9 now, because why not?
Right, so we can duck a diamond. If the defense doesn't tap us, then we might be in time to just set up the diamond suit, so they probably should. But then when we get a club ruff with the low trump, ace of diamonds, probably ace king of hearts at that point, diamond ruff with the jack of spades, heart ruff, diamond ruff with the king of spades, heart ruff. We're just cross-ruffing our way to 9 tricks.
Yeah, knowing about the heart length in West makes it safe to adopt that plan.
Yeah. Kalita didn't lead a heart at trick 1, so hearts have to be 5-2 or 4-3, I guess.
Very probably not 4-3 because we're looking at the ace king jack, but you never know.
And he spit a no trump, not 2 hearts. Yeah.
Right. That too.
All right, diamond around to the 9 and 10. West does continue a club, tapping us, but now because they haven't touched trumps, this kind of cross-ruff plan could work out. I think Declare is going to pause and see if he can count his way up to 9 tricks on a cross-ruff, and if he can, he'll probably just do that. So ace of diamonds.
We'll see. When the diamonds rough out, we'll see if he changes his tack here. Like, I think the hearts is still a sure trick line because of the spade spots, but actually, no, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
All right, heart to the ace, heart to the king. Get those hearts cashed before someone pitches one.
Right. Yeah, so I guess a diamond rough low. Now we can afford to rough our winning diamonds, and does that guarantee 10 tricks here?
I mean, if a diamond gets roughed low, then Declare is very happy. Okay, he does rough low.
I mean, doesn't that Queen of Diamonds look like a true card? I don't know.
Well, it was covering the 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, would West cover though?
Probably not. That's a good point. All right, Heart Rough gets us up to 7. Diamond Rough. If he doesn't rough, then we rough another heart and get up to 9. If he does over rough, then we just have 2 natural trump tricks from here.
Yeah, so he is going to take 10 tricks now, I believe, right?
Yeah. Now a Heart Rough, another Diamond Rough with the King of
Diamond
Spades,
rough, yeah.
and we separate our trumps. So 10 tricks.
Yeah, so, I mean, a little friendly, of course, with the diamond splitting, but does seem like possibly North-South were, intended to get higher on some sequences.
Yeah, it's been pointed out that if East-West lead trumps, they can actually pull 3 rounds of trumps and prevent the Diamond Rough. The problem is that then you just lose 1 spade and 2 diamonds.
Right. Yeah, the 3-3 diamond break is just too favorable for Declare, I think.
Right. Yeah, the spade position accompanied by the 3-3 diamond split, there's just nothing that the defense can do. And this is a hand of bridge.
Yeah, of course, if you lead trumps, now you're giving up the ability to attack the south hand in any way. So, anyway. So, a heart.
A heart of
spade.
This
is one where, in some situations, maybe you make a heavy 2-spade overcall. Look at that singleton heart and figure you want to block the opponent's heart bidding, but 1 spade also seems pretty standard. So, yeah, North decides, even with an ace and 3 trumps, the hand is too terrible to raise, no roughing value, no extra card anywhere else.
Man, I bet Kalita didn't think that 9 of hearts was such a big card when he picked up his hand. That's going to allow them to make 4 spades.
By ace and a rough, but South cannot underlead his 150 honors.
No, just can't quite get back over to the North hand. Swap the 9 and 8 of hearts and it would be a different story. Of course, it's impossible for North to find ace of clubs in a club lead, but...
Right.
So, a spade.
East.
Yeah, East can bid 2 clubs.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not it's forcing, I think for certainly most American players, this would be non-forcing constructive. But even if it's forcing, so what, right? You have, King, Queen, Jack, 10, 6 of clubs. You don't mind having to rebid them.
Right. And what's par on this board? 4-no doubled by South? That's a pretty rare one. I don't think I've seen that par contract in a while.
Yeah, 4-no is down 1.
Down 2. They can lead clubs.
Right, and we don't get a spade trick, right? Yeah, and if it goes anything by East, does South just bid 4 hearts, or 2 hearts, 3 hearts? Like, what's...
Right, that's a good question. Okay, 3 clubs, natural, invitational. Okay, Versace, is he going to sit back into one of his thinks about how many hearts to bid, or is he just going to try 3 hearts? 4 hearts is a practical choice. It prevents East-West from exchanging any more information below the game level, so if they pass, or double you, that's probably fine. You have 8 tricks in your own hand.
Right, it's never more than 500 with a spade. I mean, I guess they could rough the spade away.
Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, on a bad day, it's going to be 800, but that's okay. the issue with 3 hearts is that West might be able to bid 3 spades, and then it goes 4 spades, and now they get to a spade game that they otherwise might not have been getting to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I like 3 hearts for that reason, but 4 hearts obviously is basically a bet that when we go for 500, it's okay.
Right, yeah. Okay, 4
That's
hearts
true.
by
5
South.
hearts is 5 hearts is also a 500 save.
It is. But 5 hearts is not a save. Finally, they have messed up. I'm marking this down today on the calendar.
No, undo.
Okay.
All right.
Oh! Ha! Okay. Friday, March 21st, 2025. Michel Klukowski has made an error in judgment. He has bid 1 level too high. I'm marking it. Maybe we can turn this into a national holiday.
Yeah, so unfortunately, from East West point of view, even missed defense will not help them.
No, so a breath of fresh air for the Fleischer team, actually, that Kalita Klukowski have kind of been on fire and have deserved their 50 or 60 imps of pickups that they've had over the past, how long has it been? 37 boards or so. But finally...
Of the second half, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, finally they make a error in judgment, and honestly, I mean, I think the 4 heart bid was good, right? Klukowski heard his partner had clubs. He has a club fit. He's short in hearts. Frequently, his partner's going to have a singleton spade for this type of action. He has an entry to the long spades if he roughs them out. I think 5 clubs was a good bid. It just unfortunately doesn't work out for him here. So this will be down 1.
Yeah, and in fact, they had a very big second quarter as well. So really, this entire day has been strong for them. Yeah, and meanwhile, in this room, we had 3 major sweep part scores in a row, all played by North-South. The other room, they're still declaring the first of those.
Yeah, I hear that they're a little bit higher than 2 spades on that board 20, is what I'm being told. Just...
how much higher?
At the 3 level and in a different strain. They're in 3 now.
I see. So that doesn't look great at a first glance, huh?
No, things just don't split for Declare at all.
No, I mean, obviously, if East is on lead, it's down almost immediately on a diamond lead. If South declares, disaster is not totally assured, maybe you get a friendly opening lead, but there's still an insane amount of work to do.
All right, 2 rounds of clubs. Cementa gets in. I really expect him to just play back a 3rd heart to let his partner know that he has that card. I don't think it would ever be problematic. Okay, he plays back a diamond. He really should discard that 3rd heart at some point. And just so Versace doesn't think he's getting squeezed out of his Queen Jack 10 of hearts. But of course he's also looking at the King Queen of spades, so...
Yeah, and he'll have several tricks between now and when he would be forced to do that. At some point, Cementa probably will do that, or Declare might just strip out his entries and he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yep. Spade to the Queen and Ace. Jack of spades. South wins the King. Down 1. So I honestly think a string of good boards for Fleischer. We do see 6 imps getting picked up for them on board 20. 3 no trump did go down for Brink in the other room. They got a little bit too high despite playing Gazilli. Draver had sorry, I've been learning to pronounce this name, Draver, had the same inference that Cementa did in the other room, and ended up rebetting 2-no trump. And so Rink with the 6 count, 5-card club suit, was happy to try 3-no over there. Nothing split well, and Declare ended up 1 down.
Yeah, I was wondering if on a club lead they might be able to make it. But if they were, obviously not at the table. Yeah, I guess unfortunately you can set up the clubs sort of, but you can't ever really use them. Like, Declare played low and won the ace, but, you can go king ace in another and set them up, but you have no entry to the south hand.
Yeah, with the ace of diamonds offside. Great point. Well, I guess the players are taking a break.
Yeah, we certainly saw there were plenty of requests for brief respite in the previous segment, and of course, since they're still 3 boards ahead, I think they're entitled. This, I guess, would be our second break of this segment.
Yes.
There was the one earlier after the first 800. I guess the only 800. There was an 800 at the other table.
The first 800, he said.
It was the first 800 because the next one came in a few minutes later. It came in so much later, I forgot they were the same board.
I thought you were alluding to the script writers that have already told us the 800 that's coming up on board 27 in the set. Stay tuned, everyone.
So actually, we've had a bunch of 800s in this match. I am curious. As always, you just never know what you're going to get. So, the Dinkin team has at least one partnership playing a very non-standard system, the one that Sam Dinkin devised. So, it's always kind of interesting to see when you have pairs playing similar methods, that somehow it still ends up being swingier than when someone is playing something, completely dissimilar to what everyone else in the match is doing. I'm curious whether, how many more, not just imps total scored, but how many more big imp swings there have been in the 2 matches.
There have been an awful lot of 12 and 13 imp swings in this match that we've been following most of the day. Yeah,
the second quarter, basically there were a few pushes, but every swing was a major one. There weren't here we've had 2 12 and 6, which is kind of a little more normal when 2 top teams play each other. When it's 1 11 11 12 10, that's a little less standard.
Right. Now, just looking back through the cards, because it's been a while since we had that board 16 on the table, I think Versace and Cementa are still a little bit upset about the result there. They're very fortunate that it was duplicated in the other room. They might be upset about board 18 as well. I do wonder if they're going to feel as if they're way behind at this point, when in reality, we can see on the scoreboard that they might actually be ahead, even by quite a few imps.
Right, and even losing 12 imps on board 19, which they have to know is a terrible result also.
Right, yeah, that too. So we'll see if East-West or North-South decide that they want to take a bit of a swinging action down the stretch. We have board 24 on the table. And
East-West are naturally kind of swingy. My philosophy, which is I think it's good to swing a little bit, but bad to swing completely randomly, because as you say, you just never know what's happening at the other table. Wild swingy actions are really dangerous. If you have some hand where you can make a small adjustment, or maybe you find out some suit just 4-3 and finesse the guy with 3 for a queen. That's the kind of swinging I like to do, where the expected value is pretty close to the best play, but the the play itself could generate a colossal swing on any given hand.
Right. So we're about to see just how light South needs to be for a penalty double of a 3rd seat no trump. He says this hand's not good enough, so he passes. 2 diamonds transfer to hearts. East is going to bid 2 hearts. I assume East bids 2 hearts here. You could pass 2 diamonds with this hand, but sometimes partner has 10 as a passed hand, and you just get to play 3 now. You just have to complete the transfer.
I'm not sure because I think your tricks are so slow. If partner doesn't have a diamond fit, like they knock out one of your black suit stoppers, partner even as the king of diamonds, there might just be too much to do. Like I think, yeah, like bidding two hearts is normal here, but I think actually there is a pretty good case for a pass.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. I mean, it's possible. But two hearts is where they land. So, top club lead. Looks like the defense is going to get a few too many tricks here. Ace, king of clubs, a club ruff. King, ace of diamonds. A diamond ruff. The king, jack of hearts is still going to take a trick.
Yep. And two diamonds, I think it was going to make, right? Because you're just going to lose two clubs in a ruff, ace, king of diamonds, and a heart.
No hearts. It goes away.
No hearts. It goes away.
Yeah.
So yet another reason to swing by passing two diamonds, which is approximately three tricks better.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Two diamonds had some potential to be the best spot, and it was on this lie of the cards, but can't get to game if you pass your partner part score.
No, I mean, I think one question is like, yes, sometimes partner has the right 10 count and we get to a good game. How often do we get to a bad game? Like, every one of those is terrible also. So, to me, that's an important consideration. It's not just, are we going to get to 3-0 and 3-0 is right? Are we going to get to 3-0 and 3-0 is very wrong?
Yeah, good point. Good point. So Samantha does switch to a diamond. Diamond goes back to the king.
Yeah, South returned his fourth best club for that ruff, but South Reddit is low enough to switch to diamonds, or North Reddit is low enough to switch to diamonds.
Yeah, he was also
looking at that dummy. I mean, partner could have the ace of spades instead of the ace of diamonds.
Yep.
Maybe that is just never beatable, but I don't know.
Yeah,
or it's certainly never going away. That's something.
South will ruff with the queen of hearts.
Ace of spades is never going away. The diamond ruff was, so.
Right.
Although here was a natural anyway. Anyway, meanwhile.
So this will just be down two.
Yeah.
All right, spade comes back, heart to the ace, heart, and minus 100.
Yeah, possibly a normal result, right? I think East has a fairly normal 31-no playing standard as the French do. West has a normal transfer. Maybe East does this, abnormal, but we can see winning thing in pass, but accepting a transfer is pretty normal, so it could just be a flat, a flat nothing board.
Yeah, so in the other room, when on board 21, all the way back 55 minutes ago, or however long it was, when Versace made that kind of delicate two-step auction to make a game try and stop in three hearts, Brink just blasted four hearts, which also looks like a reasonable attempt, vulnerable at imps with the stiff spade. And as we saw, there's just really nothing to the play. The defense is always going to get four tricks against that contract, so that's another six imps. Fleischer is back on top by four.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, I don't really know much about the Brink driver methods, except that they're somewhat standard. But if North has two ways to raise hearts there, then Brink is obviously just going to love his hand. Like, that would be a little more normal after a double, where you have, the sort of usually a bad raise and a good raise. But as a passed hand, maybe they have some way to cater to that also.
Well, on to board 25 in front of us, we got a pass by Cementa in first seat, just a point shy of his weak no trump.
Notice in the rest of the world he might have done it because, I guess, sorry, we did see some pairs play 9 to 12, but this is not one of them. Their WBF card says 10 to 13 also.
Right, but not allowed in the ACBL events. So three passes here go around to West, who has a 14 count.
So this one, I would be inclined not to open a no trump red white. I think open a club and pass partner's response is my style, even if you could upgrade to a 15 to 17, but we'll see.
Well,
I feel like, with only... What's that?
Well, he can't pass partner's response because the club's Polish.
Well, he can't pass a diamond, but a major suit is natural, right?
Right. Yeah, so he can pass a heart if he chooses to do so. But he rebids a no trump. Now, Kalita's passed an 11 count already, so I do wonder if he's just going to say, because this hand was not worth an opening bid, it's not worth an invite, he decides no. He's going to invite with 2 clubs and rebid 2 no here.
Yeah, 3 no looks pretty playable for East-West as they lie, with the diamonds very friendly, the clubs friendly enough. It's a little hard for the defense to attack them. You might take 3 spades and 2 hearts and 3 diamonds, and the defense can set up 2 clubs for themselves by playing ace and another, but that's your 9th trick in the queen of clubs.
Yeah, so I guess a lot of this
North might just lead
the opening lead.
North might just lead the king of diamonds, although spade seems quite attractive also. Both, right. Might set something up and it's kind of passive.
Yeah, so the passive spade lead is going to be pretty effective for the defense. Declare will misguess the diamonds, so he'll probably only take 2 diamonds from here.
Right, North will not split on the diamond, and Declare will play for honor 10 on side instead of honor on side.
Right, and with the clubs being unfriendly and the hearts being unfriendly, I think Declare is going to go down. But Klikowski is a miracle worker. He's already had his 1 error of the session, so he's just going to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, that's one of those things that sounds like a joke, but just really isn't.
It's no, everyone gets 1, and he's already used up his quota for the day. So
yeah. Yeah, one thing that makes him dangerous is he really doesn't have any weak spots in his game. Like, we've seen some game theory stuff that he did with some of his, like redoubling on the first board of the set, some of the preempts. Obviously, very good competitive judgment, great declare, just does not give you a lot of chances.
No. So let's see how he handles this. I'm sure he's going to play a diamond to the 8 at trick 2. There just doesn't look to be any other plan. You gotta get the diamonds going. Eventually you might have to play on hearts or clubs, but you can prolong that decision for later.
Yeah, I was trying to kind of think in my head if there's any case for trying to run the 8 of clubs or lead a club to the 6 here. And I think the answer is no, but there probably is a layout when you want to, and I don't mean just ace-king of clubs on side,
Right.
Maybe it's a little too remote, I don't know. But yeah, I think just playing a diamond up, you got to get that suit going at some point. Seems pretty natural.
Yeah, John in the chat has mentioned that from a game theory perspective, as you had mentioned it earlier, Craig, North should at some point split King, Queen, 3rd of diamonds a little bit, because otherwise from honor 10 3rd, if they never play the king or queen from that holding when you lead up, then Declare always guesses correctly.
Right.
So there is some sort of percentage chance, but in general, it's really rare to get a large enough sample size against any one player, and you probably don't have it stored in your memory bank either way against any one player, how often that they split or don't split from these sorts of holdings. So I think most declarers tend to just take the technical play of low to the 8.
Yeah, it is true. We've all seen kind of the other version of this, which is when North does have honor 10 3rd. Normally you play that honor more than 1/3 at a time, whether or not it's theoretically correct.
Right.
Everyone just plays the king for that holding, right? I guess not the queen. Sorry, everyone plays the queen for that holding. The king is a little rarer.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely, some need to protect these holdings by, by feigning that you have it on some of the other hands. Right, and yes, if you would always pop with an honor with the queen from queen 10 3, that changes your odds as well.
So Cementa's had a long time to think, and this is a really important moment for him specifically because if Klukowski had won the Jack of Spades and kind of quickly let a low diamond, he might have been a bit surprised. I mean, he shouldn't be. That looks like the obvious suit for Declare to attack with four of them in dummy. But now that he's had plenty of time to think, he will have already thought, what do I do if Declare leads a club up to the queen? What do I do if Declare leads a heart out of hand? Well, what will I do if Declare leads a diamond up to the ace-jack? And so hopefully he's thought for long enough that he'll realize, play low in tempo on the diamond, and then Declare will come up with a plan from there.
Yeah, I do wonder, the longer he thinks, the more I wonder if he's seen some other way to start the play besides just that diamond play that looks kind of natural.
I think there are very reasonable alternatives to consider. For one
starting
thing,
a heart, possibly.
Yeah, so for one thing, I think he can try and lead a low heart towards the jack. And some of the time, this is going to take 4 heart tricks, which would be huge. Like, if North is sitting on queen third of hearts, he doesn't always want to pop up with a queen from this holding because his partner might have king third, and that would blow a trick in the suit. So that would be a consideration. I think it's also reasonable to lead a low club to the queen. Sometimes you just get very lucky in the club suit. Like North has ace jack or king jack doubleton, and you can actually set up 2 club tricks that way.
Right.
So I think there are other considerations than just diamond to the 8. It looks the most natural to me to just play a diamond to the 8, but obviously Klukowski has been thinking about the problem for quite some time.
Yeah, I think there's no chance that both the ace and king of clubs are in North. Opposite a Polish club, which doesn't really say much about the club suit. He might well have led one, but as you say, that isn't the only holding where you gain a trick. Jack 9 doubleton, possibly.
Yeah.
No, I guess that doesn't really help you. But singleton Jack might help you, right?
Yep. Yeah, singleton Jack, you could pick up the suit for a couple tricks. So he does play a diamond, North plays the 2, and he plays the 7.
I
mean,
not even the 8.
I'm gonna credit him with with this was not a mistake because he's already had his one for the day. I mean, this is still pretty reasonable. I do appreciate
it was a slight error in not playing the 8 with both the 8 and 7, right?
Okay, fine.
They're exposed, so it's totally irrelevant from that point of view.
Beer considerations, sure. I do appreciate
won one today.
That John in the text chat, is discussing all of the theory behind this defensive holding and what Declare should do. Which I think there's a lot going for it to study these sorts of suit combinations, even if you're not changing your mind about which honors to play and when and how often and how you randomize which honor to play. You can still learn a lot about card play from just studying suit combinations like this.
Yeah, and this is one that comes up pretty frequently.
Right.
As he points out, it's a lot easier to see all these things when dummy is ace jack 9 instead of ace jack 8.
Yeah, for sure. So, diamond to the queen. He's kind of in a bit of a position here because now that the king of spades has been knocked out, he unfortunately just doesn't have the entries to even pick off the diamond. I was just blind. After the spade lead, he has to duck a diamond, and then if North did have honor 10/3, North should have put up the honor so that it would... that he wouldn't have access to the long diamonds. So...
Right, but also access to the long heart possibly when he needs that.
Right, so... Okay, you know what? I
actually wonder... I was saying maybe it would have been better after winning the second spade to play on hearts instead of diamonds, because the diamonds might be able to wait, the hearts probably can't.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think he's just in trouble when the diamond goes to the 10. But
Yes.
but my point being that maybe he actually needed king queen third of diamonds on side. Because then they wouldn't be able to prevent you
Right.
entry to the long diamond. That's an interesting thought.
No, but and you could, if you read what's going on, and diamonds are any 3-3, you can always do it, right?
Well, no, because if North popped up with an honor from honor 10 third, then you would have to duck. And then you would lose 2 tricks in the suit that way.
Oh, I see. Where when he plays small with honor 10 third, you actually have 3 winners. Yep, right.
Right. Yeah. So, if you assume that North is defending double dummy on this specific layout, North would always pop with an honor from honor 10 third. He should do it 100% of the time. So, theoretically,
Right.
This diamond to the 7 was maybe not ideal. But I think the idea here from Klukowski was just sometimes the opponents don't pop up with an honor from honor 10 third
Right.
because they just don't know. And for that reason...
So there's actually another consideration.
Mm-hmm.
He has the 9, 8, and 7. North would never pop with an honor from honor 10 fourth.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. So honor 10 fourth.
I mean,
right?
sure, maybe some of the time he should, but no one would, in which case you take 3 diamonds that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh boy. Okay, so first off, score update. Board 22
Yeah.
for spades was been made in the other room after, after there wasn't a 1 heart opener in third seat over there. So they had no trouble reaching the
Right.
spade game. But also, update, East-West have a lot of diamonds. That's all I've got.
Yeah. It looks more exciting than it is, I think.
It
West
does.
has a really good hand, but North, East, and South all do not.
I guess that happens when you have a good hand. No one else at the table does. So Samantha makes a takeout double of diamonds.
Yeah, little light, but especially given the way we've seen West open in third seat, wants to make sure that he doesn't just randomly concede a 6 in part score when it's his side for something, and he's sort of right. His side does have 9 hearts.
Yeah. Now, I was going to say
doesn't get him that far.
So because of the Polish club style, this 1 diamond is actually natural. And that's why Kalita is able to make this 3 diamond preempt with only king 10 fourth over here. A lot of players might have started with a heart on queen 10 9 fourth, or maybe even just 2 diamonds on the east hand. But he was happy to make the preempt.
Yeah, West could have had as few as 4 diamonds, but it's like much more natural than a 2 over 1 diamond opening would be.
Yeah, so 3 hearts from south. Klukowski now has a bit of a problem. Obviously, he has a heart void, which looks great. And he does have a 5th diamond, but his partner hasn't really promised much on an auction like this.
Yeah, well, John pointed out, yes, it is right for North to play an honor from honor 10 fourth in that position quite a lot of the time. But in real life, it's much harder to find that play.
Are we still talking about this?
Yeah. Well, the chat did point it out, so I just feel obliged to mention it.
Yeah.
So West now, I mean, he's going to like his hand possibly more than he's supposed to, right? I think that East hand is going to be even for, a mixed or weak raise. Like, not just a little worse than he's expecting, but much less useful than he might ever imagine. Like, 0 help in spades. Like, great, he has, some club help in a double tin, but is a guaranteed loser. The heart wastage, I think I think he's going to be disappointed at what he's buying there if he bids even 4 diamonds.
Well, that's what I'm wondering
Like
because
four
I think
diamonds is going to make, but it's not going to thrill him.
no, but additionally, it's a missed opportunity if he doesn't double here because Kalita may
Oh, of
well
course, right.
go after a penalty. And if Klukowski wants to kind of suggest extras, but not bypass his partner's decision making, he could double 3 hearts.
Yeah, always a little dangerous with the void, but of course his aces and kings compensate. East has no outside defense, but he does have a pretty good chance of taking 2 trump tricks, however they lie. So, as you say, double might end the auction, and that would be good for East West. Yeah, he. I guess his size is probably a little too scary.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
they could only have 1 diamond trick or possibly 0, and then it would be the end of the world.
right. So 4 clubs, he's inviting his partner to bid a game, and 4 diamonds from Kalita should end the auction.
Yeah, Kalita knows whatever his partner needs. He does not have it with, a third of his hand in the opponent's suit. I mean, this will make. Obviously, we're going to lose 2 spades in the club at most, but West certainly was dreaming of bigger things, even opposite a somewhat weak raise.
Yeah, exactly. Now, could they have actually made 5? I'm looking at this. I guess not. No. Well, yes. No. Maybe. Because if...
On this end?
Yeah, because the 4th spade sets up, and if not the 4th spade, then the queen of clubs sets up. So you get to pitch a black suit loser.
Oh, I see. So
like if North go or South goes ace of spade spade to set up the jack, declare wins and pulls trumps, and then ducks a spade, wins the ace of clubs, roughs the spade, or pitches a club, and then I guess maybe you run out of trumps.
I see. Yeah, and South can win the ace and shift to a club, but now we can revert to playing king of spades, or sorry, just running it, and the spade is going to go away.
Yeah, so maybe it's a little bit too much work to do. If South wins the ace and switches to clubs, you can make it, because roughing the spade suit good will produce an extra trick, but
right.
You don't appear to have the club spots to actually... Oh, and Declare just decides to win the ace of spades and play a club.
Well, I think just ducking the spade guarantee it, because now Samantha could play spade to the ace, and South could play a club, and Declares hasn't untangled it.
Yes. You know what? You're so right.
Yeah, I think Versace's duck guarantee to beat a 5.
Yeah, okay. And of course, defending 4, Klukowski can now just pull trumps. 130. On to board 27. So we got 4 more boards to play in this room. We are 4 boards ahead of the other room. And I think there are quite a few back-to-back-to-back results that are actually quite good for Team Fleischer. So even though they're down 2 right now, that lead might change hands once again on these next couple of scores that come in from the other table.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think East-West did pretty well to get plus 130. No, I guess not, since North-South were in so much trouble. But yeah, as I the previous 3 boards, defeating 3 contracts in a row is probably good for Fleischer.
So Versace, nice hand with some diamonds. He'll open a diamond. Pass by West. We'll see a heart from Samantha. I guess Kalita can come in with a light double here. So what does South do over the double? I mean, you probably bid 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly seems pretty normal. I don't know, 2 diamonds, I guess, is possible, but it seems a little wimpy, especially since you're probably going to have to bid 3 diamonds over 2 spades or 3 clubs, no matter what.
Yeah, and also your hand has a ton of playing strength and no trump. You probably just have 8 tricks in your own hand most of the time.
Yeah, my partner could have a small doubleton diamond, and they're probably not splitting, but certainly have some potential here. So, in West, certainly he's going to think he's making something at the 3 level. Yeah, he could make a responsive double if that's what it means, or or just bid out.
So 3 hearts by West, 5 diamonds by North. This was not the right spot for North-South to have ended up in.
No, obviously he's bidding to make because he knows he has good defense against, certainly against hearts, and okay defense possibly against spades if the opponents also have a heart fit. So, I think he just thinks that partner has a singleton heart and 5 diamonds is often going to be odds on.
Yeah, unfortunately for North-South, they've missed the mark on this one. They have 9 cashers and 3 no trumps, 7 diamonds, a spade, and a club. And 5 diamonds is going to lose 3 tricks, a spade and 2 hearts.
Yeah, and they were even going to beat 3 spades, which is obviously a better spot than 3 hearts via a spade, a heart, a diamond, and 2 clubs.
Yeah, so there's not going to be much to the play here. Kalita will take his ace king of spades at some point, and or ace king of hearts and the king of spades, and this will just be down 1. We do see on board 23, big score coming in. So at the other table, North-South were not as aggressive in their actions, and East-West were actually able to find their way to a spade fit. So 4 spades been made over there by Basis and Lorenzini. 12 big imps coming through. Fleischer back on top by 10.
Yeah, so Versace's 4-heart bid, taking away West's room and getting him to the inferior 5 club game, won his side 12 imps.
Yeah.
The slower auction, 3 hearts by South let West double, and that let East show his doubleton spade, and West knew exactly what to do with that information.
Right. And kind of as we had talked about, board 24 is probably good for Fleischer. It might be relatively flat. 25 also feels that way. 26 could go either way. This board feels good for Zimmerman. So the match is going to be very close coming down to these last few boards. 3 boards to play after 5 diamonds goes down 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is double dummy good for Zimmerman. Probably it's not a game swing, though, because I think it's very difficult to get to 3-0 north-south. There are probably some roots to it, but this feels like it's, if you played it at like 100 expert tables, would be a part score swing more often than it's a game swing.
Sure.
North-south of 22 highs. It's a really great fit. You have this combining heart stopper. You do have 9 tricks on top via 7 diamonds and 2 aces, but 22-point games are hard to bid confidently.
Well, it's definitely true. North with a 10 count opposite a 3 diamond jump was always bidding a game. So the real question is just 3 no or 5 diamonds from North.
Yeah, no, that's true. If he thinks that he has 7 running diamonds, he can count 8 already, like ace king 7, ace king 6 of diamonds. Now there's a lot more work to do.
Yeah. Diamond to the queen, another low heart. Kalita just pops up with the ace. Down 1. Okay, 3 boards to play. Board 24, we do actually see a push in both rooms. Same exact auction at both tables to 2 hearts down 2.
So pretty normal. I mean, obviously, I made my case for passing 2 diamonds, but this seems like a pretty normal result all around. Sorry, so West now, is this enough for a 1 club, the strong version? I think probably, although it might be a slight upgrade, but with those strong spades, yeah. I think technically it might be, not quite what you need, but
They say
I'm not sure
18
if it starts.
plus,
Yeah,
but
but
but it's 16 with 6 solid spades, no jacks, lots of aces and
yeah,
kings. Yeah. So a club, a heart by East.
probably East has a minimum for positive response here, right?
Right. And one spade, I assume, is alerted as showing. No, one spade is just natural and forcing. East bids a no trump, and now West bidding 2 spades, I think, is going to confirm the strong hand.
I think 3-0 will also confirm the strong hand.
3-0 could be a choice. It might be an unfortunate choice, but
I mean, yeah, he just has bids 2 spades, showing that he has a good hand of spades. And if East West get to 4 spades, they won't even have to guess the diamond with that Queen of Hearts popping up when you lead ace in another.
right. Yeah, so 2-0 from Kalita. He doesn't have a spade fit yet. And now I guess we'll see. Because, as you had mentioned, yeah, 3-0 trump. And these guys are actually pretty well known for just bidding 3-0 trump on a lot of hands. So Klukowski has kind of an ideal hand for one of these gambling 3-0 trump type auctions with a major. He has a solid suit, which he expects to run, and he has quick tricks on the outside. The ace of hearts and king of diamonds might just cash. So, like, if his partner has the diamond ace and the opponents don't lead a club, he just has 9 rippers in spades, and he might have or in no trump, and he might have the same tricks in spades.
Yeah, and his partner has, suggested soft values, which he has, and possibly really is supposed to have the other suits stopped. I'm not really sure exactly what the requirements are, but West may be surprised to find out his partner's stopper is 5-3 deuce.
Oh, one heart wasn't natural. It's just 7 or more high card points. Oh man, Versace is going to lead a heart.
Yeah, North never got to send any information, so it's going to be totally impossible for him to get this right.
I thought that East was showing natural hearts, and then it looked like a diamond lead from South would be pretty natural. But yeah, on a heart lead, Declare is just going to take the first 9 tricks. 3 hearts, 6 spades. Yeah, there's the heart lead. So Declare is going to be thrilled that he goes plus, but it might cost him an imp or 2 anyway. So heart to the queen and king, heart to the ace unblocking, spade to the jack, jack of hearts. You just have to play the hand wide open as Declare, take your 9 tricks, and be relatively happy you're going plus.
Yeah, cash his spades, and eventually, hope someone kept a diamond for no sensible reason, but I do not think that's likely to happen here.
No. Alright, Jack of Hearts to pitch a diamond from the west hand. Now run the spade suit, and as you say, try and score a diamond trick, steal a diamond. But Cemento will cash or keep at least ace doubleton of clubs, and South is going to keep all of the hearts and the king of clubs.
Yeah, so now in the other room, they're playing the board where we spent so much time talking about the diamond position. It's 25 highs. I mean, it's pretty normal to get to 3-0 trump, but, if either, or I guess not either East or West, if West takes a conservative view after his partner's pass, they'll stay quite low and may win a bunch of imps for, the Fleischer team may win a bunch of imps that way. On the other hand, East could open. I guess the French don't open that. They're much more conservative than a lot of pairs, including this one.
Right.
So, it is entirely possible that East-West at the other table on board 25 go plus 90 and 1 no trump, and that would be 7 imps to Fleischer to extend their lead.
That would be a very amusing result. But But yes, that is certainly possible. So 2 boards to play at this table, but all of the action's going to be happening in the other room. Board 29. So Cementa has a 15 count. This is one of their 15 to 17 positions, so he can open a no trump in first seat. This probably just passes out. Kalita will get off to a spade lead.
Yes, there's really very little the defense can... actually, sorry, the defense actually can just beat this.
They certainly can. They're going to have to get the hearts going.
They can even cast their runs of spades, setting up that heart trick, setting up that spade trick. As long as they get hearts going after that, while West still has a club entry.
Right.
Declare needs those clubs for his 7th tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 diamonds, the ace of clubs, a heart, and the 4th spade are is not quite enough to make a no trump, but Cementa is going to be relatively happy to get out for down 1 here. When his partner table's a balanced 3 count, you never really expect 1 no trump to play all that well.
Yeah, so a little interesting. I wonder if this is just, they play 2nd and 4th all the way up to here, because for certainly most Americans, Rusino would be from a 4 longer card suit, not a 3 card suit. Possibly they just play Rusino, from 3 or more.
Yeah, so Queen of Spades holds trick 1. East continues the king.
And
West does not overtake. Now the jack of spades to the ace, so they have set up the long spade in Declarer's hand.
So I'm going to assume that Kalita did something good here, which is assuming the queen showed the king, he had a choice at his next card whether to play the king or jack, which should be a suit preference card, and presumably he did by playing the king, and Klukowski read it.
Yep, hearts of king, 3 of hearts back, kind of attitude, so heart continuation.
Yep. So 2nd and 4th made a hand, the 3 4th best guarantees an honor. So I think nice defense by East West here, signaling their holdings early enough in the hand that they were able to set their tricks up.
Right. And I think Klukowski's just going to go ace of hearts and a heart.
I would think, right? He's looking at, I was going to say, he knows he can set up his 10 and have a club entry, but... Oh, you know what happened? Since East returned the 4, I think he thought there was a chance that the 10 was going to be winning this, and I think he 100% knew the distribution of the hearts.
Sure. Well, Declare cashes the 8 of spades, and...
Yeah, so East can pitch any card in his hand. West will surely pitch a diamond, and Declare will have really nothing better to do than eventually play on clubs and go down 1.
Yeah, he'll just cash out for down 1 from here. So this will be minus 100, but not the most exciting board. I think very likely to be flat at both tables. So is board 30 of the match, well, board 60 of the match, going to present us with any excitement? That's the question.
Yeah, Kibitzer points out that if you play strong king lead, then you kind of have to lead the queen from a lot of your king-queen combinations, and possibly that's why Kalita led the queen here.
All right, 6 tricks, minus 100. On to the last board at this table, but there's so much more action in the other room.
A lot of... there's still some action at this table to come, I think.
Yeah, there is. So Kalita can open 3 clubs in first seat.
Or 2 clubs.
That's true. They do open 2 clubs rather light.
I mean, given their range for 3 clubs, this isn't really even that light. 3 clubs could be so much weaker that, if you're going to try to get to game opposite partners, theoretical ace doubleton or sometimes even 10 doubleton of clubs, you'd better do it by starting with 2 clubs, not 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a very amusing way to get to 3-0 trump because it might go 2 clubs past 3-0.
Right.
I guess Klukowski might
That's
ask
awesome.
for a 4-card major, but
Well, Versace is going to overcall, right? In which case it might go 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, pass, and then Cementa probably introduces spades. No, he does try 3 clubs.
okay, 3 clubs, pass.
Yeah. Certainly over 3 clubs, South has no reason to bid, but over 2 clubs he might have done something. I don't know. So Cementa, yeah, he's got to have been tempted, but I guess if his partner couldn't act, the hand is probably dead.
Well, they're going to beat this thing. So spade to the ace, low spade back ruffed, cash the ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, diamond ruff.
I mean, they do sort of have a plus on offense in some number of hearts, but I think that number, despite not having a lot of top losers, is not that great.
It's going to be pretty tough to get to hearts. I think, if anything, North is going to get to spades on this hand.
Yeah, I guess the 4-4 heart bit's hard to get to. I mean, they have 2 hearts and 2 clubs to lose, but they can set up the spades. They don't have a lot of top losers outside that. I don't know.
I guess Cementa is just going to switch to a stiff diamond. Yeah, you don't need to give partner spade ruff yet.
Right.
Get the diamond ruff in. So diamond to the ace, jack of diamonds return. Just clarify to partner. Yes, partner, please give me a spade ruff. So now a spade. He's going to ask for another diamond ruff. Versace is going to say no.
Right.
No, I mean, he'll probably play a diamond after cashing the heart ace.
Right. Yeah, looking at that dummy, I think you can see that nothing is really going to work.
Cementa's screaming for that second diamond ruff. 10 of hearts.
Boy, is he about to be surprised.
Yeah, all right. This gets over ruff. Declare can play trump to the ace, ruff a diamond high. He has the rest. Down 1. That's going to conclude the match at this table, but make sure you head over to the other room to see the conclusion of play.
Yeah, what a set. All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow for the final. Thanks for watching.
All right. Let's do it.
The ace on.
What's going on over here? Hi, chat. How are you doing? I saw Claude says a heart promises 4+ hearts and 7 high card points. That wasn't the alert, but also I can't imagine that Versace would have led a heart if right-hand opponent promised 4 hearts for that bid. A heart lead from 10-9-8 5th just doesn't make a ton of sense. I mean, a diamond lead from Jack 4th doesn't make a lot of sense either, so, honestly, I think his choice is, fine, whatever, but I don't think he would have led a heart. Okay, East bid a heart, so this saves Brink and Driver from disaster. East bid a heart rather than raising diamonds directly. So 3 diamonds by East. All pass. Looks like they're going to make 4 diamonds. So this will be flat. And then the big board 27. Board 28 felt... Well, I mean, I think Fleischer can win an imp on board 28. They might win 2 imps, but probably just 1. 29 is flat, and 30 is... probably good for Fleischer, but probably also flat. So if board 27 they get to 3-0, that would be what? 10 imps? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So how about those tie breaks? I don't know. It looks like Fleischer might have won this one. What are we talking about? What's ASNL? Association Sportive Nancy Lorraine. Or sorry, Association Sportive. And then Nancy Lorraine. Oh, there is a final score of this match. Yeah, good call, BZL. No spoilers. Un footballeur français? Oui. So declares making 10 tricks. This is a push. Whew. Oh, I'm ready for dinner. I am so ready. I've been live for 11 hours and 40 minutes. Where did all this time go? Dude. Wait, 1 up to Fleischer? 150? What happened? Was that the right number of tricks? Did I miss something? Maybe I missed something. I probably did. Spade established? Great, great, great. Spade set up. Yeah, now that I'm done, no more commentary from me. We're just observing. We're going to hang out and watch the end of the match. Go USA. Even though, you know, most of the Fleischer team is from Europe. But go USA. Oh, hey, Matt. You're going to be pretty disappointed in your in your investment here, I have to tell you. Oh, happy birthday. Take care, Etienne. Good night. Get some sleep. Tell me it wasn't $30 for the in-flight internet. Yeah. Three spades by Bassis. Oh boy. You'll wait to see if Lorenzini reach the final? Oh, don't worry about it. They will. They will, I promise you. You can see my Twitch viewer overlay. The chat? Yeah, this is fine. Now that I'm not doing commentary, it's all good. It covers the cards. Oh, but I mean, it's like see-through. So I personally would rather have this up. If it annoys everyone, you can all yell at me. But I frequently have this up because I think it's important to see what comments I'm responding to on stream so that people can read along and follow. Or if I don't respond to comments. 3-no trump looks like the right bid to me by North. Like, South showed a strong hand with diamonds, and North has spades and clubs, right? I could put it in the blank space at the bottom. It's like tall. Let me take a look and see if this is better. I don't know. We can leave it here for now, but I think it's going to pop up here, which to me looks a bit more distracting if chat's moving fast. It's okay. My chat never moves fast. It is see-through. Yeah, it's absolutely see-through. I mean, I can leave it here for now and we'll take a look. Like, normally on my stream, I would probably prefer to have it up here. I don't know. People can let me know. Four spades feels like a lot of spades from Lorenzini. He's kind of right. They're making 3 now, so how bad is this contract doing? It is 2 clubs, a diamond, a spade, I mean, it could definitely be down 2, so 300 is probably the worst case scenario. Down 2 if they get their ruffs, I mean, that would be quite the result. Club to the ace, under lead the ace king of diamonds, club ruff, spade to the ace, club ruff. That's probably not it. I don't think that's even down 2, is it? Because then a heart goes away. Oh, a heart doesn't go away. So it's just always down 2, isn't it? You get a heart, 2 clubs, a diamond, a spade. But 300 is a lot worse than 3 no trump making, which would be 400. And North isn't done. North might bid 5 diamonds. 5 diamonds feels like a lot. North might bid 4 no. Ah, okay. Or North might bid 5 diamonds. Wow. So they duplicated the result. Oh no. Good result for Team Fleischer. 5 diamonds cracked. Wait, bad result for... No, this is good. This is good for... Okay. It's been a long day, chat. It has been a long, long day. So this is down 1, so Fleischer's gonna pick up 2 more. I'm sorry, I was just watching Versace Cement and North-South, so I got mixed up on the teams. Win 2, no one panic. Yeah, come on, guys. Who's freaking out over there? So is this our friendly VuGraph operator? We don't have a name, but this is our VuGraph operator. Or was, for our table. This might do it. Is this the last French pair in? It is, right? Dinkin is a bunch of Americans, and who's Dinkin playing? Wolfson. I don't even remember who Wolfson was. Was that Zia? That might have been Zia and David Gold. Dinkin has Luke. Can't we just adopt Luke? I guess not. We've taken the exact same line of play so far. Spade opening lead 1, low heart to the jack without pulling trumps, up with the king, jack of hearts from south, club switch. Now he's gone ace of diamonds. Spade rough, I guess. And now another low heart. Wolfson has a Swedish pair. Oh, and where's Eldad from? Okay, plus 50. Dude, they just cracked 5 diamonds, the madmen. Has anyone been watching the French guys? Have they redeemed themselves? Those defenses to 3 no trump earlier in the day were so brutal. Have their club signals worked out for them? So with Fleischer up by 13, even if they have the mishap of getting to 3 no trump and going down on the east-west cards here, they'll still be in the lead going into the last 2 boards, which is important for them. So a spade, a no trump. 2 clubs by Basis. If Fleischer wins, Tomas gonna be at the partnership desk tomorrow. Put me in, coach. I'll fly out to Memphis to play in the final of the Vanderbilt. Driver doubles 2 clubs. There's no way they get to no trump anymore. This will go 2 spades, like 3 spades or something, 4 spades. I'm not exactly sure. Some sort of gazilli thing. Cax says must have missed something. Someone has an early flight home. Yeah, East. East has already got his plane ticket. Marty has booked it for him already. He's been sitting out and watching the travesty unfold. Three fucking clubs by South. Which board do you need to see? Every single board from the 3rd segment. Was it 3rd segment or 2nd segment? 2nd, probably. I think it's every board from the 2nd segment. But man, credit to Fleischer for bouncing back. That was a terrible set. And they didn't let it get to them. They even won the set. No! No! They did not win the set. They might have been in the lead after that set. But no, they did not win the 2nd set. I think you might be looking at the total score of the match after the 2nd segment. But if you look at the difference between the imps, you'll see that they lost by like 30 or 40. Was it segment 3? It could have been. It's been a long day. It ended up only being 25-19. Was it really? There's no way. Oh no. What? What happened? What did I do? What was that? That was some bullshit. Hello? Am I live? Hopefully I'm still live. 4 spades, spade lead. Oh, I'm not still live. Stream is back. Alright. My bad. I don't know what happened. I instantly got kicked. I'm still alive. Perfect. Thank you, YouTube. You see me? Great. I see you too. So what's Declare's plan on this deal? Audio? No. Okay, this seems to happen, and what I've learned is that I'll refresh. My bad. YouTube, this works. I will refresh stream. I apologize, but we should be back in like 1 minute. Sorry, YouTube, I know you have continuous stream, but Twitch has died.